Good morning, everybody, and welcome back.
Can I stop you there?
No.
Ash,
just
come
in a
here, please.
full floor.
Happy birthday to you. You've got to sing, Ash. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Joe. Yes, he doesn't tell anyone. He didn't tell anyone it was his birthday.
Why would I?
Because it's the kind of thing you do, isn't
Right.
it? You do a thing like that.
Is that it?
That wasn't the PA, by the way. That was just for us.
All right, is that it?
That's it, yeah.
Okay.
Happy birthday, by the way.
Well, thank you very much.
Right,
But that's
okay,
enough
now
of that,
we're going to try and work out how... Oh, the carts are out. I'm going to work out how loud to
See,
put it on the...
there we go.
Okay. You do your thing.
Welcome back to ROWRAH. It's day 2 of round 4 of the Kart Championship, the penultimate round of a 5-round championship. We head off to Fullbeck to finish this off next month. But for now, we've got day 2 of ROWRAH. We are in the Cumbrian hillsides, just on the edge of the northwest side of the, or northwest part of the Lake District, the beautiful Lake District, and what a picturesque place it is. At the moment, we've got a bit of cloud cover, just keeping the sun away, but I'm told that the weather forecast is that there will be no rain. So that's good news, especially with this side of the country. If you were with us yesterday, welcome back. If you weren't with us yesterday, where were you? Welcome to ROWRAH. We've got our super heats about to kick off. We've already had a round of 2 heats each for each of our competitors. Though the results of those heats yesterday, of which we saw some absolutely outstanding racing, outstanding racecraft, outstanding competitive karting, was where it was at yesterday. And now we formed the grid. From the results of those 2 heats, we formed the grid for our super heats. Each competitor gets 2 super heats, and the results of the super heats go towards the forming the grid for the all-important final. Maximum points for the championship and a lovely trophy and a podium to stand on at the end of the day. That's Archie Loveridge, the number 73. He's on the pole position beside the reigning Kart Championship champion, Ryan White. Kevin Ivanoff and Riley Blakemore are behind them on row 2. Row 3 is Ed Spain and Archie Cannon. Ronnie Smart and Freddie Budder next. Row 5, Ella Dixon, Oliver Ratton. Then we've got Jack Wykes, Noah Clare, Luke Jardine, Daniel Barton alongside. Row 8 is Jane Prakash, Ollie Knox, Jacob Leatherby's next, Jaden Patel Scott, Finley Thursfield, Harley Bradbury Stretton, Jerry Dufficy, Sophie Morris, Dino Rowlands, James Pearson. And rounding off a 25 kart grid is Reggie Dufficy. The grid is cleared. It's 8 minutes for our super heats, and we are already underway. So racing starting here. We've got 2 sets of super heats to get through for all of our classes before we go to a half-hour lunch break. And as I said, then we go to the all-important finals. And we've got Archie Loveridge leading for the first time into McRae's for the first time today, already heading towards the Iredale's right-hand hairpin. It's all about the brakes and the turn-in on these very tight hairpins here at ROWRAH. And onto the back straight, there's a train of 6 karts breaking away from the field. And this part of the track is called the Stewardesses. It's a 180-degree entry to a sequence of bends, left, right, and then down the hill towards St John's, the very fast right-hander. This corner here, the left-hander, is called Sunny, and that leads towards the final corner of the track here at ROWRAH. And this is called Paddock Bend, because that is the paddock that you can see in the background there. So here we are, 1 lap completed, and it's Archie Loveridge that leads from that all-important pole position. He's holding off Ryan White, but Riley Blakemore, Kevin Ivanoff, Ed Spin and Archie Cannon are right there. They are not breaking that far away. Behind Archie Cannon in 6th, they've got Ronnie Smart, Oliver Ratton, Jack Wykes and Freddie Budd rounds off the top 10. And look at this, Idale's hairpin, and already we've got a breakaway from poleman Archie Loveridge. He's managed to break away from Ryan White, but Ryan White still got company. We've still got a train of 5 karts from 2nd place down to 6th. Now, what we usually see is the laws of physics coming into play, and with these karts circulating very close, the airflow over them causes them to go a little bit faster. So we should see this train of karts just catching Archie Loveridge up, unless, of course, Archie Loveridge has found something in the toolkit to be able to break that gap and maintain that gap. Archie currently 3rd in the championship. The drivers above him, Ed Spain and Ryan White, leading the championship going into this round. And that's Ryan White now. I wouldn't say he's coming under pressure, but he has got the presence of Blakemore, Ivanoff, Ed Spain, Archie Cannon. That's your first, second to sixth place there. Into the stewardesses and out of there, heading towards St John's. It looks like Ryan White's relatively in control of that second place, but Archie Loveridge, where has he gone? He's broken away. Almost a second was the gap there last time by. Just coming through the final turn there, and a move down the inside for that looked like Ed Spain. Let's see how they pan out. Yeah, Ed Spain ahead of Kevin Ivanov now and into fourth, but still Loveridge, White, Blakemore, Spain, Ivanov, Cannon. That's your top six. And as Ryan White and Riley Blakemore break a little bit of a gap to Ed Spain. Ed Spain was needing to clear Ivanov. So a little bit of movement there from Archie Cannon, who's challenging Kevin Ivanov as well, the number 42 ahead of the 50. So Ivanov lacking a bit of pace here, just getting towards half distance. And Ivanov has dropped down the order, losing 2 or 3 places. This is where the promise is, though. Ryan White throwing the cart through St John's, then on towards Sunny. This is the Paddock turn through the right-hander there and heading towards the finish line to complete 4 laps. Loveridge across the line first, Ryan White second, Blakemore right on his bumper now. Ed Spain, he's joining in as well. So Ed Spain, the number 72, he's got pace and he's going to challenge down the inside for third. No, he decides not to. Slots back inside Riley Blakemore. So it's the 2 blue and white carts behind the Project One liveried cart of Ryan White. He's not here with Project One. He's a privateer being run by his dad, Paul. And they are into the stewardesses. And if anything, Nick Damon,
yes,
Riley Blakemore and Ed Spain look like they are about to mount a challenge now on Ryan White. They are right with him. Bumper to bumper racing here. Second, third and fourth there.
Yeah, that condensing we've been seeing through Sunny all through yesterday as well as happening. It seems that the 2 wheels up the inside, nudging, sort of tripping around the winner out of that. Through from third.
Is Ed Spain?
Right.
Oh no, Ryan White comes back at him. Spain took the gap and they're tripping over one another. The number 68, Riley Blakemore, gets back into third. And now we've got the 2 Zipcart drivers getting involved. Ivanov and Ronnie Smart joins in with the party for third place. But this has allowed Ryan White and the number 68, Riley Blakemore, to break free from that. And there, the number 72, Ed Spain, just tapping his helmet to say to the drivers behind him, the 2 Zipcart junior team drivers behind him now. These 2, that's Ryan White and the number 68, Riley Blakemore, both privateers on the entry list. The number 72, Ed Spain, he's with Ambition Motorsport.
Why's Loveridge been scored in first? Is he miles ahead?
Loveridge is miles ahead.
Miles
yes.
ahead.
Yes.
Just at the window.
I know you've been doing techie stuff.
I've been doing techie stuff.
Yes.
I've missed the excitement of someone being miles ahead.
Loveridge has got 3.6 seconds, and that's because
showing off.
Ryan White's had to defend massively.
Oh,
and here they come. It's the 2. It's Archie Cannon and Kevin Ivanov. The number 50. That's Ivanov right on the tail now of the Ambition Motorsport driver. So it's Ivanov's down as a privateer. That looks like a Zipcart livery. That's why I got confused there. And Archie Cannon, the 42, he's definitely the Zip factory team.
It's kind of a grey area, isn't it? When you bought the sticker kicker, when you actually are.
Well, that's right. And you could run with the team at other events. Right now, though, number 50, Ivanov, he's a privateer. We'll keep an eye on what's happening just ahead of this 3. This is the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th there, but there's the battle for 2nd.
Loveridge is running 0.8 of a second faster.
He has absolutely checked out. And he did from the start. He was started from the pole position. We're talking about the number 73. We're well inside of 90 seconds to go. And it really has been the Archie Loveridge show. The entertainment, though, Nick, has been here.
Yeah, the 5-car train, yeah.
Second down over. And the 5-car train has come back together. They've come back together, and the Ivanov and the number 42, Archie Cannon, they've just dropped Ronnie Smart as well.
A little bit of breathing room for Ryan White at the moment. The next 2, the blue-fronted machines, they're having a right old battle, Blakemore and Spain.
Ryan White seems to be really having to fight that cart through St John's, the right-hander, as we've got a movement down the inside for third. That's Ed Spain moving inside of Riley Blakemore. He taps his helmet now that he's in front.
Yes.
Now that I'm in front,
let's go and chase him. Yeah, I'm in front.
Yeah.
I didn't mind about losing his time earlier, but I'm in front now, so I'm going to hit the hat.
Exactly. And look at that. He has pulled a little bit of a cushion. That's going to disappear, though. And the gap to Ryan White there, the number 1, that gap's going to disappear as well, because these three are going to work together, I think.
I think White's got, I mean, we've proven wrong 2 corners time. I think White's got a little bit on them, like a couple of hundreds.
Doesn't he? Yeah.
Now, they have been squabbling, and that obviously always slows everyone down. Loveridge now just shy of 5 seconds ahead.
As Loveridge is actually coming through St John's now as these second-place carts just coming out the stewardesses.
Loveridge is winning the second heat at the moment.
Loveridge is about to see the last lap board. So we will stay with this battle for second, I think. Ash, are we staying with the second place battle here? Because this is not over yet.
No.
We've still got one more lap of racing, and anything can happen for second, third, fourth and fifth and sixth. And here it is about to happen.
Ooh.
Ed Spain at McRae's. That left-hand hairpin is called McRae's, named after Colin McRae, of course. And then heading...
Don't overtake me. Stop overtaking me.
That's right, I know. Just work with me. But there's only one lap to go, so I'm going to try and overtake you.
No, work with me.
Ryan White looking over his shoulder there towards the stewardesses. It's a long turn in there, and he has to compromise his entry there. That slowed him down mid-corner, though, hasn't it?
Ryan White had a minor error right in the middle of that corner, but he got away with it because...
He was driving defensively,
Spain
that's
wasn't
why.
really in the position to capitalise. Right, they've got one more corner to avoid this problem.
Archie Loveridge takes the flag with a very fine
he's gone
dominant.
for him.
No. It's all about momentum, isn't it? Here we go then across the line. Archie Loveridge has took the flag and the win. Ryan White second, Ed Spain third, Riley Blakemore fourth, Kevin Ivanov, Archie Cannon and Ronnie Smart seventh, Jack Wykes, Daniel Barton, Freddie Budd, Oliver Ratton was 11th. Then we had Ella Dixon, Noah Clare, Jane Prakash. Jaden Patel-Scott was 15th. And then Ollie Knox, Dino Rowlands was 17th. Luke Jardine, Jacob Letherby and Sophie Morris rounded off the top 20. The rest of the 25 kart field is there for everyone to see. You're going to say something there, Nick, as the karts come across the line?
I wasn't going to say anything. You know me. I'm very innocent and small, and I have no opinions of my own. You know that.
Don't know what to say.
Obviously.
We get the thing about the Kart Championship is that it's such a well-organised series that we are already getting things underway, and we're already got the first superheat for Junior Primo already lining up. Now, the championship will not look much different to this coming into this round. I know we've got the points to add from yesterday's heat, which I haven't got information on. But it was Daniel Hartley that came into this round, having won the first 3 rounds outright. So 3 wins for Hartley, Wilton Mill, Glanigors and Warden Law. Maya Simpson, she's had a good season. Maya, second place in the championship with Alfie Forrester in third. The grid for the Junior Primo Superheat looks like this. Jake Anders had a cracking drive yesterday. Now, Jake... I'm not sure if Jake is a newcomer to the series. He's with X-Kart and he will start the Superheat on pole position, but it's championship leader Daniel Hartley on the number 63. He will start alongside. The second row is Ellis Daly and Alfie Forrester. Alfie, as I've said, in championship contention in third place. Third row of the grid is Leighton Kelly and Laurie McVeigh. Fourth row is Joseph Mills and Taylor Dixon. And then we've got the fifth row. Maya Simpson shares with the other female driver in the line, Bella Fairclough. Now, Bella won both heats yesterday. However, a technical infringement in Heat 1 had her drop down the order. She went out and won Heat 2. So, Bella, we've seen how Bella Fairclough can drive ROWRAH. We look out for our very interesting chat with Bella and Amelie. Mm-hmm. Both girl drivers, one Amelie in Junior Rotax, Bella in Junior Rotax Primo, just talking about girls in motorsport and how it's a level playing field. Unlike other sports, it's where girls can and women can compete with men and boys on a very, very level playing field, and just flying the flag for
why you don't
women in
need
motorsport.
Formula Women, or what they're calling it, Formula Academy. It's
you know what,
virtue
though?
signalling.
It was Bella's dad, William, who told me off camera.
Okay.
He said the way he sees that is to show women that, you know, there is motorsport out there, and it's kind of opening it up. It's kind of like, just like the waving the carrot. Hello, we're over here, women in motorsport. And then expanding that to other forms of motorsport. Right, we're getting them out underway. So, we talked about Bella Fairclough being on row 5. Row 6 is Harris Ali and Eddie Stewart. Eddie qualifying 12th after what could only be described as a character-building day. The second heat saw him involved in, and other drivers involved in a big pile-up. That's caused a little bit of damage and a little bit of a bent chassis for Eddie. We'll see how he fares. He's going to be joining us in the booth, actually, do a bit of commentary, give you a lie down, mate.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I've already run around too much already this morning.
Absolutely.
Row
7.
PA out.
Row 7 is Zach Kane and Tyler Davis. Row 8 is Riley Mason Lewis and Ethan Bath. And then row 9, Sophie Caldwell, Thomas Butcher. We've then got Jack Johnson, Ewan Stevenson. And then newcomer to the series, Jacob Rump. He went out in that big pile-up in the second heat, and Jacob only scoring in the first heat. That's put him on the back row of the grid on 11th place. And rounding off what is a 22 kart Junior Primo field is Jensen Cook. So as the field come round, Junior Primos for ages 12 to 14, they're exactly the same karts as we'll see in Junior Rotax, but Junior Primo gives the younger kids a chance to compete on their own and stay away from those nasty 15-year-olds.
Ugh, horrible.
Indeed. Here we go then. Let's see who can get into turn 1. I think we've got... No,
wave around.
False start flag is waved, or false light board is waved.
What, they're waving a board?
Well, it's not waved, is it? It's
just
shining,
illuminated.
It's shining brightly.
Illuminated.
Shining brightly.
Like the stars they are.
It is indeed. Now, this gives us a chance to tell you exactly what Junior Primo's about. Junior Primo, as I was about to say, exactly the same karts, engines, everything, power output, grip level, exactly the same as Junior Rotax. It just gives the younger kids a chance to compete themselves, and it's a great idea. I've seen another series do a similar thing, where they've split the age groups out of Junior Rotax. It's a way of, as well, with such a massive subscription for the Junior Rotax class, it also gives kart series a chance to split the grids and into a more manageable format of 22 to 30 karts rather than have a grid of 60.
Been given the slowdown by every marshal around the track, and they...
Well, knowing Dan Ashton as we do, Dan does not like to see early acceleration. He likes to see them controlled up towards the start line, and he'll be watching for the drivers accelerating out of this final turn. They're already
by
doing
the smoke.
That. Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
That is what Dan Ashton does not like. He does not like accelerating at the apex of the final turn. He likes controlled and measured grid up to the start line, and he won't let. He'll probably give them another chance here and then stop them and give them a damn good telling off.
Give a thrashing into their lives with his tongue of...
No, we won't be giving them a
no,
thrashing.
can't do
That's
that.
illegal, isn't it?
It's not illegal, is it?
Yes.
Is it?
Yes.
Just thought it was like not really advisable.
No, it's not. It's actually illegal.
Fair enough.
Go to jail, quite happily.
And seeing as you would know.
Probably. Yes, exactly. So there's Lee Manchester there. Now, Lee has been doing this for a long time. He's waving fingers. Now, you don't want Lee Manchester waving fingers at you.
Does that mean this is your last chance?
Yeah, he's waving fingers, yeah. And, the younger kids are very sort of raring to go, aren't they, you know? Daniel Hartley there on the number 63, just acknowledging the marshal. Yes, I get it.
Yeah, I'm not
but
doing,
that man there,
I'm not doing anything different.
It's the ex-kart driver, the number 53, that is controlling it because he's the pole man. And young Daniel, who's leading the championship there on the number 63, he's got a bit of competition this weekend. Not his favourite track here. I was talking to his dad Ian yesterday. Not his favourite track for Daniel, but he'll be happy with the front row start. That's going to help him gather points because it's about championship points at this stage. Here we go then. A little bit less speed.
Yes, they got it.
I think we're going to let them go. And Daniel Hartley into the lead.
Oh!
And and he's been knocked onto the grass there. He had nowhere to go.
Oh dear.
He tried to turn in, but there was just the front of that cart from Jake Anders. And it's Jake Anders that leads into McRae's for the first time.
He's out.
Oh, I'm not sure who that is. I can't see the number.
Excellent professional glove throwing, though.
Yeah. Meanwhile, at the front, I think that's number 16, is it? Yes, it is. Ellis Daly off into second. The number 78 there, 79, sorry, Alfie Forrester. He's joined in as well. Where did Daniel Hartley recover to? Front row for Daniel Hartley, but that little bit of a get-together. It's the number 90 that we've lost, and that's Joseph Mills from starting in 7th place. Joseph out at the...
Yeah, the effect of that first couple of corner kerfuffle is we've got a real kind of split set of drivers. Now, interesting, I think Bella Fairclough's come through from 10th to 5th, I think, at the end of this first lap. Just waiting that get that confirmed.
She has indeed.
So she's done a reasonably good minute. Eddie Stewart's up from 12th to 9th. But at the front, it's Anders from Dealey, and they've all got little bits of breathing room, about half a second from each other. So it's been an excellent... If you made a good start, it's been an excellent start, because you've actually got yourself a chance to settle down into this race. Of course, it's the first time these kids have been on the track this morning.
Well, Alfie Forrester already tapping his helmet to no one who was behind him. I don't think Alfie realises how much of a gap he's got to Daniel Hartley. Daniel Hartley through in 4th. They've got a bit of a gap. Hartley in 4th's got a bit of a gap to Bella Fairclough, but Bella absolutely on fire here. The bright yellow cart is making her way through and will very soon be latching onto the back, and then Hartley being overtaken by...
53.
Oh, no, it's Hartley overtaking Alfie Forrester. So Hartley back onto a recovery drive.
That's very confusing. A 63 and a 53, and also
yes, I know.
Also on his left hand side, his left hand side body, he's got a sticker covering enough of the 6 to make it look like a 5.
Let's have a word with that. Hartley's gotten by Forrester. Now Hartley ended up on the grass. Right, let's stick with the 15, shall we? Because that's Bella Fairclough, and she was the winner of both heats yesterday. And both heats on the road. She was the winner of the second heat, points wise. And she is on a flyer here. She talks to us in the Paddock show, which you'll see in the lunch break, and she really likes this track. It's all about the braking areas, getting the power down nice and early, and all about smoothness, I suppose, into the braking areas and through the corners.
Fastest lap of the race for Bella last time around.
Here she goes then, Nick.
Move, not through McRae's.
Not quite ready to take that position from Alfie Forrester. Alfie, remember.
No, thinks about it again. Airedale. So now it's obviously the obvious chance to come into the start of the Stewart complex. But it's going to be a late lunge. Nope, didn't happen. So it was good move by the 79 Forrester. Got a good drive out of the hairpin. But now the side-by-side, it's a new place to do it. Just got the drive coming up the short chute, and then did it. Well, you can see her do it now. Again, all over again.
That's you know what?
That's St John's.
That's a almost flat out right-hander there, and that's very brave.
It was just drive. It just suddenly find you've got that exit speed and you're going.
She had the momentum before the corner, didn't she? Yeah. And once you've got the inside line, now then, let's see what Bella can do with that gap to Daniel Hartley. So she's just cleared Alfie Forrester, the BSR driver there. Looks like he's dropping back. We've seen how quick she is. We're not even at half distance yet, Nick. We're still 20 seconds away from the half distance mark.
Yeah, of course, these races are a minute longer than yesterday's ordinary heats. It's 8 minutes plus 1 lap for these super heats, and it'll be 10 minutes plus 1 lap for the finals, which starting about 1 o'clock, I think. That's the
that's right.
Yeah, that's
at
1 o'clock.
Yeah, hopefully we will keep to the timetable.
Bit of accelerated timetable here at ROWRAH for those of you who are watching on the stream. Mainly because the idea is to try and finish a bit earlier, because ROWRAH is a bit of a trek for just about everybody.
Apart from me.
Yeah, every other circuit is like a bit of a trek for some people. This is a bit of a trek for everybody unless you live in Workington, which I only discovered today is actually on the coast. Looking out my window.
Near Hull, Nick. Nick, I've got to tell everybody, is from Gillingham.
In Kent, not anymore.
So he doesn't have any knowledge of UK geography whatsoever.
I live in Milton Keynes
north of Watford Gap.
I live in Milton Keynes, and they're all
Still
about
south
roundabouts.
of Watford Gap, that.
Yeah. People think it's south of Watford. It's not. It's south of Watford Gap.
That's right.
Watford Gap is junction 17 or 18 on the M1.
It's quite a way up, yeah.
And later on we'll be even more dull about British geography.
Yeah. So Nick, this morning, when he opened the hotel bedroom window and said, "That's the sea," so yes. Would you like to tell me what sea it is?
Irish Sea.
Yay!
I was about to say North Sea then.
I know you were. Right then, let's get back to this race, because Bella Fairclough has got Daniel Hartley not far.
In fairness, just ahead the second and third. But just pull forward that second and third battle, Ash.
Daniel Hartley, I was about to say, Nick, is now on the bumper of Ellis Daly. So this is, and Ellis Daly knows that. He's just looked over his shoulder there. He can see Hartley down the inside at the stewardesses, and Daniel took no prisoners there, did he?
But Dealey lost so much momentum there. He kind of, in being in the wrong place, he kind of over rotated the kart, and you could see speed melting away from the velocity of the machine, and that's left him right in the pathway of Bella Fairclough, who could really needs to give us a thank you card to Daniel Hartley. He slowed them both down. Now it's a train of 3 karts, and she's got every chance, of course, she's got the performance to pick off these two, but. Also, who should be very pleased with that is Jake Anders, who's now got a 1.7 second lead at the inside. They're going to.
Oh, the ambition driver there, Ellis Dealey, has just wiped himself and Daniel Hartley out. And Bella Franklin says, "Thank you, boys.
Bella Fairclough.
I'll have that." Bella, what did I say?
Franklin.
The wrong Bella. Bella Fairclough.
Look over his shoulder, going, "Oh, thank you, but okay."
Thanks, guys. Daniel Hartley back in front of Dealey. The ambition driver was so ambitious there,
too
good. Ambitious, in fact, and he should
have tempered his ambition, shouldn't he?
He absolutely took out Daniel Hartley in that second place. That Bella Fairclough, though,
1.8 seconds. She's dropped back to the next the guys behind.
She didn't just pick the crumbs off the table, did she? She picked the full cake off the table there for second. And now, with a 2.2 second gap to Jake Anders, I'm not sure she's got enough time on the clock to maybe challenge for the overall lead of this superheat. But this battle's not over, is he? And that kart there is now Alfie Forrester. Ellis Dealey's dropped behind Forrester. The number 16 is out of the picture there, and that's Alfie Forrester, third in the championship, chasing down championship leader Daniel Hartley for third place.
Yeah, both of them sitting around kind of wondering what went wrong during this heat. It's gone wrong from the start in many ways for Hartley, but still, on the podium as such, if there was one for a superheat.
Well, Hartley just had to, instead of turning left through the hairpin, he had to turn right and get out of the way of Dealey, who was just tried to outbrake him and just lost all that grip in the corner. We're getting towards the final 30 seconds, and whether or not Daniel Hartley's had his tracking affected here, because he's not as quick as he was. The gap's come down to 1.8, by the way, and 46.743. The first driver inside. No, Daniel Hartley's already done a 46. I'll stop there because that was wrong.
That's numbers.
But that's fastest lap of the race to Bella Fairclough.
Then again, you're the only person who can see the timings. If you just bluff it out, no one would know.
That's true. I know there's people got timing on their phones out there.
Yeah.
They'll catch me out. Now
Damn
then, here's the gap. 1.2. It's another 2 laps, Nick, because they crossed the line with time on the clock. So she's took half a second out. She's gonna half that gap. If Jake Anders doesn't respond, let's jump forward, please, Ash, if we can, to that lead battle, because it's coming down to under a second now. So we're looking for Bella Fairclough in the bright yellow kart that's just ahead of these two now. As I say that, Forrester trying down the inside. There's the chaser. Now then, she's in second place, but that kart just ahead of her, Jake Anders. He's the lead, the ex-kart driver now, maybe driving a controlled race. He pulled out a huge gap while everybody else was fist-fighting behind him. He was able to control this race, and he looks composed going into the final lap.
Lost 3/10 in that one, so it's going to take a mistake by Anders to let Fairclough through.
If Anders cracks under the pressure and makes a little mistake on braking area, these hairpins really do not take prisoners if you don't watch it. But no, great driving from Jake Anders. He's been... just coming into the championship here at round 4.
The penultimate round.
I'm saying that. I haven't found him on the championship list, so I think that it is his first race. But here he comes then for the final time to take the first superheat from pole position. Jake Anders it is. The ex-kart driver now has got one more corner. The number 53 out of Paddock turn and across the line to take the checkered flag. And what a drive from Bella Fairclough. A recovery drive, really. Qualified in 10th place after that technical infringement took her out of Heat 1. She bossed Heat 2, and with another drive in the second superheat, that's going to have her up the order on the grid for the final. So all good, and you can't discount Daniel Hartley as well, because even though Daniel not at his happy place here at ROWRAH, still that was a good drive even after all that incident, to find himself in third place. In fourth place was Ellis Dealey, who finally got ahead of Alfie Forrester there. Not sure quite what happened on that final lap. Maya Simpson was 6th, Laurie McVeigh 7th, 8th was Leighton Kelly, Taylor Dixon 9th, and rounding off the top 10 was Tyler Davis.
So I expect we're going to reasonably quicker turn around to the next heat because they had 2 extra laps on this one at the start. And in they go. So this is our first Bambino superheat.
Yes, I've got a grid as well for us.
Don't forget, at this point, the dads can hear us.
Ah, yes, now then.
No. This
is the first parents' running race. We're trying not. This is just.
They can't run because they haven't signed a disclaimer.
This is just for mine and Nick's pleasure, really. We're not allowed to say that this is a competitive run, of course, because we don't want anybody tripping over and breaking ankles and stuff.
Hopefully they got more distinctive clothing on this time. It was all just kind of grey and black.
Well, with fluorescent bibs.
Yeah, everyone's very heavily high-vised. Whoever it was who owns a high-vis shop since COVID has made an absolute fortune because no one wore high-vis. Now everyone wears high-vis.
I wear mine to go out with.
Like high-vis was the sort of thing you had to have in the back of the car going to France. Like, oh, those French people know high-vis. And they try and find one. And now everyone's got high-vis.
Why did COVID make people buy high-vis?
I don't know. That's what happened, wasn't it?
Why?
I don't know.
Stay away from me. Keep you 2 meters.
You can't see. Look, now you can see me. You couldn't see me before. I'm here. 6 feet now. But yeah, it's when the whole world's gone high-vis crazy.
Well, certainly high-vis is very useful in karting as we wait. Let's have a look at the grid then, shall we?
Well,
after the heats
you
yesterday.
Have a yellow high-vis. You get in trouble with the yellow high-vis in karting.
Noah Wicklow, I found out last night, was disqualified from qualifying at his time disqualified for track limits.
Ah, good. That's a good racing reason.
Yeah, nothing. You can understand
car's
it.
A bit wide. Dodgy carburetor. No, just trying too hard.
Yes,
excellent.
You mean it's something that even Nick can understand?
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Nothing technical.
Oh, that's cruel.
So what that meant was Noah Wicklow had 2 outstanding drives in the heats to get him to the forefront of the field, and that's put him behind Logan Hodgetts on the front row of the grid. So we've got a cracking front row in the C50 Bambinos. Logan Hodgetts and Noah Wicklow, they're your drivers. Ollie West and Calman Simon, 2 very good youngsters on the second row, equally good youngsters on the third row, and in fact equally good youngsters all the way down the field actually. Jack Swan, Hendricks Fallat, Henry Hales and John Stevens on row 4. Row 5 is Arthur Bowers and Benjamin Shiver. Brady Atkin, Will Wainwright are on row 6. Row 7 is Ray Thorne and Jess Bailey. Max Armett and Max Saint-Hilaire are on row 8. And rounding off 18 Cart Field is Santo Amico and Riley Aston Wilkins.
There's a kind of the dads have decided just to pretend like they don't care. And they're like walking. They look more like trade unions walking out. That's it. Toes down. You've banned me teeth break. I'm going to walk away.
That looks like a flying picket line, doesn't it? Sort of being in this part of the world.
With the high-vis again.
Are we going to go for a sprint to the line, though? There's Logan Hodgetts about to make a break there, just lulling everybody into a sense. Lulling everybody into a sense of. Oh no, we're already there. There it is.
I think they've been told. No, you must walk. No, do not run. It's like being at school. Don't run in the corridors.
A little bit of inside information as well. Benjamin Shivar, qualified 10th. Not usually down there is Benjamin, but he was suffering from an underpowered engine. He's only 6. And his dad was telling me, he came in, he's like, what are you going to do about this? I've got no power. What are you going to do?
There you go.
A tiny little 6-year-old telling you, bossing it about. So hopefully...
It was in the radio. The tyres are gone. Not going to last.
Yeah. So hopefully...
this is the revvy one. This is when they're revving the whole time.
It is, yeah, blipping the throttle. Hopefully we'll see Benjamin with a bit more power, the more power to his liking. So here we are. There's Noah Wicklow getting right into it. We've got a lovely interview with Noah as well in the Paddock show. Look out for that one. Really, really great to chat to him yesterday. Here we go then, green flag at the back of the grid. We should get things underway. The red lights are on, the red lights are off, and we are away indeed. Logan Hodgetts on the inside line for the chicane, but Wicklow looks like he's got the drag, or has he? He hasn't got the line. Might have had the drag, and then the Calman Simon Senna replica helmet in 3rd place as they went into that chicane.
Yeah, great start. The lack of pickup on these things is amazing. You can see they're able to look at each other really carefully. They slowly crawl off the grid.
They can look at
a stare,
have a conversation.
Yeah, but they are up and rolling now. Now the speed will soon pick up, and they can keep the conservation momentum with these very, very light karts, very light drivers. So they don't have huge speed variance between slowest and fastest once they are rolling.
So as the first 3 break free a little bit from the rest of the pack, it's Hodgetts Wicklow, Simon. Ollie West is the cart that's in fourth, I think. I'm just going to have a look in a second, see if I can see that cart behind them. Yes, it is Ollie West, the bright green livery cart with a green helmet. Just not being able to close that gap. Wicklow looks very racy indeed, though, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He's right on the back of Logan Hodgetts.
Right
on the back, yeah, just
nudge
a nice little nudge.
Apparently, Logan wasn't going fast enough there, so I'll give him a little bit of a nudge yet.
Well, you haven't got enough speed to pull alongside, so you just rest your cart up onto the rear bumper of the cart in front of you, and it's no harm, no foul, really. It's part of the game that they play. The rest of the field stream through the chicane there. Rouge, as it was. It looks like the top of Radion, actually.
I think I go Rouge. But Gaz Bury named it that.
Yes.
And But say in memory, but he's absolutely fine. So it's not memory of
kind of stuck. Every time Karting Live TV comes to ROWRAH for whatever series,
yep.
The first chicane, is
the unwritten rule of our broadcast. If you haven't bothered naming your corners, we will.
We will. We absolutely will. Look at this, though. Logan Hodgetts having to drive very smooth and keep that speed up. He knows Wicklow's there because he can feel him. He can feel from that little nudge from the rear bumper, a little love tap there. Wicklow just not wanting to make any move yet. A little bit of a variation on an opinion of a line.
Yeah, they've slightly dropped Cameron Simon. I know it's only two cart lengths, but...
no, he's back.
Well, I think that's just Wicklow made a little bit of an error, actually, coming on through Sunny. Just lost momentum. Or did it? Or did he decide he got the speed? So he was trying to carry it through the corner.
Ollie West's coming, though. Look at Ollie West as these two and now follow each other through. Rest of the field go through. Let's have a bit of a rundown of the top 10, shall we? If I can just work out how to use my computer.
It's all quite complicated.
So the first two breaking away from third and fourth, which is Calvin Simon and Ollie West. In fifth place, Hendricks Follett and Jack Swong. Then we've got Arthur Bowers, Henry Hills, John Stevens, Brady Ack and Benjamin Shiver down one from his grid position in 11th. Jess Bailey 12th. Then we've got Max Centelaire in 13th. Ray Thorne, Will Wainwright, Max Armett, Riley Aston Wilkinson, and Santo Amico, the novice, rounding off the 18 cart field. But back at the front, Logan Hodgetts. A controlled race, 5 minutes remaining there, so we're hardly into this race. With a lot of this superheat to go. And you get the feeling that Noah Wicklow is playing a bit of a waiting game because he's just resting that bumper on the rear bumper of Hodgetts. It might be that he just hasn't got, and yeah, he does drop away. Hodgetts is really controlling the pace of this race in some way. And the pace of this race, of course, Nick, is flat out.
Flat out, every corner.
They are absolutely flat chat on these Bambinos. It's all about smoothness. You see the drivers using all of the road. These C50 Comer engine carts with the...
About 6 horsepower, is it?
Oh, I'm not sure. I was about to say they're on a treaded tyre, remember. There's good reason for that.
Being that obviously you don't want to then get caught out if it rains on slicks, and it takes one level of complexity away from the setup. And this is obviously very much, Bambino designed as, I say dad and lad, but it's parent and child, or parent and guardian and child. It's not designed to run under an awning, is it? It's designed to run at the back of a Ford Sierra.
Entry level, and if you love tinkering, then the C50 Comer engine is the engine for you. Because you really do have to tinker. These two just circulating together, keeping us transfixed at that lead battle.
Can you define tinkering?
Define tinkering, did you say?
Yes. So do you need to play with mixtures and that sort of stuff?
Yeah, you have to play with everything. The ambient pressure, the air pressure alters the jetting of these things. Because it's so defined, isn't it? You have to optimise everything because they're so underpowered. I'm not sure of the horsepower. If anybody out there knows what horsepower these C50 Comers are putting out, please come and tell us. We are broadcasting live from the ROWRAH Drivers' Lounge, just on the start-finish straight, bringing you all of the action today in the Kart Championship, penultimate round of the 2024 season. The final round, we head off to Fullbeck next month. Here we are at ROWRAH, though, for the rest of the day to finalise just who's going to score what sort of points going forward to the final round. So it's all important, this fourth round. You need a strong finish to take you into the final round as Hodgetts leads. 5 laps completed. Wicklow, fastest lap of the race. Nothing in it, though. 1 minute 3.872 for Hodgetts. Noah Wicklow goes slightly quicker by 2 thousandths, 1 minute 3.870. That's how close these two are.
Yeah, Wicklow's been effectively in his slips. Well, he's been in his back pocket effectively for the entirety of the race. Just doesn't have, you quite rightly pointed out, Joe, hasn't got that extra speed, has he?
No, they're both flat out.
Really, no, my only feeling about this is possibly Wicklow realises in an even world, I mean, Hodgett's going so well, if he overtook Hodgetts with 2 laps to go, with 1 lap to go, Hodgetts would come back. So yeah. I think he's already decided, now they have broken away from West, who's got past Simon, he's decided, I think, that they're going to go for the last lap.
Well, I did notice that Wicklow followed the leader on that very wide line through the stewardesses, and he's quite happy to sit there. And I think you might be right. You might have called this right, Nick. He might just be waiting time. A bit like a NASCAR race, really, isn't it? Where everyone's so close, and it's all about that last lap slipstream. The drivers can see how much time is left, because every time they cross the finish line. And
that's the mistake, and that might be that he may have. No, he's decided not to take it. Look, see, didn't take it.
Well, Hodgetts had momentum in the line into the corner, and he didn't have the his foot was hard in. He just slotted back in, so that was maybe a bit of perspective from the camera that made it look as though Wicklow maybe would have got the lead, but that was Logan Hodgetts just using a little bit too much track there and costing himself a little bit of time coming out of the McRae hairpin.
West and Simon now in their own little battle, but that's a second and a half back. So these two really are playing a high-speed game of chess. So of course it's the cadets. It's a medium-speed game of chess. Bambino, sorry. It's even slower game of chess.
Yes, still high speed for these youngsters.
Yeah, 6 to 7 or 8, 6 to 8 speed is quite quick enough.
Yeah, 45, 50 miles an hour here. They're doing about 45, 50 miles an hour on the fastest bits. As the rest of the field we've seen, there's Shivar. Benjamin Shivar, the number 78, will just taking that position back. He's gathered his composure, gotten by Brady Atkin and up to 9th. Behind these two, Logan Hodgetts and Noah Wicklow there. This is the leaders.
Penultimate lap.
Yeah, indeed. Ollie West and Calman Simon, 3rd and 4th. Then we've got Arthur Bowers and Henry Ailes, John Stevens, Max Saint-Hilaire, Benjamin Shivar up to 9th, ahead of his grid position. Brady Atkin, Jess Bailey, Ray Thorne.
Wicklow having another look behind him, and the look behind him will confirm there's no threat whatsoever from the rest of the field, which is currently led by Ollie West. But they come up on the straight into St John's, the right-hander, and they come back through Sunny, which is the left-hander. Both not really overtaking places unless there's a bit of an error or a lack of drive out the steward. This is a chance for an overtake, not in this particular lap. Right, last lap is now starting.
Yeah, here we go.
And how quickly, if he can, will Wicklow make the move immediately? He's made the move immediately.
He's made that move immediately. Last lap board flew, and he went down the inside as if he just pressed a switch. He kind of pressed the push to pass button, didn't he? And off he went down the inside of Hodgetts.
Well, he's had 8 previous laps to think, what can I do and where can I do it?
Well, has he gone too early though, Nick? Like you said, is Hodgetts going to have a chance to come back? They're at Iredale's hairpin, onto the back straight now. Now, this is a chance, because the wide entry to the stewardesses coming up, looming large now ahead of them. It's a sweeping right-hander. You've got to take a wide line. Hodgetts takes the very wide line. He's maybe going to fire out of the corner with more momentum, but he just fires out to the rear bumper of Wicklow. Out of the left-hand sweep, and then side by side into St John's. Hodgetts round the outside. Can he make it stick towards Sunny? No. He has to slot back in behind Wicklow, and it's Wicklow who leads out of Sunny. Here's the last chance for Hodgetts to come back at him.
An over and under.
An over and under, and they're going to be... No, they're not side by side because Wicklow closed that door. He closed that door, and it'll be Noah Wicklow who just sat there, ever patient. You know what? An intelligent race from both those youngsters.
Yeah, some good race, great racecraft.
Noah Wicklow and Logan Hodgetts. Logan had the... you see how he took the wide line going into the final turn? And then
he
Wicklow...
couldn't over and under it because Wicklow was there.
Yeah, Wicklow closed that door fairly and squarely. There was no...
No, it's fine.
Yeah, absolutely. Totally allowed to do that. So Noah Wicklow takes the first of the superheats for the C50 Bambinos. Logan Hodgetts in 2nd, Ollie West 3rd, Calman Simon 4th. Then we had Arthur Bowers and John Stevens, Max Saint-Hilaire, Henry Ailes in 8th, Benjamin Shivar up to 9th, Brady Atkin 10th, Jess Bailey 11th, Hendrix Fallack, Jax Wong, Ray Thorne, Will Wainwright 15th, 16th was Max Armott. Riley Aston Wilkins was 17th, and rounding off an 18 cart field was Santo Amico.
And that's how they race. And they're 8. No, I mean, some great racecraft there. Wicklow knew exactly what he was doing and when he was going to do it. Didn't get overexcited, didn't change that plan. And then when Hodgetts got overtaken, he didn't panic, and he just thought, where are my chances of getting him back? And that is the ultimate side of racecraft. Let's not forget Ollie West and Calvin Simon had a great race as well. And there's a little bit of gap back to Arthur Bowers. And then the rest of the field, actually, from 6th down low, were pretty much stuck together. So what's up next? And we have the Intermax 950 Superheat 1. And your grid, when they get out, will be as follows. It is going to be Max Gilman in 1, Jensen Seil in 2. Second row is JJ Lowe and Jensen Walker. Then we've got Fraser Anderson and JJ Plowman. And then you have Sandro Kemp and Rhea Wardley, and Jack Moss from True Performance Motorsport starts 9th. So the track looks reasonably clear. I don't think we've got anybody who needs rescuing. It's not always easy to see, even though we've got quite a good view of about a third of the circuit. But they've been released and away they go. This will be another rolling start for the Intermaxes. Coming through the warm-up lap. This is the McRae hairpin, and they running up to the second hairpin. This kind of double hairpin is kind of the real feature of the ROWRAH circuit here in sunny Cumbria, and it is, well, it's overcast, but it's not raining. And I do believe, actually, when Joe gets on the mic again, he's just made a cup of coffee. It's a very lovely place. It's his birthday. He's made me a coffee. What a marvellous co-commentator I have. And you can see that I had to sort out the PA.
We are much more than co-commentators.
well, I'll tell your wife, you tell mine, but...
much more than that. We're close friends.
That's right. Anyway, but...
I don't know where your head went there, I was just thinking close friends.
I don't think I wanted to...
Right, slurp of coffee to get us through the morning.
That's
here.
Right. I feel we've got sound effects. We've got the sound effects of the karting. I've got sound effects of the coffee slurping as well.
So the number 169 is Max Gilman. Max Gilman is having a great season here in the Kart Championship. I see he's having a great season. He's leading the championship. He's also leading this field round and will cross the line. Are they going to be given the go? They are indeed. The lights have gone out and Gilman leads into the chicane for the first time. Let's get someone else who's more than just a co-commentator for me is Eddie Stewart. Eddie's just fresh from his junior Primo race, and here we are, Eddie. Hello, mate. You all right?
I'm all right, thanks, yeah.
Right, we've got Max Gilman in the lead. We're just on the first lap. We're sorting themselves out. That's the number 122, Jensen Walker, just getting inside the number 171 of JJ Plowman. So I'll just get the timing screen up for us as well. So that looks a very crowded chicane at the start of these races here at ROWRAH. It looks absolute chaos. Is it as chaotic as it looks from inside in the pack there, Ed?
Yeah, it's very chaotic because when you're side by side, everybody wants to get in through turn 1 first. So everyone's trying their hardest to get through, but sometimes it doesn't work. So it's always a bit crazy trying to see.
Challenging down the inside of McRae's hairpin there, the number 171, JJ Plowman, the yellow and blue livery of SD Racing, trying to attack JJ Lowe, who's on a Thule Motorsport livery, but I believe he is a privateer here. We talk about passing places here, Ed. The Stewart S's where they are now, named after you, is it?
I wish.
No, it's a much more famous racing driver than you. So Jackie Stewart is what it was named after. But that looks like it's kind of got a very late turn in for the corner, which you've got to be aware that you're going to leave the door wide open for people to come through, I would think.
Yeah, so in my last race, I left the door open, and I think I got unfairly pushed off the track, but it was an overtake, I suppose, and it's a gap that you leave open, so there's a chance that someone's going to overtake you.
But it's also a chance for you to overtake other people as well, is it?
Yeah,
when
exactly.
You're kind of looking for that opportunity.
Yeah.
So we're watching the number 171, JJ Plowman, who's having a go at the number 148. Now, These Intermax karts, Ed, they're not quite as grippy as the junior Rotax karts because of the tyres. Does that make them easier to drive or perhaps trickier to drive?
I've never driven an Intercart, but I assume it'd be harder.
Because of the grip, less grip?
Yeah, I assume it'd be harder.
Yeah, a little bit sliding around. There's Plowman coming out of Sunny and towards the Paddock turn. Not enough, though. Not quite enough to get... You can see he's got a bit of pace, can't you? Where's he going to make the move, do you think?
I think he'll go into first hairpin here. No, he's backed out of that one. Will he try into the second hairpin? He's got a slightly worse exit than the 148 of JJ Lowe.
Yeah, two JJs here. JJ Lowe and JJ Plowman.
Both names spelt differently.
I know. Who would have thought you could spell JJ differently?
I know, yep.
So it's JJ Lowe on the blue and white liveried Thule Motorsport kart there, the yellow and blue kart of Plowman. Now Plowman with ST Racing, John Stewart's team, is local to the northeast of England. Here we are in the northwest, so there'll be no strangers to ROWRAH, and we'll know all of the trickery that you need to get into your kart to make it handle here. And Plowman will know this place well as well. I think JJ Lowe's the same. He looks down that inside at McRae's, doesn't he? And then, do you think it's perhaps because of the lack of grip on these that he can't just throw it in?
Yeah, it's not like a junior where you can just throw it down the inside and hope that you get in front. With the lack of grip, you might slide off and you'll lose time to the car in front. Yeah,
it's a bit of a gamble, isn't it? You don't want to make that kamikaze move down the inside and then lose out. So it's all a bit of a balance, isn't it? But these two are certainly playing a high-speed game of chess. We've kind of neglected Max Gilman at the front, Ed. Do you want to give us a rundown of the field, the way they stand at the moment? Just crossing the line now, 5 laps completed.
Max Gilman leads by about 4/10 to Jay Jensen Sale, followed by JJ Lowe and JJ Plowman. No, JJ Plowman might go down the inside.
Again, he's just taunting us with that move, isn't he?
He's just saying he's there. He's letting JJ Lowe know he's there.
Yeah.
Fraser Anderson behind JJ Plowman. Then we have Jensen Walker, Rio Wardley.
Wardley is the way I pronounce that one.
Wardley. Rio Wardley, Jack Moss and Sandro Kemp.
That's the 9 competitors in Intermax this weekend. As we continue watching this intriguing battle, JJ Plowman in the yellow and blue kart there. Again, lining him up for Paddock, is he yet? No, he's not. He just slots back in.
He can't find a clean move down the inside or around the outside. But he looks like he's closer than any other time here, going into the hairpin.
And he's alongside this time, Ed.
He's alongside. He's ahead of JJ Lowe.
Now, I think that came from the chicane. I think the momentum out of the chicane down to that McRae's hairpin was what got him alongside, and he had the bottle really to stick with it, didn't he?
Yeah, he was alongside, and he was ahead, and he kept with it.
But he's back behind JJ Lowe. I don't know what happened there. I don't know. We went to a replay, and as ever, we come back, and it's like we've gone back in time because.
Do we have another replay?
No, we haven't. We have to come out of it when we go to a replay. It's not Sky F1, mate.
Not the budget for that.
Exactly, you've got it. Here we go, though. JJ Lowe flinging his cart into the chicane there.
He's going to have another look down the inside again. No, he hasn't.
No. I think it's at the chicane. I think he's firing it. I think the yellow and blue cart of Plowman, when he gets the chicane right, that gets him alongside. And he's got to do that again. However, JJ Lowe knows that now, doesn't he?
Yeah, JJ Lowe knows Dick's plans. He knows where his best overtaking points are, so he knows to defend there more. But that will leave cracks maybe in his defence in some other corners.
So time beginning to run out. We're down to almost 90 seconds remaining. This has been an intriguing battle there that we've stuck with. The karts ahead of these two, Jensen Sale, Max Gilman. The gap of 0.6 of a second, and Max Gilman went purple there, but the man on the purple, who was shone purple, is JJ Lowe. That man there, the blue and white kart of JJ Lowe, trying to get away from Plowman, has put in the fastest lap of the race so far. So time's running out from the Eddie. Tell me, you go underneath the start gantry. As a driver, do you notice that that clock ticking down?
Yeah.
Do you look for it?
Yeah, I look for it. I look for it so I know, where's the best place to make a move so they don't get me back again, or how long do I have? Do I need to get the pace up? Just simple stuff to know when the race is over. But
so you have time to take in how much race time is left?
Yeah, I have time to look up for a second and see how much is left.
Yeah, 33 seconds is what's shone there. So it will be the 1 lap to go board next time by. So what do you do, Ed? You are JJ Plowman. You've seen you've got 2 more laps perhaps. You're just going to throw it? You're just going to, as Daniel Ricciardo would say, send it?
I'd play a good game, but I'd try to make him move, try to make him defend. Maybe put a nose at the inside just to make him move over, and then maybe try and get the outside or something like that around the outside. Just try and make him move off the ideal line.
And that's taken into account, of course, that JJ Lowe is very, very fast indeed here. The first of the superheats for Intermax. And Plowman absolutely all over the rear bumper of JJ Lowe. We're inside the last lap now. We're going to have to leave this intriguing battle and try and pick up Max Gilman, who's just ahead of these two, if we can. Ash, and as we do that, he's going to call our bluff and maybe have a go.
Is he going to have another go? He's got the run.
Yeah, but JJ Lowe he knew it was coming, didn't he? The Thule Motorsport driver there looking down the inside and defending. This is his last chance, Ed.
Not into the S's. I think it will stay as it is from JJ Lowe to JJ Plowman, unless Plowman can make a move into the final few corners as we pick up Max Gilman.
There's Gilman. He's been the class of the field. Came into this round as the Intermax Championship leader. He will cross the line and take the checkered flag. And I'll let Eddie take us through the field as they cross the line.
As Max Gilman wins Superheat 2, followed by Jensen Sale and then JJ Lowe and JJ Plowman, the two that have been battling all race long. Fraser Anderson, Jensen Walker, Rio Wardalley, Jack Moss and Sandro Kemp round up the field.
Well done, Ed. So, Eddie, you had a bit of a character building day yesterday. We talked about the chaos that ensues on the first lap. You certainly had a chaotic second heat. Was it the second heat you were involved in the pile-up?
Yes,
yeah.
The second heat.
So, what happened there then? Was it just one of those things where you were in the wrong place at the wrong time?
Yeah, it was one of those things where I'm not sure what happened to one of the other karts, but one of the other karts was sent across the track, and I was just on the racing line and I couldn't move out on the track in time, and I broke all my steering columns, so on my track rods. I managed to drive it back into the end of the race, but I was slow, so I was like 19th place, so I was behind the rest of the pack, so I lost a lot of time there.
Do you notice, Ed, that people like us who were racing people, I never even entered my mind to ask how you were. Did you notice that? It's like, what's happened to the kart? I've broke my arm, I've broken my leg, but the kart's more important. Are you all right, is what I'm trying to say.
I'm all right, yeah. That's the kart costs more than me. Healthcare.
I don't know. I think your mum disagrees about that one. So you fixed the kart, yeah? New steering column, new tracking, all done. But the kart's the frame's a little bit out of sync. Is that right?
Yeah, the kart's fine. It's all new parts, all new fixed. But it still feels a bit stiff.
Does it? So you've already been out in your first superheat. So how did you find it?
Yeah, a little bit off the pace in that heat. I think we got the wrong gearing, but we'll come back for Superheat 2 and hopefully get a good starting position for the final. What's
your thoughts on ROWRAH? Is it a track you like?
It's a very flowing circuit. It's not my favourite circuit. It's a circuit that requires a lot of patience and speed to be good around here.
Well, we've just seen that from JJ Plowman and JJ Lowe, haven't we? They were trying to out-psych each other. Eddie, thank you for joining us. Are you going to try and get back for the next Intermax race later on?
Yep, I'll do it.
Yeah, brilliant. Great job again, Laura. He's getting far too good at this. I might when you pack in, when you stop racing, when you stop having fun out on the track, then you can always come here and take over Nick's job.
Sorry, Nick.
He's not even listening.
Yep, sorry, Nick.
See what I mean? That's what I mean. He doesn't even take any notes.
Yep.
Thanks, Eddie. I'll let you go, mate.
Thanks,
and thanks for joining us. I'll just take your headset. Thank you for bringing them up, Laura. That was brilliant. Great stuff from Eddie Stewart, and we hope he goes well in his next superheat. I'm just going to prepare now for our next superheat, to follow. Just get the timetable up. We've got the junior Rotax out next, and we welcome Nick Damon back.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Nick.
So how long have I got before I'm permanently replaced by Eddie then?
Probably an hour.
Fine.
Or permanently.
Yeah.
Maybe get another season. He's only 14, so
That's fine. I'm just fiddling with the sound mix, which hopefully will be better.
Okay.
But I need to test. I'll probably disappear for another minute during this race as well.
Oh, great, because this is junior Rotax, mate.
Oh, this one that goes
busy,
crazy. Well, I can't do it for the next one because it's the electric Bambinos and they don't make a lot of noise.
That's right. That's right. Yes, indeed. So junior Rotax is next, and who is going to beat Kasper Tomilewski? That's the question. We speak to Kasper in the Paddock Show. Oops, that's the
Paddock Show, which is 24.5 minutes long, so we're going to literally have to stop at the carts come off.
Yes,
for lunch.
We'll get it done.
I'm just panicking.
He came into this penultimate round for the Kart Championship this year in second place behind Addison Smith. Now, Addison Smith's had a bit of a nightmare all weekend. He's, for instance, he's qualified 17th for the first of these superheats, whereas Tomilewski, he's qualified on the pole position. He's got local lad Charlie Vary with ST Racing. That's the bright yellow and blue kart there just to the right of the screen. That's Tomilewski with the KMS liveried kart, the Cato Motorsport team, having a very busy time. You'll see in the background all the work that goes on in all of these awnings, whatever team it is. You've got a lot of customers to satisfy, and a lot of work going into prepping and setting down and resetting up between these heats. So Tomilewski and Charlie Vary, they're on the front row of this junior Rotax group. Luke Sawyers and Braith Murdoch are on row 2. Row 3, we have Jack Robinson and Leon Barlow. Row 4 is Riven Welsh and James Kell. Callum Gosh and Andrew Dixon are on row 5. And then we've got Marcel Poppercull and Ewan House. Lewis Summer and Aidan McDonald share row 7. Row 8 is Gregor Reid and Riley Morgan. Then we've got championship leader Addison Smith down in 17th with Harry Hurst-Grover alongside in 18th. Got Connor Dolan and Calvin Moffat on row 10. Row 11, Lewis Holt and Archie Doughty. Emily Cooper and Emily Ackerts, who we also speak to Emily in the Paddock Show. She's down in 24th with Emily Cooper in 23rd. Molly Pugh and Elliot Foster, 25th, 26th. And then rounding off a 28 kart field, maximum field for this junior Rotax superheat is Matt Scott and Aston Brown. So that's your grid, Nick. And
fine grid it is too.
Who is going to beat Kasper Tomilewski? He seems to like this track.
Yeah, he's got a bit of a kind of hoodoo on the rest of the field, really.
He has. He's got a lot of pace here. Just to remind everybody, what's coming up next in the Kart Championship, we've got our final round for the 2024 season coming up on the weekend of the 13th and 14th of July. And that is across to Lincolnshire to the
Fullbeck.
airfield circuit of Fullbeck.
Yes, which once you're there is fine, but getting in can be an issue.
Yeah, that access road is not as it was, is it?
I think it was fine in 1947 when they were running gliders.
B-52 bombers out of there.
But not so good now.
We've got full live coverage, bringing you all of the heats on the Saturday and all of the super heats and finals on the Sunday to round off the 2024 championship. We'll be crowning our 2024 champions. The season's not over, though, for the Kart Championship, because we start what is called the Winter Series. And that kicks off in late September, where on the 20th, 29th of September, we go to Wilton Mill for round 1 of the Kart Championship Winter Series. Round 2 is the 16th and 17th of November, and that's up in Warden Law on the northeast coast of England. And then we've got a to-be-confirmed venue for the 7th and 8th of December. We're still needing that to be confirmed, are we?
I was told the venues are within a mile of each other, the two which could be two. So that's the venue two races within a mile of each other.
I'll be in Lincolnshire.
Look, if I gave you any more clues apart from the fact that PFI and Fullbeck, that'd be
Yes.
It might in fairness to Dan, it might actually change. That was a proper session happened in many months ago.
Well, it's good spread geographically as well. Wilton Mill near Daventry, Warden Law, the northeast, near Sunderland, and Knoxville, as Nick said. Once he actually did say that, everybody, like I say, he's from Gillingham. So you've got to forgive him a little bit. Look at that, the Cato Motorsport synchronised scrubbing in of tyres there. As we what, 4? Is that 4 Cato Motorsport carts? That's how busy their awning was, all at the sharp end of the grid as well. Charlie Very there at the ST Racing Lorna is on the second spot there alongside Tomaszewski. And a nicely controlled pace going towards that final turn. The rest of the field, 28 kart field, making their way around. Take no notice of that one. That's just...
That's commonly known as someone pressing the wrong button. Never happened before. Let's go.
Charlie Very on the outside and round the outside into the chicane. We've got a little bit of contact there. A lot of chaos into the chicane there for the first time, but no chaos at the front of this field as Charlie Very finds himself at the front of this Cato Motorsport train of karts, leading the field for ST Racing, and off he goes towards the stewardesses on the back straight, tucking down, getting that wind resistance behind it, and there's a move for second.
That's Brave Murdoch has taken Parks Casper. Now, interestingly, that's giving Charlie Very a bit of a break.
Not sure what that is, certainly. As we go through Sunny towards Paddock, heading towards the start-finish straight there to complete one lap. We've got ST Racing. The Cato Motorsport lads are fighting over this track.
Shouldn't they be taking their helmets?
With one another, and they are allowing Charlie Very to break a little bit of a gap after one lap. There's Kasper Tomaszewski coming back.
Very, who both of the heats yesterday mired in a group of these orange and white KMS cars. This time he's got free for the first time, and he's thinking, hey, look, he's breaking away, he's half a second away.
And that's because the KMS lads are squabbling with one another, let's call it. Squabbling over real estate. Tomaszewski now, his tyres have come on, going into the second lap. His tyres, all of these tyres will be coming on to where the drivers and the teams will be wanting them to play. As Braith Murdoch right on his bumper for second. Very across the line in the lead. Into the chicane for the third time. We've got an X-Kart gaggle behind the KMS gaggle. Down the order, Tomaszewski second, Murdoch third, Luke Sawyers fourth, Leon Barlow, Andrew Dixon, James Kell, Riven Welsh, Callum Gosh and Jack Robinson. Yeah, that's your top 10. The job in hand for the KMS drivers is to catch ST Racing's Charlie Very. HRS engine powering Charlie Very around this ROWRAH track, and he will continue as fast as he can, will Charlie. He knows ROWRAH well. He's been here many times since he started karting. It's one of the places that you visit when you live in the north. And the gap's coming down though. It's spreading out a little bit. You've got Very, Tomaszewski, Braith Murdoch. They've broken free of their teammate Luke Sawyers, who's now got a challenge from Leon Barlow, but certainly the top three coming together now. They are evenly spaced out, but it's not going to be long before we see Tomaszewski come onto the rear bumper of Very, unless Very can find something. We're not even at half distance. In fact, we're a full minute and a bit away from half distance, so plenty of time for Tomaszewski to just make that gap reduce and then perhaps get himself in a challenging position into Paddock turn. Crossing the line now, Very, 4 laps completed. The gap's down to 0.2 of a second. You don't need a stopwatch to tell you that as they come out of the chicane and head down that straight towards McRae's. Tomaszewski, every braking area, moving further forward towards that ST Racing kart of Charlie Very. Out of Ideals and onto the back straight, heading towards the stewardesses. And it looks like Very's got a great punch out the corner, and it really benefits him on the back straight. It's through these twisty bits that Tomaszewski comes back at him. Through St John's. Now the left-hander at Sunny. Got to keep that pace up. Can't make a mistake. Don't slide too wide. And then the blast out of the Paddock turn towards the chicane. This is where Tomaszewski closes the gap through the chicane there. Up and over the brow at ROWRAH. And then on towards McRae's. It's the punch out the corners that Very is able, and especially this one, the Ideals hairpin, the right-hand hairpin. Very, very good doing this. Lifts the back wheel and then punches out to the corner and gives himself at least 1.5, 2 karts lengths to Kasper Tomaszewski. And Tomaszewski's in no position there to challenge going into the stewardesses. So that engine on Very's kart And the setup that John Stewart Racing have given him is really benefiting him being able to defend this current lead. Third place kart there, Braith Murdoch, fastest lap of the race for him last time by. And he's coming back at his teammate, Tomilewski. Still no change behind these top three. Luke Sawyers, Leon Barlow, James Kell, Andrew Dixon. And now we've got them closing back up again. Iredales, this is where Very has, can he keep with this advantage? Look at that, Tomilewski, and the punch out of the corner is not as great as it was. Tomilewski's got a little bit of punch as well. He's reduced the gap, not enough to challenge though. He's reduced the gap, and these three now coming together. They were almost bumper to bumper. They've been a little bit spaced out, but now they're beginning to concertina up. Through the left-hander at Sonny. Tomilewski right on the bumper, enough to challenge down into Paddock, and so does Braith Murdoch. And we've got a KMS 1-2 across the line to complete 7 laps. And they caught Charlie Very napping there into Paddock. It was a textbook move. Let's have a look at that again. Down into Paddock goes Tomilewski, and Braith Murdoch says, I'll come with you. As Charlie Very, not so much forced wide, had to stay wide and accommodate Tomilewski. And it's a KMS 1-2 now. Cato Motorsport first, Cato Motorsport second, with Tomilewski and Murdoch now leading Charlie Very around this track. And if anything, Nick, they're pulling a gap. They're pulling a gap and working together.
Yeah, because we didn't see a lot from Braith Murdoch earlier yesterday, and he's amongst the phalanxes of KMS karts. But interesting, just in that last couple of corners, look, suddenly Very's got back on the tail of them again there. So it's almost like he got slightly broken away, made a mistake, and then he's managed to get the momentum back up.
He had to go wide when Tomilewski went down his inside. He went wide. He just lost. He lost his flow. He lost his momentum. Now he's having to, he's gotten back into that flow and that momentum. He's gone a bit wide at the McRae hairpin.
I think you've got a situation where these are karts set up differently and they're fast at different parts of the track.
They are definitely. We saw that.
I think what you see is Very. When you come around the combination St John's, Sunny, and then the Paddock, he will gain back a large amount of the gap that he's behind. What is it now? 4 or 5 kart lengths? Well, it won't be 4 or 5 kart lengths over the line, that's for sure. There, that right-hander there, you've got it. And the left, not much here, but I bet I think he's better on right-handers. Good. On a right-hander, he just gains in. Yeah, I'm sure it's not anything to do with setup. It's just perhaps the way he's able to manipulate the kart. And the karts are not exactly equal, of course. They've got the engines hanging over the right-hand side and nothing on the left-hand side, so there's going to be a slight difference the way the machines are handled left. Oh, he's got what's that flying off?
That's just the radiator overflow.
Oh, right.
It's nothing to worry about. It should be attached, but it'll just flop about for a bit. It'll flop about behind the radiator.
So a lap on from before, he's a couple of lengths closer. I'm not sure he's any nearer to making a move.
I mean, Murdoch, if anybody's going to challenge Tomilewski, it looks like Murdoch, who's right on the rear bumper now of the leader. We're inside the final 20 seconds now. So they'll get around. They'll get 2 more laps. But I think Tomilewski, we've seen this yesterday in the heats. He's looked over his shoulder. He knows exactly where his teammate Braith Murdoch is.
Yep.
And he will just manage that gap. If anything, Murdoch falling back with the clutches. A mistake there, I think, from Murdoch through the chicane. And now Very, right, he's dropped back off Tomilewski, back to the clutches of Very. And can Charlie find a way to get back? He had a very composed time. He's not very happy having lost the lead, I would think. Urging that kart on, wasn't he, down the back straight?
Yes.
He's going to be having a word with Nigel Horner about more power, I think, when he comes out. Yeah. And you know what? There's no such thing. It's that motor's maximised. You can see how he punches out of the hairpins, how much it is, and it's been a benefit to him to keep them up in the top 3.
Well, they've now just slightly edged apart because, haven't they? It becomes the last lap of this Junior Rotax Superheat 1 here at ROWRAH for round 4 of the Kart Championship. But it's you kind of think it's kind of a false competition. You kind of think something might happen. You kind of urge something to happen, but deep down, I think those 3 are going to come across the line in that order, and probably with this 0.3 of a second separation as well.
Yeah, I think this is sorted. They're not close enough to one another to challenge. Behind them, though, they're Luke Sawyers, Leon Barlow and James Kell. I think they're together as well for what is 4th, 5th and 6th places as the leaders. I think Charlie Very closing up to the back of Braith Murdoch is kind of like teasing us into thinking he might be in a position to challenge. It's going to need a mistake.
Oh,
there's no mistake coming now, though. The checkered flag flies.
Braith made it. Braith literally defended against the ghost then.
Yeah, he did. He absolutely had to. So Tomaszewski takes another superheat win. He will take over the lead of this championship going forward. Braith Murdoch second, Charlie Very third, Luke Sawyer's fourth, Leon Barlow fifth, sixth is James Kell, Andrew Dixon seventh, and then we've got Jack Robinson, Lewis Sumner, Addison Smith came into this round as the championship leader. He's not going to come out of this round as the championship leader though. He's having a bit of a nightmare weekend. Addison Smith in 10th there. Mossel Popico was next up in 11th. And then we have Callum Gosh, Ewan House, Riven Welch, Aidan McDonald, Emily Cooper, 16th, Riley Morgan, 17th, Gregor Reid, Connor Dolan, and then it's Lewis Holt who rounds off the top 20. The rest of the 28 card field is there for you to peruse on your TV screens as we get ready for our next superheat.
It's like one of the drivers has come off and I think slightly hurt their hand. That's 2-4-1. So Calvin Moffat, but he's fine. He's chatting to the marshals, just making sure he gets the attention he needs.
Mighty Bambino's next.
Bambinos.
It's all going to go quiet.
Yes.
The racing's not going to go quiet. The racing's going to be as loud as anything, but the actual ambient noise is going to be reduced massively because we've got our electric-powered carts out next.
I'd like to point out that I received a message overnight from one of the fathers of one of the kart racers.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, amazing, isn't it? So this is a man who's actually doing his own sort of racing at the moment at Watkins Glen International, at the 6 hour of Watkins Glen, and that's Nick Tandy, Felix's dad. I was going to show you I have a chance to show you the picture, don't I, that he sent me.
Oh, he sent you a picture.
Oh, yeah. Here we go.
So Nick's...
that's Nick Tandy. That is him in the engineering office of... This is not someone who's driving. This is for a works Porsche driver in sports car, and that's what he was doing when he apparently this was the problem with Felix's heat yesterday. The first one, it was during practice, during free practice, and apparently he had something else to do.
And was he out he was out the car because Dane Cameron, his teammate, was in the car.
Oh yeah,
because he's using Dane Cameron's laptop as a timing screen.
This is in Laguna Seca.
They're out there racing at.
Oh dear.
He's got the ROWRAH track map there. He'll be going out onto the track at Watkins Glen and wondering which way. Where's the hairpins gone?
This corkscrew's a surprise.
Well, Nick's going to be tuning in live now. Then
he has set the alarm.
So what time is it at Watkins Glen?
5:15, I think, in the morning.
Oh, my goodness, Nick. Hope you've had a cup of coffee to stay awake. Hope my dulcet tones don't send you off to sleep. I'm sure it'll not, because the racing's going to be fantastic. Right then, I'm going to tell you where your little boy has qualified next then. Ralph Martin will start on the pole position with Henry Hills alongside. Heath Smith is on the second row with Felix Tandy. Felix on the second row of the grid in fourth place. Third row of the grid is Jensen James Williams with Oliver Woodall. Fourth row, Junior Wright and Jack Harper. Fifth row is Maximilian Mikalski and Alfie Hennell. And then on the sixth row, got Kai Ergensoy. And the first of the Uptons, Ollie Upton, that is. Seventh row is Etienne Gardner and Freddie Dye. Arthur Thompson and Christian Doshi are on row 8. Row 9 is Nico Mohan and Frank Pearson. Second of Upton Racing is Summer Upton. She's in 19th with Hugo Williams alongside in 20th. And then we've got Arthur Bath, Hadley Jarvis and Arthur Rhodes, the youngster, rounding off the 23 kart field. Now the Mighty Bambino Championship coming into this penultimate round has Ralph Martin leading. He's on his way, having won round 1 at Wilton Mill, third place at round 2 at Glanigores, and then a second step of the podium for him at Warden Law. That's put him at the front of the championship, and he's on line to retain that championship lead going forward into the final round.
Yeah, he'll have picked up 40 more points for the two standard heats yesterday. Yeah, being the best of that one, and he's obviously there's another 60 points available for the two super heats, and then 100 points for the final. So you can get 200 points if you ace a meeting.
Ollie West, who is also in the C50s, the petrol engine Bambinos, he's not out on his electric kart this weekend, and he's currently second in the championship. 2 second place finishes in round 1 and round 2. Heath Smith starting this one in third. He's third in the championship with a round 3 win at Warden Law. Henry Hills is fourth. in the championship. Henry starting on the front row of the grid for this superheat. Felix Tandy 5th in the championship with a 3rd place podium finish at round 1 at Wilton Mill. He went and won the Glanigor round, and he had a nightmare at Warnlaw, 22nd. We'll just put what I want to
Wait, who? What?
Shall we?
No, didn't happen.
Yeah, didn't happen, that one. Junior Wright is 6th in the championship. Jack Harper 7th with Maximilian Mikulski 8th. Oliver Woodall 9th, and Jensen James Williams is 10th. And I've got to say, for these youngsters, it's not about necessarily winning the championship. It's just finishing as high up as you can and having a great time out here with your parents
and your mates
and your friends and making friends, and that's what racing's all about.
I mean, it's like yesterday, when racing ended yesterday, there were hundreds of kids playing football on BMX bikes, playing a couple of RC cars and running all around the track. I think, yeah, that's how it should be. You're just racing with your mates. It shouldn't be that serious. None of you. All right, some of you may end up being good enough to move into professional motorsport, but that's not the point. You should be having fun at this point.
I met Warren Hughes 40-odd years ago at racing karts, and he's still me mate. He never phones us, never calls, never asks to go to the pub. You know who you are. I know he's busy, but still, we have maybe two drinks a year.
This is Warren Hughes who was teaching Tom Cruise to drive.
That's no, Brad Pitt.
Brad Pitt, sorry, wrong one. Tom Cruise knows how to drive. I'm talking about Brad Pitt, yes.
Yeah, for that movie. I know Warren won't be listening. Actually, Warren's in Barcelona coaching the F3 Academy thing.
Right, yes, of course. If you also want, this obviously is electric motorsport, and electric motorsport is on the rise and will continue to be on the rise, whatever you think about it, because that's just the way of the world. So Joe has had a look at what could be the next step in electric kart racing, and you'll see that in the Paddock show when he has a look at the brand new, tested but not yet released, Might E Cadet.
And Nick Tandy, listening over there in Watkins Glen, at the IMSA series, keep tuned for. Well, actually, Nick, you probably want to go back to bed.
Go to bed. No, don't keep tuned. Catch it later.
You can catch the Paddock show.
I'll put it up separately.
But make a point of watching the Paddock show, because we do interview Johnny Stinson from the Might E organisation, and they've got the next step forward from Bambino. It's going to be Might E Cadets.
I just literally said that.
We talk about that. Yeah, but I'm telling Nick to tune in.
I think so. What you're cutting out as a personal message.
Yes,
it's your birthday. It's fine.
It is. Yes. Don't need to mention that, Nick.
Why? I think it's great.
No, it's not. Not when you get to my age.
What, 42?
Yeah, 42, mate. You just want to forget it.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Right, here we go then. They're on track.
Dad's not trying again, unfortunately. Oh, no, hang on. There's a bit of a move there by the lady on the inside.
I've got Ash. Is Ash
come on, we need the runners. Come on, Ash. He's had a bad few minutes.
There's Mrs. Upton.
No, look at this.
This is Mrs. Upton.
Absolutely going for it. Ponytail flying in the breeze.
Yes, a leg injury, coming back off a leg injury from last summer. And, bit of nonchalant hands in the pants there.
I'm not sure whether they've been given some stern instructions by the clerk of the course to meander.
To not run.
No, to not fall for us.
Don't run, no tripping.
Don't listen to those idiots. Could be the one.
Not run. So with Nick being at work, Nick Tandy being at work, who's looking after Felix then?
It's his father-in-law, you said, wasn't it?
I'm not sure.
He has got an entire racing organisation he can lean on, in fairness, in JTR.
That is true. Whether they know anything about Mighty Bambino karts, though, that's the thing. So there's Ralph Martin, number 32. Ralph Martin, 32, lining up on the pole position. He's on the green kart. The orange and blue kart alongside is Henry Hills. And then Heath Smith, he's got the yellow and orange fairing. Behind them, Felix Tandy on the green and blue kart. I think it's green. No, it's blue and yellow, isn't it? The Napa-coloured kart is Felix. No blipping of throttles here because that throttle is a switch.
Ralph Martin is as excited as he was last time to get this thing underway.
They are. We are clearing the grid, everybody. That's the parents and helpers clearing the grid. We'll get this thing underway. I'm looking just outside of the window here from the live from the driver's lounge here at ROWRAH.
That's the background. You can hear clinking cups and chatting people and
people enjoying the hospitality.
I think I've managed to put enough background sound, which won't work for this one, the rest of the races, to enable us to hear just the karts. As the karts go, but there's nothing to hear because it's Mighty Bambino, and they streak up and away. And there's the field, and it looks like a relatively clean start. Tandy's moving to third place. I can see that, which is what happened every single race last time as well. He's always got a little bit more oomph off the line, but into the lead it is the. That can't be the front of the field, do it? No,
that's not the front. No, but we have got the pole man dropping behind. It's Henry Hills who has taken the lead, with Ralph Martin, pole sitter, slotting in behind. Behind them, Felix Tandy just trying to break away from Heath Smith. Heath Smith behind Heath Smith, and number 40 there is Oliver Woodall, just dropping off the top 4. And these 4 beginning to come together, Nick.
I think it's going to become 5. I think you're going to see that Woodall's going to join this. Martin and Hales, who've had a little bit of pace over the entire field yesterday. They were like, I reckon, about 0.5 of a second, perhaps even 0.7 faster every single lap. Just had that extra oomph. They're already putting a gap, as you can see, into the third place Tandy. So what they've done, I'm not quite sure why 2 races would be that much quicker than the entire field, just because it obviously dialed into the ROWRAH track, I suppose, Joe. But
yeah, you've got a lot of 180-degree turns here. That is kind of, you can lose a lot of speed by going in a little bit too deep and going wide mid-corner. So it's all about smoothness here.
It's like, as you said, this is a circuit which is all about braking, and learning to brake is incredibly important racing skill that these kids have to learn. So perhaps it's a situation where this is a great learning circuit,
especially when the brakes are only acting on the rear axle. It gives a very unbalanced feel on the brakes. You press the brake too hard, you lock the rear axle. Young Felix there ducking behind the steering wheel there just to reduce the airflow, to get on terms. You can see those 2 leaders up ahead of him.
Again.
And he's breaking away. He's beginning to break away from Heath Smith and Oliver Woodall, as Henry Hales on the orange and blue kart there. Just look how close Ralph Martin, he was actually touching there through the corner.
They've just got that little bit extra, the pair of them, and if they were the other way round, Hales would be right up the bumper of Martin as well. It's just the 2 of them really gelled with this track. It's obviously suiting their style. The rest of the field is quite spread out. There's big experience differences between the front and the back of the field. We've also got 23 karts, which I think is the most. There's also people join this championship the whole time.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's very much the sort of thing where you would come along initially and just do one round, wouldn't you? You can rent the karts, you just do one round.
Well, remember talking about Nick Tandy and Felix. Nick Tandy at round 1 said, it's just a one-off. And then he got on the podium. He said, I'm going to have to do round 2. And then he won round 2.
Anthea Martin, good luck, Ralph. Love Nanny and Grandad. Well, he's doing okay.
Excellent.
He's in second at the moment, Anthea, but he's been battling with Henry the entire... Oh, now the next 2 have come together again. So Tandy now under huge pressure from Woodall and Heath Smith. Now, interestingly, the breakaway is not as much as it was last time. It's not. They were getting a second. Now it's like half a second a lap, perhaps less. As Tandy, as you can see, in the blue and orange kart. And you said the Napa colours, which is and a bit of a nasty little slapper there for that was Heath Smith just getting it wide. And it just isn't any grip out there.
Well, he did. No, there's no grip out there, and he's going to drop back away. We're trying to think when exactly we're going to see a challenge for the lead. I'm not sure how Henry Hales can be overcome by Ralph Martin. Ralph Martin looks like he's got better pace. He looks like if he could get past Henry Hales, he might be able to pull out a gap, because he's literally going from left and right. And here's the challenge, into Iredale's. And that's a textbook move on the brakes. He will slide wide. We're going to see him the switch back. And not quite, because he punches out of the corner.
I think it's the 67.
The 67's got the line.
He's got the line, but he's being slightly squeezed out and decided against it.
There it is.
Interesting.
There it is. Yeah, he had the momentum out of the corner. It was all about going into the corner, not letting the kart slide too wide, and then back on the power. And then it was a drag race down to the stewardesses.
Hales showed a bit of discretion there, because he could have toughed that one out and then decide, no, it's all right, I'll just see what happens next. You're right, though we do see Ralph begin to pull away. Now, what is interesting, I think this is look at the next 3. Yesterday, that didn't happen. They completely dropped the following 3 by huge amounts. So what you're seeing in action is 7 and 8-year-olds learning on the track.
Yeah, all the time.
The guys behind were a second a lap slower the first heat. They were 0.7 a second lap slower. They are a little bit slower now. There's a bit of a false togetherness because of that accident. But these kids are learning in real time over the course of a day about how to get the most out of this track, and 3 of them have effectively learned 3/4 of a second in 2 races. And
there's
that's a nice move.
There's a move on Tandy, and it was Heath Smith who really he got an advantage there. Heath Smith looking to his right and going left, and there was Felix Tandy. But Felix has been able to keep Woodall back. However, he's lost the position to Smith.
Woodall made the move,
yes,
and lost a position.
Yes.
Tandy lost position, but then the person who gained 2 places,
yes,
Smith.
Yeah, that's how close they are. Let's stay with this, Ash, if we can, because we've got Ralph Martin now off into the lead, and he's already pulled 0.2 of a second. This is where the action is, though.
Hales has come back in the match, unfortunately. No, they're
still 2 tenths apart. This is where the action is. Now, Heath Smith is third in the championship coming into this fourth round. And Felix Tandy, who was third and finds himself, after that challenge from Woodall, finds himself back to fourth. Woodall behind him completely after that move. But Felix Tandy, I think, has got a bit of pace about him. And he's come right back onto the bumper of that cart ahead of him, of Heath Smith.
I'm a little bit surprised that Smith, now he's got clear air, hasn't been able to move away, because he did look pretty fast. By that I mean 2/10 of a second faster a lap. And I think he is now just being able to edge it slightly. He just looked like he had it and it would be bottled up. And this is a very hard class to pass in, because you haven't got that ability to squirt past someone or drive past someone. You've got limited power. Everyone's got exactly the same amount of power to the probably 0.0001 kilowatt.
And it's when you lose your momentum, it's when you slow down. It's hard to get that. It's hard to build that back up to that smooth kind of rhythmic flow that you get when you're
beautiful
driving.
move up the inside.
That was all about coming through Sonny. And he went round the outside of Felix Tandy, and he's made that move stick finally at Paddock. But Felix Tandy coming back down the inside. Felix Tandy has the line into the chicane and will take that position back. This is outstanding racecraft from these. And that, Nick, is all about what we were talking about there. It's not about power. It's not about lifting off and putting the foot in earlier. The foot is in. The foot is hard in. The accelerator is hard down. And it's just keeping that, the physics, the law of physics coming into play. Not scrubbing too much speed off with the tyres as you turn. You look at those youngsters, they're barely turning the steering wheel. And they understand that. They understand the mechanics of the kart. And here he comes back at him again. Woodall looking at the rear bumper of Felix Tandy. And Felix Tandy likewise looking at the bumper of Heath Smith. This could go anywhere, really, inside the final minute.
Yeah, and it's good to see that Jensen James Williams and Junior Wright are also on the pace again. It's interesting, in the first race we had 2 guys on the pace. Now we've got 7 guys on the pace. Only covered by 3.5 seconds. And that it's really interesting to watch, just seeing people. Because most of the times we come to these tracks, the guys have been there so many times before. As Tandy drops down again, it's giving the over and under for the second. They all have already dialed into the track. Even a junior Rotax driver has probably been here 6 times before in his life. These guys have never seen this track before until they got here, unless they're a local. And they are learning. You know, they get a Saturday to practice, or Friday to practice, and they're thrown into the Racing Lions den. And they have to learn on the fly. And it's really interesting to see how many of them are able to step it up in such a short period of time. 5 together, in fact, is the answer. So 7 drivers in it. There's 5 of them in the frame. We've got a lap and a bit to go. So we'll go back to our leader for the final lap. We'll stay with this battle here. The Smith, Woodall, Tandy, Williams and Wright battle until we get to that last lap.
I think Oliver Woodall is lining up Heath Smith for a challenge here. Felix Tandy might reap the benefits, you never know. But then, likewise, Jensen James Williams and Junior Wright, they're waiting, taking a watching brief, just waiting for these two. As the leaders are already towards Paddock turn, they're still glued together as well.
Yeah, we need to pick up the leaders for the final lap. They're going to be going around the top turn at the moment. Ash is about to go over start-finish. Let's see what's going on with the Martin Hales battle. There it is. It's effectively, this is the point now. Has Henry got that pace, which we saw, obviously, Wicklow do, that last lap pass and then just smile behind as you just have to hold off for a few corners? Or has Martin saved something?
So Henry Hales is the number 67 there. He's in second. Ralph Martin on the green and black cart, he's in first and he's leading. Ralph Martin leading the championship as well. And look at that defensive line towards the hairpin at Iredale's, but then he slots back to the left, takes the faster line through there from left-hand side of the track all the way through the corner. Henry Hill's coming back at him. He's going to run out the track. He's down the inside of the stewardesses. Has he made the move? He has made the move. He's kept the momentum going up, and he's got the momentum to make that move stick to the lead. He's got the lead, and it has still remained. But coming back at him towards the right-hander at St. John's. And Ralph Martin down the inside. There's not much room there. And the leader goes off. Henry Hill's going really wide through Sonny. And that has allowed Ralph Martin through and into what will be a win, not just a lead, but a win in the first of the superheats. Would you believe that Heath Smith came third? Felix Tandy finally made the move and made that move up into fourth, but that's that battle for the lead.
There's no contact.
There's no contact, no. I think he just psyched him out. Yeah. There would have been contact if he tried to make the corner.
That's a good point, actually.
So, that's the thing that they'll be looking at. Yeah.
I think they'll probably let that one go.
Yeah, so let's just have a quick debrief then. Ralph Martin takes the win. Henry Hills second. Third is Heath Smith. Felix Tandy on the last lap there, snatching that fourth from Oliver Woodall in fifth. Jensen James Williams in sixth. Junior Wright seventh. Maximilian Mikalski was eighth. Ninth. Nearly forgot Freddie Dye there. Ninth was Freddie Dye. Etienne Gardner in 10th. It was Jack Harper in 11th. Then Kai Ergensoy, Ollie Upton, Kirshen Doshi, Summer Upton in 15th. Nico Mohan, Frank Pearson, Arthur Rhodes, Alfie Hennell, Hugo Williams, Hadley Jarvis, and then rounding off the 23 kart field will be Arthur Bath and Arthur Thompson, the two Arthurs rounding off the field. Great racing as ever, Nick.
Cracking racing.
It's and you know what is quite I find it fascinating because I'm a geek, but it's fascinating that both the petrol engine Bambinos and the electric powered Bambinos kind of behave in the same way out on track, don't they?
The only difference is the electric ones get off the line slightly better, and once they're rolling, they're the same. And it's the same situation where you're never going to have the power to blast past someone, so you've always got to think, how can I get past my momentum? And more importantly, given the fact that they have an equal kart to me and are probably as equally advanced in their career as me, or in their learning as I am, do I then make a last lap move? And that's what we've seen. Both those heats today, it's been nose to tail, and the person who's won it has waited to the last lap to get past to reduce the chances of their rival getting back past them again. So we now wait for is this the final Superheat round one?
It is. Let's not call it the final one.
No, it's the
because
last.
That gets us mixed up with the
finals.
It's the
last
of the
Superheats of round one.
It's the last of the first Superheats.
Round.
Can we say it in any other way?
I think we've just managed to make everyone confused. Basically, there's 2 rounds of Superheats. This is the last heat of the first round, yeah?
Shall we say good night to Nick Tandy out in America?
Yeah, night, Nick.
Yeah, night, Nick.
I'll
go and have a little snooze.
Wait, no, he's got to wake up again in less than 2 hours.
Well, yeah, but yeah, you can have mate, I could go straight back to sleep and sleep for another 2 hours.
Yeah, I know you could.
At 5 in the morning.
Yeah, I know, I was there.
Not a question. Unquestioned.
I couldn't sleep last night because of his shoulder, so I was very
annoyed
with you.
I watched you, mate.
I was very annoyed with you.
Why? Because I was asleep.
Yeah.
Right, let's have a look at the grid for the Micromax Superheat 1 then. Alfie Mayer is the driver that is on the pole position, and Alfie Mayer, let me just find it. Where has it gone? There it is. Alfie Mayer came into this fourth and penultimate round in the championship lead after 2 second places and a win in round 2. Alfie Mayer's on the pole with Logan Rolfe alongside. That's going to be a cracker, isn't it? Or this is going to be a cracker, I should say. Lewis Kokotti and Chloe McGill are on the second row. We've got Benedictus Masiokas and Jack Mellon sharing row 3. Row 4 is LBJ Stubbs and Carter Jackson. Freddie Blackshaw and Ruben Segou are on row 5. Row 6 is Jamie Walsh and Buddy Hugo. Xavier Ramsey and Lewis Herbertson share row 7. Row 8 is Victor Poppercull and Jensen Darlow. Then we've got Travis Giddings, Zach Andrew, and it's Ronnie Faulkner on the 19th slot on the grid. 19 kart field for Micromax. Nice slow pace coming through St John's. Very nice and slow pace. That's
very slow.
Alfie Mayer, the number 15, is
very slow.
Zip Kart factory team.
That's below walking pace.
With Logan Rolfe, the number 32. He's with Synergy factory race team. So it's Zip versus Synergy. Renowned teams.
You know what that sounds like? That sounds
classes.
like a really bad episode of The Apprentice.
Zip versus Synergy.
Do you ever watch The Apprentice?
No.
Well, these bunch of idiots name their teams and then always name them Synergy and Power and this sort of thing. So Zip v Synergy, and they've got to try and sell 10,000 tea cakes to someone.
Well, can we go back to this race because it's just started, Nick, and the Zip kart is in the lead.
My randomness is more interesting.
It's Alfie Mayer who leads through the chicane, and Logan Rolfe it is who slots in second place, heading down towards the McRae's hairpin. We've got a change for third as Benedictus Masiokas did make that move, stick, a little bit of wheel banging going on towards Iredale's, and the number 12 will have the inside line there from the 19 of Lewis Kokotti. The number 19 is a privateer, there it is, and it was the defensive line by the number 12 there. He just sat there and hung on to that inside line through the right hand hairpin, and he will come out of there in third place. Meanwhile, up at the front, we've got Alfie Mayer, who's beginning to check out, Nick.
Yeah, he's got himself a nice little gap from Logan Rolfe, and they come through for the first time. Just trying to see the 11 kart. That's Buddy Hugo. He must have had some sort of disqualification from the ordinary heats, because he's right up the front of both those heats yesterday. So he must have lost one of those results to start so far down.
We'll check that out, Nick, when we get a chance. We'll check that out and see what happens.
So I expect to see Buddy come through the field. He's already up to 6th, and he started, 11th, didn't he? So he's 12th, actually. So he's already made those places up in the first of the super heats. So we'll have a look at him in a minute. He's the number 11. Very similar paint, well, exactly identical paint job effect, or sticker job to the 32 kart there of Logan Rolfe, who's dropped down to 3rd, as Masiokas has got past him.
Synergy livery.
Sticker job.
Alfie Mare's checked out 0.8 of a second after one lap for Alfie Mare. Logan Rolfe can't do anything about that.
He's got a lovely flow on the kart.
The number 12 of Benedictus Masiokas has gone through to make it a zip 1-2. As they cross the line, that will be confirmed. Logan Rolfe down to 3rd. And Mare, Masiokas, Rolfe, Stubbs, Kirkcaldy, Hugo. Great drive from Buddy Hugo. Jack Mellon, Freddie Blackshaw. Great drive from young Freddie. He's in the SD Racing awning with his dad Will. Chloe McGill down to 9th. Ruben Sagu rounds off your top 10. But there is Masiokas, who, having got by the synergy of Logan Rolfe, is pulling away. Whether he can catch his teammate Alfie Mare, that remains to be seen. The gap's already over a second.
Yeah, I mean, Mare's gone away and he just checked out. And he was a couple of times, he was in the cadet race as well. A couple of people just get ahead and they just go. And of course, one of the things is we've had qualifying, which has put them in a certain order. And then the people who had a problem in qualifying have been reordered to get to the front. So we are now getting much closer to the fastest being at the front. So people are going to pull away if they get that chance of free air. Behind him, it's a quite entertaining battle for second. Masiokas, Rolfe, LBJ, Stubbs, and then behind them in that grey and red-nosed machine, that's Lewis Kirkcaldy, who I know was up the front yesterday as well in a couple of heats, and then Buddy Hugo, who after that great first lap has made no more impression on the field. Picked up 5 places, and then that was it. And he's got into a point where the other karts were equally fast as him, and giving him that start has caused him an issue.
Cadet racing does seem to pan out like this. I say cadet racing, this is a Rotax engined cadet series. And there we see another of our Zip team drivers, LBJ Stubbs, looking to make it a Zip 1-2-3.
So do these have a bit more power than a cadet, though?
Yes, than the Honda. They're roughly the same sort of lap times, but they're just a different way of generating it. Yes, they're a very stifled 125cc Rotax.
Are the Honda Cadets 4-stroke?
Honda Cadets are 4-stroke.
Yeah, these are 2-stroke.
These are 2-stroke. Yeah. It's the same engine on these Micromax Cadets that you'll see on the Intermax, the Junior Max, and even the Senior Max.
Just wheezing through about the tiniest air restrictor.
Different restrictors, yes. I mean, all right, if you get somebody, like Steve Ogden to tell you exactly what the differences are, he'll tell you it's, there's a little bit more difference than just the restrictor, but fundamentally the regulations are to reduce the power output for the younger drivers. They basically restrict the airflow into the breathing of the engine. The engines can barely breathe in these in this regulation setup.
In any ICE engine, you are burning oxygen with the fuel, and if you haven't got much oxygen, it doesn't matter how much fuel you put in, you get a bigger bang.
Yeah, absolutely. Just get an oilier exhaust. So we've got LBJ Stubbs, who was challenging the rear bumper of Logan Rolfe. He's now not, is he?
No.
He's dropped back to the clutches of Lewis Kirkcaldy. Yeah. Now, Kirkcaldy's a privateer on that orange and blue card.
Blue?
So it is blue or grey, isn't it?
Correct. It's a really good point there. That's an excellent question, which I'll answer when I actually see it for real with my actual eyes,
yes,
rather than on this screen that's gone through 1, 2, 3
well.
different sets of reprocessing.
I hope everybody at home doesn't think that we're watching the TV from a 50-inch,
plasma
OLED.
Well, all they've ever seen is those sort of the wall of TVs you see when the F1 commentators.
Yes, we haven't got that. Everybody.
No, we haven't got a wall actually with a window,
a little monitor.
Right.
Yeah, we've got the window. We've got real life outside, which is much better. Here they come then.
That's a grey, very much a grey.
The orange and grey then. That's orange and grey, the number 98. It was about to challenge LBJ Stubbs. Stubbs has pulled out of the chicane, and who's that? The number 11 of Buddy Hugo is coming in.
Yeah, he's finally began to move forward again after dropping off. So those 3 are dropped off. So the leader is a second and a half ahead, and I think now absolutely just stroking it home already, even though it was over a quarter of the race still to go.
He pulled out 0.8 on the first lap. There's the number 12 having to defend into the stewardesses. So it's Alfie Mare leading. They're just coming towards us now, back towards the paddock now through St John's, and then into the left-hander. That's a great battle for second there, with the number 12 and Masiokas just keeping back Logan Rolfs. Logan Rolfs found a second wind, hasn't he? He's kind of switched it on there with just under a couple of minutes to go. 7 laps completed. Alfie Mare leads. Benedictus Masiokas second. Logan Rolfs third. LBJ Stubbs is next. Fifth is Lewis Kokotti. Buddy Hugo sixth. Freddie Blackshaw, Jack Millen, Chloe McGill. And it's Ruben Sagu who rounds off the top 10. But this battle for second still going on.
Logan Rolfs has an incredibly reclined driving position.
He has, hasn't he? He's really
I assume it's
back.
Probably because he's tall and they're trying to get him out of the airflow. But he's really leaned back. I mean, he's leaning forward now, obviously, just to spoil his shot.
I think he is tall. Look at how much.
But he's leaning.
Look,
oh, beautiful move.
Beautiful move.
Look at him now, where he goes back into his normal driving. He's so leaned back, and yeah, it must be about centre of gravity. And
well, you can see how tall his shoulders are above the back of the seat in comparison to Masiokas.
Yeah, because there's two things. You can make the weight, that's fine, but of course, it doesn't change the physical size of the person.
They're Masiokas, the number 12 there, you see. Now, he's on the optimum line through that part of the track, but that leaves the door wide open. We were talking to Eddie Stewart from the Junior Primo class when he joined us in the driver's lounge here, and he was explaining how, you are going to leave the door open, aren't you? And that's what we saw there. Masiokas is back through, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's
a great battle.
Ebb and flow. And now...
Here he comes again, defending.
Rolf.
Into Iredale's. Masiokas defends. Rolf's got momentum, though. Masiokas was a little bit untidy there, wasn't he?
He's now taking the super inside line.
Yes, he is.
Going, you're not doing that again.
Yes, he
and
is.
Now the situation here is he's just... See, this is the thing. If you take the inside line, what you need to do is right at the narrowest point of the straight edge, you need to actually effectively block the...
side by side.
Because if you don't block there, the car that's on the correct line will have that momentum all the way through. So you actually have to kind of stop it and then move forward again. But it's changing again.
Back again. Out of Paddock. He does the switch back, as we say. And we've got 2 more laps of this entertaining drive from these 2 drivers, Masiokas and Logan Rolf. It's an inter-team battle as well, with Masiokas for Zipkart and Logan Rolf for Synergy. 2 giants of cadet karting with very busy awnings for both of these teams. Now, can Logan Rolf come back? The taller driver sits down behind the wheel. Masiokas defends into the stewardesses. Out of the stewardesses through the left, right, left.
Where's he coming? Where's he going to be? Where is he coming? Where am I coming from? Where is he? No, I don't know.
This is where he did it before, isn't it? Into Sonny, the left-hander, back towards the paddock now.
Yeah, Masiokas has gained himself a couple of lengths there, which is quite useful.
Because he tidied his driving up there. You could see that. He was a bit messy the lap before. Just getting his composure now and into the final lap now. Mayer has gone through in the lead. Masiokas here in second. Logan Rolf third. Then just behind them is the number 19 of Lewis Kokotti, LBJ Stubbs, Hugo Blackshaw, Mellon McGill and Jackson. As they head towards Iredale's for the final time then in this first superheat for the Micromax class. Flicks the cart right. And he's lost his hello Mr. Beavers for the first time this weekend actually.
The boss has turned up. We haven't seen him until now.
He's going to give us an instruction. He's writing something down. Let me just finish this off.
Sound too loud on the PA.
We are going to the checkered flag here with Alfie Mayer absolutely bossing this. 3.2 seconds for Mayer. He's already going through paddock turn. This is Masiokas. Alfie Mayer takes the checkered flag as Masiokas fights his way all the way to the checkered flag here. Logan Rolf second. And then we've got Kokotti through in fourth, LBJ Stubbs fifth, Buddy Hugo sixth, Freddie Blackshaw seventh, Jack Mellon was eighth, Chloe McGill a fine ninth for her, Carter Jackson 10th, Lewis Hamilton 11th, Ruben Sagu 12th. What's happened to Xavier Ramsey? He's down to 14th there on the last lap. Jamie Walsh through in 13th. Xavier Ramsey continues to drop out. Oh, no, he's popped back up on the timing screen for me. 11th position for him. Lewis Herbertson, Ruben Sagu, Jamie Walsh, Ronnie Faulkner, Victor Poppercool, and the rest of the finishers are there. We've got a guest in the ROWRAH Drivers Lounge. Darren Beavers, series organiser. Hello, mate.
Good afternoon, Joe. How are you?
I haven't had a chance to come and see you.
Mate, it's a little bit busy, isn't it, as always? Yeah. I'm always running from pillar to post, but it's nice to take 5 minutes and pop up here and just left you a little note there. Just something you can do for me later.
He shares his birthday with me.
Really?
Yeah.
Your birthday
I've
today?
kept it quiet, though.
Wow.
Yeah.
Many happy returns.
Thanks, Will. Enough of that. So, mate, I mean, this is great, isn't it?
Fantastic. We've been very gifted with dry weather at ROWRAH, which is unheard of normally.
No, I tell people it's the sun shines at ROWRAH. Malcolm Fell tells us it does.
It does.
And it has.
And when it does, it's beautiful. Absolutely fantastic here when the sun shines. Really, really nice track here in the Lake District.
We've just been talking about the calendar. Can you believe it? We're already at the penultimate round. The 2024 Kart Championship finishes in just a month's time. It's getting to that point in any championship where, time's running out for you to get back into contention. But if you are in contention, it starts getting a bit tense now.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this year's gone so fast. Obviously, we made the decision to start early this year. Started like really early in March and got 2 rounds done before we was even at the end of March.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
now, like you say, it's only June, and this is the penultimate round with the final round in just 3 weeks' time. So it has gone really quick, but we got the Winter Series to look forward to, and it is, this year's been fantastic, but it does feel weird finishing quite early.
Yeah, it actually does in July.
Yeah.
However, we've just been talking about it actually. The 3-round Winter Series starting in September, going through to December. Have we got anything finalised for that final round of that Winter Series in December yet?
We have indeed, and you heard it here first.
Okay.
Final round in December is going to be Three Sisters in Wigan.
Oh, excellent track.
There you go.
Excellent track.
Be communicated and published properly next week.
Okay, but we can announce it here live from the Driver's Lounge at
No
ROWRAH.
problem at all.
Yeah, brilliant. Anything else to tell us, Darren? Everybody happy?
No.
Oh, I tell you what I've got to talk to you about.
Go on then.
Yes, the Paddock show today bumped into Johnny Stinson, and we did a little piece on the Mighty E Cadet.
Yes. So we had the Cadet here going around for a few sessions on Friday, doing a few demonstration laps and basically getting it all sweet and getting it all set ready so Motorsport UK can hopefully look at some data and move forward in hopefully bringing it in the not too distant future. So
will Motorsport UK have to kind of rubber stamp that kart to become part of the championship?
Absolutely, yes. Everything has to go through Motorsport UK, but we're keen to keep working with them in the hope of the Mighty Electric Cadet being introduced as soon as we can.
Well, I've just mentioned, Darren, that when we watch the C50 Bambinos, the petrol engine karts, and the electric Bambinos, there's very little difference out there on the track. They race exactly the same, and I would think the Cadets are probably going to do the same for us, so we look forward to that.
Lovely.
We've got a race beginning to start, mate. It's great to see you.
And you.
Long may it continue. We've got another, full day's racing to go ahead, and I'll let you get back to work.
Thanks for doing a good job. See you soon.
Great stuff, Darren. Darren Bieber's there from the Kart Championship, leaves us just in time to tell you all about what's happening next. It's the Honda Cadet Superheat number 2, and Archie Loveridge and Ryan White continue their soap opera.
Three Sisters, excellent.
Three Sisters.
They all changed my conversation a long time ago.
Absolutely, the other side of the country, Nick.
But it's still a great track.
Nowhere near Hull.
Great track. And a fabulous place to stay.
Did
with
I ever
towels.
tell you the story that Three Sisters was the track that I first ever drove a kart at?
You will do.
Right.
On 2 occasions this year now. So they're up and away, and it is Loveridge who's got the start from Riley White.
I was going to tell you something.
No, go on then. Go on.
No.
Go on.
Row was the place I first raced a kart.
Right, okay. Yeah, it was.
Before you get that
relevant. Yeah. So the Cadets are up and away. So it's interesting because we just had the Micro Max, which is the Rotax version of Cadets. And this is the second round for these guys, but they're often out and running with the traditional Honda Cadets. A more deeper, throaty roar from the 4 strokes. And they sweep round the Paddock bend for the
Here we go.
first time, and they're up and running.
Yeah, look at that. Archie Loveridge, Ryan White, Riley Blakemore, Kevin Ivanov, Ed Spain, Ronnie Smart, Archie Cannon. As fast as I can see it, they flash underneath us here. And on towards their second lap. They're already at the McRae's hairpin. And Loveridge not having as easy a time as he did in the first Superheat, because he kind of checked out, didn't he, very early.
Mistake made by White, but went way too wide going through Iredale's, and he managed to recover slightly, but he may still lose position. Nope.
No.
The 68 of Riley Blakemore backed away, but he went way too wide that time.
He goes wide, but then he had the momentum to carry on down the back straight, and I think that's what saved his day there. The number 68 of Riley Blakemore all over the bumper now.
Well, he was deep as well, which was the problem. So he was writing a postcard to the apex on that one.
That's allowing Ivanov in on it as well. Ivanov, we saw how quick he can be. in previous rounds and indeed in previous heats today. They've completed 2 laps now, and the battle really is, or the action really is on that second place. We saw this in the first superheat where Archie Loveridge, who by the way has just posted the race's fastest lap there, just ahead of this number 1. So he continued to lead. That number 1 there is Ryan White, who is in second place, coming under immense pressure now from Riley Blakemore. And Kevin Ivanoff just waiting to perhaps reap some crumbs from the table if these two trip one another over.
Yeah, White's not looking quite as comfortable as he did yesterday even. So I think, again, there's been quite a lot of overnight. If it's F1, they say we've been analysing the data for 10 hours, but it's been just kind of, I think the kids went to sleep and woke up again knowing a bit more. You know?
Yes. Well, you'd be surprised how much data acquisition there are on these cars.
Oh, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't actually.
Well, you wouldn't. Yeah, and how, you know, a lot of these drivers, even the drivers who are privateers, will be downloading the data and doing proper debriefs where looking at the driver data about where they're braking, where they're accelerating, how much speed they're carrying through the corners, steering inputs, and all of that comes into play. And the kids at this age are just like little sponges, aren't they? And they just take it. And what is astounding is how they apply their instruction from their driver coaches and their race engineers, let's call them, and how they can apply what they've been told.
Can they pick up their clothes from the bedroom floor?
Probably not.
Definitely not. Definitely not.
Put the Lego back in the box as well.
No, never going to happen.
No, look at this 4-car battle now for second, third, fourth, and fifth place now. Ryan White is reaping a little bit of benefit from Riley Blakemore, Kevin Ivanov, and Ed Spain now beginning to trip over one another. Oh, and who was that sliding wide? It was Blakemore who slid very wide at the exit of Paddock, and that's allowed Ivanov through and into third. He's also let Ed Spain through as well. So Blakemore just slid wide onto the exit curb, and that caused the kart to lose all of that traction. And the two ambition drivers, Ed Spain and Riley Blakemore, now find themselves, having swapped positions, now find themselves on the rear bumper of the number 50, Kevin Ivanov.
And down the 72 goes Spain. Oh, he just took a look at it, especially very much a block pass. That's a 50.
He did exactly what you said.
Yeah.
He did exactly what you said.
Stop.
Make the move down the inside and stop everybody up.
And they can't accelerate back through again.
Yeah, let's have a look at this again. See that, Nick? He goes inside, and then he's stopping the kart.
And poof, that's it, and you've lost all chance at that point.
Yeah, he stops anybody having that momentum flow around the outside. So he's made that move stick ahead of Ivanov. We've got Loveridge leading, White second, Ed Spain there, the blue kart from Ambition, is in third now. Ivanov, the black and yellow kart. Ivanov's not done though, is he?
He's
3 minutes remaining.
You know, they get past, but it's, there's plenty of time. And unless you've got a noticeable advantage, you're going to be at least attempting, if not actually passed back. Hello to Kenny 2010.
Hello, Kenny. Who are you supporting, Kenny?
And why?
And where are you, Kenny? Tell us where you are as well.
Tell us your life story, yeah.
Tell us where you're watching. Well, not as much you need your life story, just where you're watching from. And, tell us a little bit about yourselves and who you're supporting. That's the main thing. Show some support to our competitors here. Settling down then, Nick. Settling down, certainly at the front. Look at that. They're all equidistant, aren't they?
We've not seen from the Honda Cadets much action over the course. Every other race has been action-packed, but we've seen Archie Loveridge just disappear up the distance. We had to, Ed Spain's provided some interest. He's mainly battling against his teammate over the previous races, but not every race is a classic. Sometimes it's all about just getting those points and waiting for the final to make your big move.
Yeah, good point. Yes, all of these super heats accruing points towards the championship. Maximum of 40 from the heats, maximum of 60 points can be accrued from these super heats. That's of course if you win both, which is a far big shout. Archie Loveridge is about to do just that though, so great for his championship.
Fastest lap for Ed Spain though last time round. And he's got a bit of pace in this kart here, the blue and white 72. Ryan White's was only 7/10 behind Loveridge, who I expect is in massive management mode for his tyres because he's not really trying to pull any further ahead. He gained a 10th that time, so he's got a comfortable lead with probably 3 to go possibly.
Well, he lap 6 was his best lap time, 53.2, so I'm not sure if there is actually any driver management going on there because he's as quick as Ed Spain was with a 53.2 as well. All right, a few hundredths of a second.
But he was over a second ahead. He's just dropped a little bit. I think he has the ability to pull on everyone. He's just decided, no, I'll just be at the same speed as everyone.
Look at this though, Ed Spain down the inside at the stewardesses. Ryan White trying to get around the outside, and Ed Spain, that just came out of, we saw him building towards that, and now Ed Spain taps his helmet. Right, now that I've got second place from you, let's go and catch the leader. And Ryan White, experienced enough, he's the current Kart Championship champion there, the number 1, who had to make room for Ed Spain. The Ambition Motorsport driver just making his way through into second, looking over his shoulder there.
Yeah, now White's been overtaken. There's nothing to say he won't be able to get it back again.
Another 2 laps, Nick, I'd say.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Ryan White, current Kart Championship champion, that's why he's running the number 1, but he also won the Vera Tools British Championship as well. So we've got the cream of the cadet karting world here at ROWRAH. Double championship winning year was 2023 for young Mr. White.
So he's elected to be here rather than at the warm-up to the British.
Yeah, he'll be at Wardenlaw next week for the British though. Trying to retain that British Championship. He's here trying to retain his Kart Championship. Came into this round a little bit down the order in the championship. In fact, I haven't got that championship up. Let's see.
Yeah, he's not in that championship at all. He's right on the tail now. He's really pushing hard.
He came in
giving Ed Spain a lot of things to think about, taking a wide line. 3 McRae's. Oh, that's a new one, isn't it? That's a new one.
Yeah. And I think that was a mistake from Ed Spain that allowed Ryan White to do that. Championship leader, by the way, is what I meant to say coming into this round. So he's en route to retaining that championship, and that was just Ed Spain going wide, wasn't it?
Kenny says, I'm for Ryan. I think he can get Archie.
Yeah, if he possibly could, Kenny, but he's a bit busy keeping off Mr. Spain. He possibly could if he was left alone, but Ed Spain's not going to allow that. Yeah, and we've got a checkered flag, have we?
No,
yes, we have. Archie Loveridge.
Because I dissed this race saying it wasn't interesting. It's only got interesting. So
Are you kidding me?
I completely lost the run of laps.
You should never be complacent enough to call a Honda Cadet race ever boring.
Loveridge wins.
Yes.
Ryan White is second. Ed Spain is third. Kevin Ivanov comes in fourth. Riley Blakemore comes in fifth. It's Archie Cannon in sixth. Ronnie Smart is seventh. Jack Wykes is eighth. It's Ella Dixon in ninth with Freddie Budd rounding out the top 10, and then it's Daniel Barton, Oliver Ratton, Jaden Patel Scott, Yayan Prakash, Luke Jardine, Noah Clark, Harley Bradbury, Dino Rowlands, Ollie Knox, Sophie Morris, Jerry Duffusay, Finley Thursfield, Jacob Letherby, James Pearson, and Reggie Duffusay, and every single driver got the trip. No one had to park up or anything.
Yeah,
so
good stuff. Yeah,
well done to all you.
Scoring points.
Well done, drivers. He's watching from Germany as well, Kenny.
Well done, Kenny. Thanks for telling us all of that.
Is Scottish or English and out there for the football?
I don't know. What are you doing in Germany, Kenny?
Maybe.
Gary Porter says hi, Kenny.
It's obviously good battle for
seconds. Absolutely.
This is everyone criticising me now, saying
that's Gary Porter. Yeah, it wasn't a procession at all. That was a great battle for second, and probably spoilt Ryan White's attempt at catching Archie Loveridge. But there again,
2 seconds,
that's what it's all about. Ed Spain's not going to leave him alone, is he? I mean,
why should he? Why should he? No, it's not. His job is not
absolutely not
to worry about. I mean, in fairness to him, when he got past Ray, he did tap his helmet and said, "Let's go after him."
He did, yes. And Ryan White said, "Why bother?
Well, let's not do that."
So, Junior Primo, Rotax Max Junior Primo out next. Championship leader Daniel Hartley, having won rounds 1, 2 and 3. Wilton Mill, Glanigos and Warden Law, all the top step of the podium for the number 63. However, he will start this second superheat for this class in second place behind pole position driver Jake Anders. Jake Anders has really been a bit classy this weekend and been very hard to beat. Let's see if Daniel Hartley, who, remember, was involved in a little bit of a fracas at the chicane on lap 1 going into that lap. So let's see if we can have a clean race, certainly get this race underway for these two at the front. Ellis Daly and Alfie Forrester weren't that far behind at the flag for the first of the superheats. They're on row 2. Row 3 is Leighton Kelly and Laurie McVeigh. Then we've got on row 4 Joseph Mills, Taylor Dixon. Row 5 is Maya Simpson and Bella Fairclough. Watch out for Bella Fairclough on the bright yellow cart coming through the field as she did to second. Harris Alley and Eddie Stewart share row 6. Zach Kane and Tyler Davis are on row 7. Riley, Mason Lewis and Ethan Bath are on row 8. And then row 9, We've got Sophie Caldwell and Thomas Butcher. Then we've got Jack Johnson, Ewan Stevenson, and rounding off at 22, Kart Field on row 11 is newcomer Jacob Rump and Jensen Cook.
A little bit swift at the moment. They're being given the big flag wave. Slow down.
Well, remember, these youngsters took 3 attempts to get things underway
and they've gone
last time.
Looked a bit quicker than getting away with that one. They have. Okay, all right. They've decided they haven't learned their lesson. That's fine. And into the lead sweeps. I think Anders again has got into the lead in that one. He's come across nicely on Hartley, but Hartley's made a decent start this time and is actually in second place.
Hartley made a decent start the first time. It was just somebody else didn't want it to make it and changed it and spoiled it for him.
The result was he has had a decent start.
Yeah,
as the sun does come out here at ROWRAH, and obviously going to celebrate the news that the final round of the Winter Series will be in Three Sisters.
Yes, indeed, hot off the press. That
which is quite nice. It's quite a nice place for us to set up there, isn't there?
It's a great track. It's an absolutely outstanding track. Very fast, very flowing. But right now we are flowing around the contours of ROWRAH for round 4.
It's like those before.
Round 4. I don't know why. I don't know how I put up with this. I really don't. I'm trying to do a professional job and you just tripping me up as I go. Right, that is lap 1 completed, and we've got Daniel Hartley right on the bumper as the field stream through the chicane there. Just ahead of the number 79 is Alfie Forrester, who's got a train of carts behind him. We've got the lead battle of Jake Anders, Daniel Hartley, Laurie McVeigh, Taylor Dixon. That's Hartley just trying down the outside, and Anders already on lap 2, having to defend the line out of the stewardesses. He's got Daniel Hartley now all over him. Now, Daniel was telling me, or his dad, Ian, was telling me that Daniel, not his favourite track, but down the inside it's sunny. And through from third place has gone Laurie McVeigh. He says, thank you very much. It was a bit messy, wasn't it, from those two? Hartley not making the move clean at all. A little bit of a coming together. And across the line, Laurie McVeigh leads. Daniel Hartley, Taylor Dixon, Alfie Forrester, Jake Anders ends up down in 5th, and he's the replay. And he just slid wide. He turned in, and the back end went, didn't it?
Well, he got nudged twice at the front beforehand, so he was kind of blocked past. And Dan Ash was literally looking at the corner, so there's going to be an issue.
Okay.
There doesn't need to be a judge of fact because the clerk of the course was watching, is now stalking back to the.
Yes. We've got a cart off on driver's left.
Looking at a cart, okay, just helping
the cart. Yes, just on the paddock there.
That's cool.
Yeah, just getting the driver to safety. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, we've got Laurie McVeigh, the number 33. Laurie McVeigh out there in the front of the field. Daniel Hartley now second, chasing him back. He's thinking, what have I got to do to lead this race as they go into that second lap?
Well, McVeigh obviously has surprised anyone to find himself suddenly in the lead. With the Italian flag colours.
Well, that's
on the
Project
nose
1, actually. Project 1 team. It looks like the Italian flag, doesn't it?
See, I'm giving it the kind of, I'm giving it it's like Martin. Martin wants to have artistic things to shoot. I want to give artistic descriptions of the carts. You just want to go, it's them. That's the team.
Okay.
That cart's had a right old mess at the front.
Yeah, I don't know. Nobody knows what you're talking about, Nick.
It's the 59 cart that's off the side of the track, and it's in blue and it's had a right old mess at the front.
Riley Mason-Lewis has a change for the lead. Happens at the stewardesses. That's the Paddock turn. Daniel Hartley through into the lead. Laurie McVeigh second. Taylor Dixon wants in as well, though. Taylor Dixon in third there on the 43. Tries down the inside of McVeigh, but it doesn't come off. Meanwhile, up at the front, it's Daniel Hartley who's definitely in the lead of this field now. Laurie McVeigh on Project 1 is second, Taylor Dixon third, Alfie Forrester, Jake Anders recovering to come through in 5th last time by. But look at that number 43, Taylor Dixon. Number 43 of Taylor Dixon, who is not with anybody according to the entry list. So he's neither a privateer or with the team, just hasn't given that information.
He's just floating.
He's just getting on with it.
Yeah.
As we come out of sunny, this... I wouldn't say it's a squabble yet because McVeigh is hanging on to that Project 1 cart in second place and not really being challenged massively by Taylor Dixon. Taylor Dixon thinks otherwise. Bella Fairclough, by the way, she's up to 6th.
We've not mentioned to this point.
No, I know, because there's been too much happening at the front, but she's now behind Jake Anders. And Jake Anders, we know how quick he is, as down the inside at Iredale has gone Taylor Dixon. Who's the 79 coming in as well?
Alfie Forrester. They've really brought Forrester back into this. He's looking to get up the inside, not quite into the stewardesses. So It's a good news for Daniel Hartley there, because the squabbling between McVeigh and Dixon has given him a bit of a break.
It's not over yet, though, as well,
McVeigh
Nick, is
wants
it?
his back.
Yeah, McVeigh wants it back, but if he's not careful, Alfie Forrester on the number 79, the BSR driver, is wanting that position badly. He wants that third place. He wants those points to get up the grid for the final. Here they come then, towards the McRae hairpin.
Ooh.
Oh, that's how close they are. Tripping over one another, and if they're not careful, they're going to incur that drop nose penalty.
A little bit of smoke came up from the
That was tyre smoke,
79 Kart. Yeah, he got his front tyre lightly left on the rear bumper there, the 33, and he's going to get through.
inside.
So in goes Forrester past McVeigh. McVeigh's in a bit of trouble now. He's got himself a bit beaten up left, right, and centre. Now he's got Fairclough in the yellow, and Anders, who set the fastest lap last time round.
Yeah, Anders is coming back. Remember, he started
Fairclough?
on the pole position, didn't he?
Yeah.
Fairclough in the yellow Kart. This is a 4-car battle for third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. And Fairclough down the inside of McVeigh has been completely mugged by Anders and Fairclough.
He was leading 3 laps ago.
Absolutely. He doesn't know what happened there. The Project 1 driver will have to take a little bit of a breather and get his composure back, and then get back on terms with these karts ahead of him. Alfie Forrester is the next one on Jake Anders' list to overtake. And
that's never going to work.
He fired it in there.
And hope for the best.
He was shot out of a cannon
Here
into
we go.
that corner.
Yeah, I'll give it a go.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on. Oh, wait, physics.
Uh-oh.
Physics.
And that's allowed Bella Fairclough through as well. This is cracking racing from these youngsters. Junior Primo class.
How are you going to learn if you don't give it a go?
Absolutely. Good round of applause
Good
to
lad.
Jake Anders for giving it a try there. He had to give it a try. Now he gets his composure back. Now he tries to get back on terms with that bright yellow kart of Bella Fairclough. Here they come then. Hartley leads. Dixon second. Forrester, Fairclough, Anders, McVeigh, Daly, Kelly, Eddie Stewart up to ninth. Great recovery from him. Maya Simpson. But there's Bella Fairclough down the inside of Alfie Forrester. But no, if Alfie Forrester comes back, Fairclough will have the line for the right-hander though. And Jake Anders, he wants a bit of that cake as well.
Come across just enough, but is it going to be a move by the 53? Anders thinking about it? Nope.
Oh, the sad news is there's only a minute of this race left. I could watch this all afternoon, the way these kids have been battling it out.
First and second are away, aren't they? And it's now Fairclough into third.
Yeah, Fairclough, I think, is going to break away from Alfie Forrester. She's already doing that. And that's going to bode well for her grid position going into the final. We are going to have an absolutely outstanding final in Junior Primo. We're going to have Hartley, Anders, Fairclough, Dixon, Forrester, McVeigh, Daly, Kelly, Eddie Stewart. They're all going to be in there for the final. And there's Anders, that third kart in that train there, the black and white one, the number 53 with X-Kart, Jake Anders, new to the championship. I was going to say finding his feet. He found his feet, didn't he? Found his feet pretty much from the very off. And he's now had a bit of a character building second superheat with not much time on the clock as Hartley goes through. There's time on the clock enough to give them 2 more laps though.
Yeah, he's just sneaked through that one, so this battle is going to continue.
It was about 5 seconds on the clock there, so another more 2 more laps for Jake Anders to get past Alfie Forrester, and Alfie Forrester keep Jake Anders back. And he's having to drive defensively, middle of the track there for him. Just slowly going to the left there.
Glance over the shoulders of the 33 of Laurie McVeigh.
Oh, there it is.
Need to remind
There's
you,
the move.
McVeigh was leading a few laps ago.
There's the move though, Nick. Anders through on Forrester. Glued together now, these 4. Oh, and Anders sliding very wide through St John's. He's gathered himself up. And he's already beginning to make that little bit of a break. Or is he? As they get to the chicane for the final time.
Who's the blue kart who's joining that battle at the back?
Oh, and there's down the inside has gone McVeigh. He's cladded into Forrester, but who's that come through as well? I think is that Leighton Kelly?
Leighton Kelly,
Leighton Kelly, yes, the other team member. Oh, he's not given that team. I think they're the same. 3 wide towards the stewardesses. They've sorted themselves out by the breaking point, but that's going to be. I'm just going to wait and see who comes out.
Way better,
yeah. McVeigh comes out. McVeigh comes out at the front of that field for 5th place, ahead of Forrester, as Daniel Hartley takes the flag to take the superheat win the second superheat win. Taylor Dixon takes second. Bella Fairclough, a great drive from Bella again. We'll see her up the grid. Jake Anders, having led the race, finds himself in fourth. And then behind them, that's the battle we watched across the line. Laurie McVeigh, Leighton Kelly, Ellis Daly, Alfie Forrester, Maya Simpson, Joseph Mills. And then just outside the top 10, a great drive from Jacob Rump, who came from the back of the field in, I think he was started in 21st place. Jacob Rump, new to the championship, but certainly not new to ROWRAH. He knows his way around here, is Jacob, here with his dad, John. He came 11th, so that's a great drive from the back of the field. Sophie Caldwell, 12th. Eddie Stewart still struggling, I think, with a little bit of handling infirmity, let's call it. He finished 13th. Then we had Thomas Butcher, Ewan Stevenson, Jensen Cook, Harris Ali was 17th, Tyler Davis, Jack Johnson, Riley Mason-Lewis and Ethan Bath rounds off what was a 21-kart field. Wow, more of that coming later,
stuff. Yeah. More Kenny 2010 information. He lives in Germany.
Aha.
And he has his sim rig in his home in Germany.
Aha.
Gary Porter, who knows, well, I said hello to Kenny, as he might try and get there. He's only 2 hours away. Well, remember, we're on a final start at 1.
Yeah, get here for the finals. Or put your feet up and enjoy the live stream. Brought to you by Karting Live
TV.
From the Driver's Lounge at ROWRAH.
Yes, this is why you can hear the clinking of cups, the ordering of breakfasts.
And champagne.
Well, yes, it's so
the amount of champagne that's flowing back there is incredible.
And they're only 13.
I know.
There is a child drinking some milk there, which is quite wholesome, isn't it?
Yeah.
I say there's a child drinking some milk.
So
there'll be a bit delayed because they're going to have to get that stricken 59 kart off, and that has no way of the front wheels pointing in any direction they should be.
All right, we've been talking about it being my birthday. I want to say a happy birthday to Mighty Bambino, Maximilian Mikelski. Happy birthday, Max.
Is he 7 or is he 8?
I think you might be 7. We haven't been told, but happy birthday, all the same. Bring your cake into the driver's lounge and we'll share it for our birthdays.
Yes, we'll blow. Yeah. Joe needs some cake.
You're bound to have had cake.
Joe needs some cake.
C50 Bambinos out for their second and final superheat. Coming up, just to remind everybody that a maximum of 60 points can be accrued for the superheats, and how you finish in your 2 superheats will define where you start on the grid for the final. So it's all very important to have consistency through. And sometimes, Nick, discretion the better part of valour, going for that final move for, fifth place.
Well, yeah.
Might pay off if you just settle for it and, rather than risking coming 13th.
The big points are in the final. So you need to be as near to the front as possible. And as you say, Joe, if you're thinking, shall I go for that move? And if I do, I'll get 1 more point. If I don't, not only will I lose 5 points, but I'll start 3 slots further back on the grid in the final. Though I'm not overly sure that's the thought process of a vast number of the drivers in this championship, and should it be? I don't know. Should it be? I don't know. I think but this is the whole point about the Kart Championship. It is a championship for under 16 racers, and it's fun learning. It's great. It's all about learning about mechanics, learning about driving, learning about life, learning about losing. You need to learn how to lose before you can win properly. That sounds like a cliche, but you do need to learn how to lose.
I used to always say that to young drivers. You've first got to learn how to lose to learn how to win, because you calm down. Once you calm down and take it as it comes at you, then all the better. Let's have a look at the grid then for the C50s. It'll be a standing start as the drivers bring their Bambino karts around. These are the petrol engine versions. You can tell that by the buzzing bee noise that's out there on the track at the moment. Those little C50 Comas absolutely buzzing away and revving away. It's going to be a battle of Logan Hodgetts and Noah Wicklow, by the way, again, as the parents' race gets underway. A little bit of a runner there. That's Hodgetts' father there, making a run down the inside. 5 wide going towards the grid. A 5 wide battle at the front. Sanel Shivar with the cap there, just eking out a bit of a lead. Not sure they can hear us.
No,
and that's
Simon. They're just pretending they can't.
It's Coleman Simon's
the
dad.
highlight of their day. Some of that walking is a little bit more pacey than normal walking would be.
That's Coleman Simon's dad making a burst for the front there, and Logan Hodgetts, somebody being pelted with something.
Probably us.
Yeah. So Logan Hodgetts and Noah Wicklow start at the front. Ollie West and Calvin Simon start on the second row. Jack Swong and Hendricks Fallack next. Henry Hills and John Stevens are on row 4. Arthur Bowers and Benjamin Shivar start on row 5. Brady Ackland and Will Rainwright row 6. Row 7 is Ray Thorne and Jess Bailey. Max Armett and Max St. Hilaire are on row 8. And then rounding off 8 in Cart Field is Sando Amico and Riley Aston Wilkins. We've got our carters with us. And, yeah, there's a need for those carts to be buzzing up. I just saw one of the dads giving a lot of welly just to keep them clear. Wicklow
if you're holding on the brakes, you're just basically warming the clutch up, aren't you?
Well, you are, absolutely.
Which is, I assume, to make it bite better when they get going.
Maybe, yes.
No gears on this, so once you've engaged, that stays engaged the entire race unless you fall off the track.
That's right. Yeah, absolutely, especially on the Bambinos because it's all about momentum. We get things underway and Logan Hodgetts. Logan Hodgetts with Wicklow around the outside.
Start. Can you get the lead?
They're side by side into the chicane. Wicklow has the line into the left-hand part of the chicane and he fires out of there in the lead. Noah Wicklow leads.
Yeah, good start that one. He just managed to get the momentum up. He obviously warmed his clutch up enough. Fired off the line. Now, this is his point. Now we're going to find out if he can just go or whether Hodgetts can stay with him for an entire race. Because Wicklow, other times, has just gone.
Well, in the Superheat 1, we had Hodgetts leading with Wicklow sat right there in his bumper pretty much the whole race until the final lap where he made his move.
Yeah.
Are we going to see a reverse of that with now Wicklow leading, Hodgetts sitting on his bumper, and that's Calvin Simon there behind him in third, sitting on his bumper. But these two were able to pull away from the rest of the field in the first Superheat.
Simon's looking racier than he did. He was dropped earlier. And this is the thing I was talking about on the Mighty E Bambinos. Is that the guys are learning every time they're on the track. You know, you'll do a race.
It's the same age group, isn't it?
Yeah, you'll do a race and you'll come back and the next time you do it, you'll be a tenth of a second or 2/10 of a second faster just because it's in the brain. And you've worked out a couple of corners, a couple of lines, or things have worked better, or you're no longer frightened of a particular. Not that these kids are frightened of anything, but you're no longer wary of a particular corner. But there is a few lengths now being brought up between Simon. Though he's a little bit swift around that corner. Ollie West in the green helmet in fourth. Well, the answer to the question after lap is Hodgetts can sit with Wilco as long as he likes, it appears.
Yeah, he is. They are breaking away from Calvin Simon. On seeing that, Nick, Simon's coming back. And behind Simon, we've got
Weston Wong.
Another gaggle of Bambinos. Ollie West, Jack Swong, Hendricks Fallack. They're the drivers behind the leaders. These three, though, they're not separating out, are they?
No, in fact, Wilco's managed. Wicklow, I don't know, first time done it. There we are. First time.
Yeah.
Wicklow is. I think he is pushing hard to try and get some air between himself and Hodgetts. But I think it's interesting that Wicklow is very happy to sit an inch and a half behind the rear bumper of Hodgetts. But I think Hodgetts is happier with half a length to a length.
The thing is, Noah Wicklow did exactly the same to Logan Hodgetts in the first Superheat. Calvin Simon is staying with them this time.
Now, is that because Wicklow isn't setting as fast a pace at the front as Hodgetts was, or is it because Simon's found quite a bit of extra pace? It's 2 or 3 tenths a second he must have found to stay with them.
He has. It's a bit of both, I think, because with Hodgetts not challenging whatsoever, he is absolutely playing a waiting game, and Simon's joining in as well.
Now, what Wicklow needs is for Simons to get a little bit closer and start attacking Hodgetts, because that could be a great move, because it could completely upset Hodgetts and allow him to break away.
I don't think we're going to see any kind of move whatsoever from Hodgetts in that second spot. He's going to sit there just as Wicklow did. It's, you know what, for considering these are 6 years old to 8 years old. All right, so these lads I think are about 7. I know Noah told me yesterday he was 7 years old. So 7 years old, just think about that. 7 years old, and they are intelligent enough to be able to use what we call racecraft.
Oh, he's thinking about it.
He is. He's moving up the inside. Hodgetts has made the move.
I'm not sure if Wicklow let that happen.
Accommodated that. Yes.
I'm not sure if that was tactics.
I'm not sure as well. And again, it just reiterates what I said.
There's somebody on the side of he's getting a little bit of advice from a team manager or a father, and he's just getting a little bit of a hand signal saying, no, it's fine, let this go, because otherwise you will be a sitting duck. Well, might be completely wrong, obviously.
I know.
Not that at all.
I think we are playing a tactical game here. I think these kids are intelligent enough to know how to strategise the length of it's 8 minutes. And it doesn't feel like a long time. 8 minutes is not a long time, really, in the scheme of things. But when you're out there racing, watching the laps tick off, it can feel like an absolute lifetime. And Hodgetts now controlling the pace at the front of this field, back towards the paddock turn, just turning right underneath everybody watching from the embankment there, underneath the paddock here at ROWRAH, now underneath the driver's lounge where we are, and heading towards lap number 5. 4 laps completed. Logan Hodgetts, Noah Wicklow, Calman Simon, Ollie West, Jack Swong, Henry Hills, Arthur Bowers, Hendrix Fallat, Jess Bailey, John Stevens. Just outside the top 10 is Will Wainwright, Brady Atkin, Benjamin Shivar in 13th, Wraith Owen 14th, Max Centelaire, Max Armott, Riley, Aston Wilkins, and then we've got Santo Amico just rounding off the 18 kart field.
No real change in the gaps. In fact, what I would say, I think is Ollie West is getting a little bit closer to Calman Simon. So there's been a little bit of a gap opened up between Wicklow and Simon, and West has kind of benefited from that by just getting close. We've gone back to that 2 sets of pairs, haven't we, rather than a run of 4. The first pair not very interested in overtaking each other, which is Wicklow following Hodgetts. And Hodgetts for the first time has got 2 kart links, but that'll probably gone in 2 corners time. He's got a couple of kart links. This is the battle for 3rd and 4th with the
Ollie West,
Senna helmeted, Salmon about to lose out to West. Yet now he looked, realised that they were going to be side by side through Row Rouge, and said, "Okay, you have a little go in front."
Ollie West came here second in the mighty Bambino Championship,
which he's not racing in.
Second in the C50 Bambinos. He's pushed aside the electric campaign and focusing now on his petrol campaign, and having moved into what is now 3rd place behind these 2 here.
But less than a second.
But he's not, and he's still got Calman Simon with him. So Calman Simon able to stay with him, whilst the 2 at the front here, Logan Hodgetts with the green helmet. The black and red kart is Noah Wicklow. And this is what we saw in the first superheat. We saw Wicklow, who was happy to sit on the rear bumper. Then they're going to see that there's a minute and a half to go. So lapping in the 1 minute 3s, they're going to get 2 more laps out of this. Across the line, 6 laps completed. Hodgetts, Wicklow, West, Simon, Wong, Hales, Bowers, Fallat, Bailey and Stevens. Just outside that top 10 is Wainwright, Atkins, Shivar, Wraith Owen, as Hodgetts continues to be...
Salmon got dropped over those corners now, so it's a big gap between West and Salmon in 3rd and 4th. So it's back to being just the major battle between these top 2. Minute and 6 to go, which is going to mean they're going to get this one and 2 more, I would think. They lap in about a minute and 4, don't they, Joe?
Minute and 3.
Minute and 3.
And there's still a bit of time left, isn't there?
Well, we have this lap. We'll have 2 more after this, so they're going to run close to 9 minutes. Wicklow looks incredibly relaxed in that car, doesn't he?
He absolutely does. And Hodgetts, I think, likes to lead, but he's gonna be aware that this is what Wicklow did the last time.
Yeah.
So this is the penultimate lap. 1 lap to go aboard next time by. And Wicklow, he waited until the last lap last time, didn't he?
Absolutely, yeah. He was sitting there on the tail, and I'm absolutely certain he let him through. They're always going for it.
Always going for it early. Well, he put in a fastest lap last time by. There was literally nothing in it. Now Hodgetts, has he gone too early? Is this going to give Hodgetts a chance to come back at him? Hodgetts choosing to stay on the optimum line. Wicklow defending a little bit, but then moving out and optimising his run through the Ideals hairpin. Now they are heading towards Stuart Sessers. It's a sweeping 180-degree turn, almost sweeping hairpin into the sweeping S. Left, right, left again, and then down the hill towards St John's, the right-hander, very fast right-hander, flat out on a Bambino. Getting it back across to the right to take the left-hander at Sunny. Now then, 1 lap to go board. Last lap board will show very prominently above the start-finish straight. There it is, just underneath the driver's lounge. And Wicklow defending into the chicane, massively defensive line there. But this is going to allow Hodgetts the momentum through the chicane. Wicklow's line was compromised slightly. Yeah, having to drive defensive now. So Hodgetts side by side towards the Ideals hairpin. Hodgetts slots back in behind him. and then he pulls out. Wicklow still defending, is really compromising his lap time here, but it's not seemingly compromising his speed onto the back straight, Nick.
No, and it looks like that he's really just running a line that's designed to prevent Hodgetts getting anywhere near. Look how Ollie West has caught them up. But Hodgetts there, and it's now 1, 2, and 3 because they've literally thrown a second away in that first 2/3 of the first half the lap, and now West is on the tail.
They're sacrificing lap time.
West can get through to second.
West has gone through to second, almost went through for first there. Had so much momentum through that right-hander. Wicklow having to defend from 2 green helmeted drivers now. As they come out of the paddock turn for the final time, it'll be a sprint race to the flag, and it'll be Wicklow that takes the win. And Ollie West a delighted second place.
Absolutely.
Oh, Logan Hodgetts from pole position will not be happy, will he? And there was the race, wasn't it? It's kind of like...
I will tell you now, Hodgetts did not know West was there.
No, he probably didn't.
He completely discounted that because he didn't realise how much time they wasted. They'd lost in scrapping earlier on, and what was a comfortable distance just dropped back out. Dropped completely back out of it.
So behind the battling 3 of Noah Wicklow, who takes the win, Ollie West second, Logan Hodgetts third. We've got Jax Wong in 4th, Henry Hills 5th, 6th is Arthur Bowers, Calman Simon 7th, Jess Bailey 8th. What happened to Calman Simon? He dropped down to 7th. Jess Bailey 8th, 9th is Hendrix Fallat, Will Wainwright was 10th, and then just outside the top 10, Brady Atkin, Benjamin Shivar, John Stevens, Ray Thowen, Max St-Hilaire, Riley Aston Wilkins, Max Armit, and Santo Amico. Rattling through these superheats, Nick.
Rattling towards lunch.
Rattling towards lunch. Into Max next. Now we were joined by Eddie Stewart for this one.
He waved at me. Where is he? Where'd he go?
No. He waved at you.
No, you waved at me. And I thought you meant Eddie.
Yeah, I meant I was going to cough.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad you coughed. That's fine.
Right, but we've got a reduced grid for Intermax for this 4th round of the Kart Championship.
I wonder why.
Well, we've got a clashing UKC round up across the other side of the country at Warden Law, haven't we? So there might be, there's a lot of our competitors.
He is here. He's turned up.
Yeah, good old Ed Stewart. My co-coms for Intermax this weekend. We'll have we've got a 9-kart field. Gives me a chance to talk to Eddie about the last Primo race. As Eddie Stewart from the Junior Primo class joins me, I'll let him get seated. I'll have a rundown of the grid while Eddie makes himself comfortable here at the ROWRAH Drivers Lounge. Max Gilman on the pole position with Jensen Seal alongside. We've got JJ Lowe and Jensen Walker. Fraser Anderson in 5th, JJ Plowman 6th, Sandro Kemp 7th, Rio Wardali 8th, Jack Moss rounds off a 9-kart field. Welcome, Eddie Stewart. Eddie, how was your last superheat then?
It was decent. It started pretty well, and towards the end.
What happened towards the end? Because you dropped down a couple of places, didn't you, if I think back?
Yeah, towards the end I was passed by Maya Simpson, and I was trying to stay behind the car, but I went for a lunge and lost about a couple of places in the lunge.
Where did you try that one then? Where did you try the lunge?
It was at the corner these carts are going through now. I'm not sure what it's called, but it's the one these balls.
That's called St John's, would you believe, the right-hander?
St John's.
St John's.
That one there.
Right, here we go, Ed. This is the Intermax. Max Gilman is starting on the pole position. That's Max on the number 140. And he was on the left-hand side of the track. Is there a better play? Is it best to be on the left or the right going into that chicane?
I'd say the right because you're
on the inside line. Yeah. Here they come then, Ed. I'll let you take the start. They are going and into the first turn.
As they go into the first corner, it seems to be pretty clean. Max Gilman's still in the lead, but he's got Jensen Sale behind him. You've got those two, JJ Lowe and JJ Plowman, but Jensen Walker separates those two this time.
Yeah, they had a cracking battle in the first of their superheats. However, Jensen Walker wanted to spoil their party this time. Spaced out towards the Stewart-esses though, Eddie, and that's a little bit of a less frantic race than we saw in the Junior Primo event, isn't it?
And that's a move from JJ Plowman on Jensen Walker.
So Plowman up and ahead of Walker, and he's got his old protagonist just ahead of him on the number 148, JJ Lowe. It's the battle of the JJs again.
Starting again. Heat 1, Heat 2. who will be starting in front of the final. I think it would be... What if they're tied on points? Who would go into the final on?
We had something similar that's happened in the super heats. However, not for this one. Hang on, I'll check how we do it. Where's Jimmy Cleans? No, that's not it. Talk amongst yourself, Eddie. What's that move there we're seeing?
That's a replay. Oh, that cart went in the air a bit there. I think that was JJ Plowman.
Did that look a hard enough hit to affect the cart?
I don't think it would affect the cart, no. You might have got a nose cone if they do it in Inters. I think they do. Yeah.
Yeah, they do. Yeah. Was that a hard enough hit to affect the nose?
I would think so, yes.
So explain to our viewers, if they're not familiar with this form of racing, what we mean by a nose cone penalty.
A nose cone is where the blocks on the front of your cart, keeping the nose cone onto the cart, is where it's, if it takes a big enough hit, it will knock out to push the nose cone out of position. So you'd be given a 5-second time penalty.
So the front of the carts there, the nose cone section, is mounted so that if it hits hard enough, it actually drops off.
Yeah.
But doesn't drop off completely.
No, it just sort of hangs there.
And then what happens when you come in to finish the race? When they see that nose cone hanging off?
When you see it, it gets a photo taken of it, and you know you're 5 seconds behind the cart behind you.
Right. So
and you're trying to work out, was I 5 seconds?
Can you tell when you're driving the cart that your nose cone's drop?
Yeah, you can hear it rattling through some corners.
So then you have to try and make up that 5-second deficit because you know your nose cone's dropped.
Yeah,
I can't see any nose cone drop there, mind. Can you?
No, I can't see it.
The number 148.
It might only be one side out.
Yeah.
Or it might be in.
Is that still a penalty if just one side's out?
Yeah, it would
Right.
be a penalty.
So these three having a cracking little dice, aren't they? Jensen Sale, that's the cart, the orange and white cart there. And then just behind him, JJ Lowe. And then just behind them is JJ Plowman. So they are having a right old ding-dong. Plowman coming at JJ Lowe as they came out of Sunny. Through Paddock now.
In Intermax, you have a three-way battle for second place. JJ Plowman having a look.
We've been, Nick and I speculated that you guys are out there and you are kind of just playing a waiting game. Is there such a thing as a waiting game? Or, are we seeing these drivers now just waiting for the clock to tick down before they make a move? Or are they absolutely flat out?
They're flat out.
They're flat out.
Yeah,
So it's
I'm
all
pretty
about
certain
just being
they're
flat out.
If they see a gap, they're going to go for it.
Right.
I'm pretty sure of that.
So they if they see a gap, they are going to make the move. They're not going to wait until a minute to go. If you see the gap there, Plowman just coming up onto the rear bumper of JJ Lowe there, that was because the speed he was carrying just carried him into the rear bumper.
Yeah, he's got a great exit out of Row Rouge. He's going to have a dive bomb into the first hairpin there side by side. He's through and into third place. I think that's JJ Lowe. No, Plowman.
Yeah, JJ Plowman. Yeah, SD Racing's JJ Plowman. Here's the replay, Ed. That was about the chicane, wasn't it?
Yeah, he got a great exit like he did in Super Heat 2 out of the chicane. And he's through again.
Right, then let's see if JJ Lowe can come back at his namesake, JJ Plowman. Now, because these two have swapped positions and have slowed one another up in doing so, that's allowed Jensen Sale a little bit of a breather there.
These two need to stop fighting and work together to catch him. Because they can get him, but they're fighting so hard that he's gaining a gap. But is JJ Lowe going to have another look into the hairpin like JJ Plowman did the previous lap?
Nope. He had to settle for that one, didn't he?
He'll settle for third place. Or was it fourth place for a few more laps?
Yeah, it is. This is the battle for second, as Eddie said. Up ahead of these three, we've got Max Gilman, who has pulled out 1.3 seconds in the lead. However, that gap is closed now, Ed. As you said, they've stopped squabbling and they're back on the rear bumper of Jensen Sale. Yeah,
they have stopped squabbling and they are all over him now. They will be waiting for him to go wide. Like there, he's gone a little bit wide. Is that track limits?
I'm not sure how they're being policed, to be honest. We've seen them go over there all day. I think they were pleased more so in qualifying.
Yeah.
I think if you make up a massive advantage by, cutting across a corner, I think then something will be said. But just outside of that hairpin there, the McRae's hairpin, see drivers going really wide. But sometimes going so wide is detrimental and costs you more time than it gains, isn't it?
Yeah, sometimes. JJ Plowman on the back of Jensen Sale. He's closer than he's ever been in any lap before. They are separated by, I think that's about 2/10.
It is, mate. It's absolutely
Even
just
less.
2/10, even less. The three of them. So close now. Are we going to see a challenge? No.
We might see one of his almost signature moves out of the chicane.
I like that signature move. So this is where he needs to carry the speed, Eddie, out of there. And he's done it again, hasn't he? Is he going to do it?
Into the hairpin now. He's backed off that one.
It's coming, though, isn't it? You get a feeling that it's coming. We've almost got JJ Plowman tripping over. Oh, and here comes JJ Lowe down the inside of Iredale. Oh, that one came from nowhere, didn't it?
Yeah, that was completely... We got replay of it now.
Yeah.
He just sent it at the inside.
Cracking move, that. That was all about the brakes there, wasn't it?
All about the brakes. He got on them perfect timing and stopped the switchback from Plowman.
So Plowman now, instead of challenging for second, he's got to fight to get that third place back. Intriguing battle here in Intermax. Going into the final half a minute, it'll be the 1 lap to go board next time by, so 2 more laps, Ed, and time's running out for Plowman to get that back, I think.
Yeah, he's not got a great run out of the chicane, or the second hairpin for that fact. He's the first hairpin. He's lacking. He's not really as close as he was in the previous laps when he's been behind.
Into the stewardesses and out of the stewardesses through the sweeps. Now they'll turn slight left and then head down the hill towards St John's, the right-hander, and these three perhaps even a little bit more spaced out than we've seen for the previous few laps. And as I say that, JJ Lowe just looking down the inside line there at Jensen Sale. Max Gilman's gone through. 1.7 seconds, the gap to the leader there, just flashing through the picture. Second, third and fourth there. This is where it's happened before, not this time though. They're on the final lap, Ed, and chances and opportunities beginning to reduce now.
He's running out of time as Plowman and JJ Lowe. But he's there. He's saying to JJ Lowe he's there, but he just can't find a way through. He's run out of opportunities now, unless he can try and find his way through St John's.
Oh, it's a bit of a tricky one though, isn't it? Because it's a really fast right-hander, that, isn't it?
Yeah, but he can't do that corner. He might be able to go into the final corner here. No, he's not going to do that.
No, he's not. And that's Max Gilman taking the checkered flag there, Ed. Let's take us through the rundown there.
So Max Gilman for the second time today wins in Intermax, followed by Jensen Sale, JJ Lowe and JJ Plowman. Fraser Anderson on the line, pips Jensen Walker. No, Rio Wardley has pipped. What's happened to Jensen Walker?
Yeah, he's dropping down the order, hasn't
he?
Yeah, he's dropped down. I think he's retirement on lap 10
so
there.
that's
We
Fraser
lost him.
Anderson and Rio Wardley, Jack Moss, Sandra Kemp and Jensen Walker retiring on that final lap.
Great stuff. That's the Intermax Super Heats completed. We look and see what that grid looks like when they reappear in the collecting area after lunch. We've got a few more Super Heats to get through. In fact, we've got 3 more Super Heats to get through. Eddie, you've got your final. That's the next time we'll see you in your kart. Is there anything else that you can do with the kart to maybe get a little bit of performance back on it? Or are you just going to see this one out and then get home and regroup?
I think we'll see this one out and get home and regroup, yep. I think we've jumped a place in the championship, but we also might have lost one. So place behind, we're not entirely sure yet.
All right. The important thing is, are you going to enjoy your final?
I'll enjoy it, yeah. I'll find a way.
Because remember, you know how Nick and I stand up here and we talk about you guys racing. Do you know what we prefer to be doing?
Racing yourself.
Exactly, mate. Go off and enjoy it, Ed. And we really appreciate you popping up and joining in with the commentary. Stop being as good as you are at that, will you? Because you got him worried.
Sorry, Nick.
Thank you, Eddie. Eddie Stewart there, who will be seen out in the Junior Primo class later on. Thank you for bringing him up, Laura.
I have a secret weapon.
Go ahead.
I employ the people.
Well, that's true. Yes. He's our succession plan, though.
Yeah,
Eddie.
exactly. Yeah.
When he gets sick of racing, he'll be ready to step into our shoes.
Absolutely.
Right then, guess what's next, Nick?
Is it Junior Rotax?
It is, mate.
Junior Rotax.
Now then, it's been a little bit of a high-speed game of chess.
Has it
Junior
really?
It
Has it
really
really
has,
has
yeah.
it, yeah.
You've seen the two. Cato Motorsport drivers have been very prevalent at the front of this. Charlie Verey's been spoiling the Cato Motorsport party with his ST Racing entry. Now, Charlie Verey led the first super heat in fine style, but it was as if Braith Murdoch and Kasper Tomaszewski were kind of just like sort of waiting to pounce.
Yep.
And
pounced they did, and then they unpounced, and it was great.
Yes, exactly. And I don't know what I'm doing with my computer here, Nick, but I will get back to you in a second.
Thank you.
I'm just trying to get the. Oh, where am I?
You trying to get the results up?
I am. Yes.
Old man struggles with new computer.
Yes.
Is what's happening there.
Tomaszewski again took top honours. He's going to be very hard to beat because he seems to be. He goes about his business in a very controlled way, but I tell you what, he'll be surprised how his Cato Motorsport teammate Braith Murdoch was right there, and Braith Murdoch gave him a bit of a wake-up call, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean that's it. I mean it's we've seen again. This is an interesting situation I've observed. He said I've observed. Everyone's observed. Today, as they say, tomorrow is another day. That's a famous quote from. Tomorrow is another day. What's that? A famous quote from?
That's a James Bond movie, isn't it?
No, it's not. It's a quote from a film where the other famous quote is, "Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn."
Casablanca?
Gone with the wind.
All right,
Gone with the wind.
Of course it
Tomorrow is another day.
You're a lot older than me, though.
I'm younger than you. But the notable thing is that tomorrow is another day of learning, and a lot of these guys are picking up as they go. And so what they've learned on Friday, they've added to Saturday, what they've done Saturday, they've added to Sunday. And so the order, which seemed nailed down, is adjusted by people improving.
Take us down the grid, Nick.
Certainly will.
Top me water up.
So it's Kasper Tomaszewski on pole. Next to him, it's Charlie Verey. Row 2 is Luke Sawyers and Braith Murdoch. Row 3, Jack Robinson and Leon Burlow. Row 4, Riven Welsh and James Kerr. On row 5, it's Callum Gosh and Andrew Dixon. Row 6, that's Marcel Poppercool and Ewan House. Row 7 is Lewis Summer and Aidan McDonald. Row 8 is Gregor Reed and Riley Morgan. It's Addison Smith and Harry Hurst-Grover on row 9. Row 10 is Connor Dolan and Calvin Moffat. Is Lewis Holt and Archie Doherty, who are on row 11. Row 12 is all female. It's Emily Cooper and Amelie Ackett's. 13 is Molly Pugh and Elliot Foster. And the final row is Matt Scott and Aston Brown.
Fine style there.
They rich indeed.
We've got them just on the short shoot towards the Paddock turn.
You've got to be careful how you say that.
Yeah, I have. The short shoot towards Paddock turn. Kasper Tomaszewski has got them nicely ordered. They're a little bit quick for maybe.
No.
Yeah,
round and round we go.
Having been part of quite a few of Dan Ashton's officiating meetings, I kind of know when I see them come out that final turn whether Dan's going to be happy.
And the answer is?
And he's not.
Not happy, no.
He's not.
You're giving it...
And
the thing is, though, the point about it is it's very hard to sneak that situation because the engine note rises and a huge amount of smoke comes out. So you can tell exactly when you've given it some.
He's looking for accelerating too early. And what we saw there is Kasper and Charlie and everybody else accelerated at the apex of the final turn. He wants none of that.
Naughty.
You've got to keep it steady right up until the start line. And then
even that's a little bit hard, isn't it?
And even then, he's looking if you go too early.
It is interesting because it is quite a short run from the exit of the corner at ROWRAH to the start-finish line. And if, for example, you think about the distance at Warden Law or the distance at even Clay Pigeon.
It's quite a short run from the hairpin at Warden Law to the start-finish straight.
Clay, you've got to come off that kind of curve, but you've got quite a long run in there.
Yes, you have it clear.
Wilton Mills, very different now. You've got the chicane.
But they missed the chicane after the start.
Do they? Right, okay, right. So that's quite a good idea.
Yeah. Here we go then. Let's see if they can do it again. So Kasper Tomaszewski, Charlie Verey, I think they will. They'll know what he wants now. Oh, they're still a little bit quick. But we get them going.
They're even and quick.
The red
I think.
lights are out, and Charlie Verey does it again.
Yeah.
We've got
it's all going to be wrong up there.
Yeah, we've got Cato Motorsport off in a couple of guises, but the number 220.
One car out, and one car sort of out.
Well, the main protagonist is still in as Tomaszewski slides wide. The cold tyres catching him out on the brakes there into the ideal hairpin. He gathers himself up and he almost loses out a couple of spots to his teammates. I think we've got Braith Murdoch on the 214 who's gone through and into second place. I'm not sure if that's Tomaszewski who's gathered himself up and now into third place. We'll see as they come underneath us.
Messy start there. It kind of went wrong in the middle of the field. But you're trying to get 28 or 30, 28 of the fastest karts out here for this meeting.
That's what can
happen.
happen.
That corner, and they just kind of one gets slightly out of way. It's a complete concertina effect. So it's Luke Sawyers and Riven Welsh who were involved most seriously in that problem. They're both, none of them have, well, one of them hasn't come around and one's been left way behind. It's Welsh who is coming round way behind, and Luke Sawyers whose cart is parked against the barrier. He's walking away. I think he got a little bit shaken up, but he's happily trotting away as these youngsters do. They bounce, don't they? They bounce, not break, these kids.
Absolutely. We've still got a Cato Motorsport second, third and fourth. ST Racing lead with Charlie Very off into the front. It's Braith Murdoch, Jack Robinson. Kasper Tomaszewski finds himself in fourth. He got involved in something there at that first turn. James Kell fifth. Andrew Dixon, Leon Barlow, Riley Morgan, Harry Hurst-Grover. And it's Ewan House who's running off the top 10 there. As the Cato Motorsport trio come together for second, third and fourth. We've got a gaggle of X-Karts behind in the form of James Kell, Andrew Dixon and Leon Barlow. But out in front is Charlie Very. Once again, we saw this in the first of the superheats. Charlie Very controlling the pace. Away, but then they come back at him.
Basically, when the X-Karts stop, the KMS karts stop arguing with each other, they then kind of do the thing. But that's happy to help they catch up again. By the way, just like to point out that what you're seeing here on the screen is sun. It is sunny here at ROWRAH. The sun is out.
I tell people when the sun shines at ROWRAH, there's hardly a better place to be because the surrounding scenery is just beautiful.
It's
we're in the Lake District National Park.
And we're near the sea.
And we're not far from the sea. Well, it's a bit of a drive from here, but we didn't.
8 miles.
Well, it is, yeah.
Obviously 8 miles of me in that car is quite frightening. But
on the west coast, nowhere near Hull. For Nick's benefit, having come from Gillingham, he
right,
has no idea where he is in the UK.
There's 3 of them. They're in line astern. Murdoch, Robinson, Tomaszewski. After that naughty little green and Flory green and blue. Flory green?
Yellow and blue.
It's Flory green, I was thinking. It's Flory yellow. Flory and blue car. Very. Remember, he was 0.9 of a second ahead last time. Are they already beginning to be just lead? Isn't it much different, but I'd say it's slightly down.
Let's see where it is. It's a second, Nick.
No, he's gone out. Excellent.
It's exactly a second because Charlie Very, I can see Charlie's body language in that leading ST Racing car.
There goes Tomaszewski.
As Tomaszewski takes back one position and gets up to third. Takes his teammate Jack Robinson. Textbook into the McRae hairpin. Textbook outbreak. And then Robinson having to accommodate that slightly, isn't he? He has to get out of his waist. But, fair move there from Tomaszewski. Now Tomaszewski has got to get after Braith Murdoch. Braith Murdoch has broken free a little bit because they've been squabbling. Got a trio of X-Karts there. James Kell, Andrew Dixon and Leon Barlow. They are in 5th, 6th and 7th.
3 orange and whites and 3 whites.
Yeah, but up in front it's yellow and blue. As S3 Racing continues to put the pressure on as Charlie Very puts in a 46.262. That is the fastest lap of the race so far, and we've just ticked by half distance. So he's got another 4 minutes of absolute flat out and smooth driving. That's got to come. We've got a cart off on driver's left down towards St John's, so that's going to bring out the yellow flag at that point just out of the stewardesses as Charlie Very fires out of that corner now and heads down towards St John's. Driver out of the cart and to safety. Let's see what the gap is this time, Nick, because it was a second to the leader, Very.
Looked very similar, but
it does. As they click by underneath us, it's still a second, so Very hanging on to it. He needs to do this another 3 or 4 times, and then he's going to take maximum points. He's going to maximise his points for the grid for the final, but he's also going to give himself a chunk of points for the championship.
Yeah, Very's really come out today and decided he's had enough of being beaten up by several different orange and white karts, depending where it is, and he's stuck behind. He got shuffled down in the heats yesterday. He's just gone out and he said, no, I'm not having this. I don't care about you, mate. You may have a big team, But me on my own in my little yellow and blue cart.
He's not on his own. He's with ST Racing.
I'm trying to build a story here.
The story's not true. You're like being the Sun or the Daily Mail. He's with ST Race. John Stewart's been racing karts longer than I've been. Well, no, actually, longer than me.
Look,
John Stewart Senior and Junior.
If there's 3 of one type and one of the, I can at least build some sort of.
No, sorry, mate. Your narrative is completely askew. ST Racing knows
ROWRAH bothered
like the back of their hand. I was about to say Charlie Very. Remember, second step of the podium at Warden Law. The team's from the northeast. Charlie's from the northeast, and back at a track in the northwest here at ROWRAH, a track that he knows well, and he's going very well indeed and putting all that local knowledge to good stead. And he's maintaining that 1 second gap.
So I can't in any way describe as an underdog.
Not really, not here, no. See what I mean? Daily Mails, that's what you are. Here we come again then.
I feel quite insulted by that.
You should be. Yeah, let's see it again. 9/10. So it's nigh on a second, but there's 3 KMS carts. Braith Murdoch keeping Kasper Tomilewski behind him there. The number 214. Tomilewski, championship leader as we go into this superheat. He took over the lead of the championship after the bout of heats that we had. Addison Smith not having a very good race mating here at ROWRAH and dropping off the top of the championship table. As they come out of the stewardesses, you get the feeling, as Tomilewski put in the fastest lap of the race there, Tomilewski has switched this on for the final couple of laps, and he looks like he's about to challenge his teammate. It's a KMS.
Switch on, it's only giving him a second, Joe. It's not going to give him the lead.
It's not going to give him the lead. No, he's got too much to do to catch Charlie Very, I think. The gap's back out to a second exactly. So with a minute to go, we're going to get 2 more laps after this one. And there's Tomilewski's move.
And it looks like it may be no, I thought that Robinson was going to get past as well. He doesn't. But he kind of lost a couple of lengths. So Tomilewski now is ahead, but he's got 2 laps to do this in.
There's Tomilewski down the inside at the McRae hairpin. And there was his teammate, Jack Robinson, coming inside their other teammate, Braith Murdoch, KMS.
So you'll be hearing from Tomilewski in the lunch break, which is only a couple of races away.
As Tomilewski is now ahead of Braith Murdoch. As he comes through for the first time, showing in second place. Charlie Very, the gap is at 1.1 seconds, and it will be the penultimate lap that they find themselves on now. They go into they will be greeted by the last lap board, and I think, Nick, that if Charlie Very keeps his focus, uses that ST Racing kart to best, he's going to be...
The plucky underdog can win.
You picked the wrong plucky underdog there. Just drove a train through that little narrative of yours. As Charlie, here he comes down the hill towards St John's. He's just ahead of these carts here.
So
that's Tomilewski. Let's just pick up the leader, shall we, going into the final lap, because Tomilewski's already pulling away from Braith Murdoch. Let's pick up the leader.
He's picked up 4/10.
He has picked up 4/10, but then Charlie Very just needs to keep his composure here. Let's watch Charlie on his final lap. He can see in his peripheral. He knows where he is. He's looking round. Don't get stressed, Charlie. Keep your calm, mate. You're looking at your peripheral. I can tell. I can see what you're doing. You're keeping an eye on where Tomilewski is. The corners are running out for Tomilewski to get on terms with you. As he comes down the hill now, heading back towards the paddock area. He'll sweep right through St John's, then the tight left-hander. Get out of that, back on the throttle, 1 more corner to go, and it's going to be a superheat win for Charlie Very. Charlie Very takes the win in great style. Got ahead at the start, didn't he?
Yep.
And was never headed. Did the right thing, got his head down, pulled the gap while the KMS boys tripped over one another. It'll be Tomilewski who finishes second, Braith Murdoch third, Jack Robinson fourth, James Kell fifth, Leon Barlow sixth, Andrew Dixon seventh, Addison Smith, great recovery drive there, up into 8th place, Gregor Reed 9th, 10th is Harry Hurstgrover, and the rest of the 27 kart field there on your TV screens.
Televisual
to check
screens,
out.
yes, or your phone, or your tablet.
We are
available in all media. And that was me squeaking a chair.
We are heading towards lunchtime. We've got 2 more to go.
Is it Mighty
We've got
now?
the Mighty Bambinos coming next.
Now, I received a missive from Mr. N. Tandy from from Watkins Glen. Well, he's probably not there because it's way too early. He actually did get in contact just before the last race, but I didn't see it. And he's saying they did a good job yesterday of patiently bump drafting together.
They did, didn't they?
To pull a gap, which makes a huge difference. The old tandem drafting, plus because they drive very well as well. So, yeah.
It's incredible. I mean, Nick's a professional race driver, and even he is impressed with these 6 to 8-year-olds. And it's incredible how they just like instinctively know how to pump draft and how to not challenge one another and stay together. And
so this is amazing. You know how you throw a newborn baby into a pool
and it
they
swims.
Can swim. You go, how the hell does it know how to do that?
Yeah,
it's like this. You throw a 7-year-old into a cart and it knows how to race.
Yeah, throw them onto a racetrack. They know exactly how to race.
Yeah, I know.
And they just in their heads. It's kind of that inner sensitivity towards flow and momentum that they can, and to understand that. I mean, they know that the object of the game that they're playing is to get ahead of the cart in front of them. But instinctively they know that I'm not going to try and do that because I'm going to slow myself up. So we've got a couple of carts to recover.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit of a delay.
Let's see if we can get. There's a lad there in a blue shirt who's just recovering a cart. Let's see if we can pick him up, can we?
Why do you know?
Ashley's just going. Yeah, that's James Wood, who's a. Now
Doesn't
James
he
Wood
race?
is from. Yes, he does. He raced in the NKC with us, and no, that's not him, Ash. That's a beautiful scenery.
He's a very attractive tree, isn't he?
Yeah, that's beautiful scenery here, and just on the edge of the northwest edge of the Lake District.
He might be going on camera 3 any second now, actually.
Yeah, it's just underneath Martin, actually.
Is he on camera 3?
Just underneath Martin at the chicane.
There we
He
go.
is. So there's James Wood, who's local to ROWRAH. He's from Workington.
Is he?
Yes.
So he lives by the sea.
He lives by the sea. And he was the fellow who told us where the pub was. Which we totally ignored and went to the George.
That's right, Royal George.
The Royal George.
But they put us with food with 10 minutes to go.
I said that I'd give him a mention unless his cart's not working. So he's working for Cato.
And his cart's not working.
And his cart's not doing very well. That's the number 256.
To put it this way, it's nothing to do with his mechanicking and
No.
deranged front end caused by the accident.
That was everything to do with the Inter Cato Motorsport kerfuffle at the chicane. They can discuss that in the debrief.
So they've got so many carts. Is it like one engineer to like 3 carts or more?
One engineer to 1 cart. So James will be looking after that cart all day.
Really?
So he's a mechanic.
You've got a single engineer on each cart?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Well, they'll have a central sort of engineer regarding setup and stuff, which they'll confer on.
Yeah.
But James will be prepping that cart,
That's
checking the chain tension, the tyre pressures, checking the mechanics of it. Now, if you listen carefully, you'll hear nothing.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Because the carts...
Wait a second, I'm just hearing... Yeah, absolutely nothing.
Absolutely nothing, because the mighty Bambinos have been released. And
I nearly got run over by an electric motorbike on Thursday.
Well, you would do, because you didn't hear
It's
it.
an electric motorbike. What is it? It's just right where I live. It just went...
Yeah, I know.
Like that. Why would you buy an electric motorbike? What are motorbikes about? Rebellion, fun, speed, thrusting.
Was he delivering pizza?
He did look quite commutery, but I'm sitting there going, well, why get an electric one?
The mighty Bambino parents race, not as frantic as the
they've
others.
been told not to. By the way, do you know?
They have been told not to.
In which high-level motorsport are petrol bikes banned in the paddock?
BDCC?
MotoGP. MotoGP, you have to have electric scooters.
Shall we have a look at the grid for Mighty Ease?
Go for it.
Mighty Ease. Ralph Martin, who's been the driver to beat, hasn't he? On the pole position with Henry Hills alongside as well. It's been all about these two. Now, the interlopers in this battle at the front have been Heath Smith and Felix Tandy, who are starting on the second row. Jensen James Williams and Oliver Woodall are next. Junior Wright and Jack Harper on row 4. Then we've got Maximilian Mikalski. Happy birthday to Max, who won't be able to hear me.
Happy birthday to... Of course he can.
But he can't. But he will when he watches his race back. So happy birthday,
There's no noise in the
Maximilian
car, and you're on the PA.
Yeah, but he can't hear us. He'll tell us if he can. He's ninth with Alfie Hennel alongside. And then behind them on row 6, Kai Ergensoy and Ollie Upton, Eddie and Gardner and Freddie Dye, Arthur Thompson, Kirshen Doshi, Nico Mohan and Frank Pearson, Summer Upton and Hugo Williams, Arthur Bath and Hadley Jarvis, and rounding off 23 carts is Arthur Rhodes.
Now, Talk about segue conversations. Mr. Gaz Bury has been listening, so you can tell how far behind he is. Like he's literally not listening live. He goes, but at least MotoGP still has grid girls. Well, how does that electric scooters grid girls?
We know where his head is.
Yes, we do. Rapping with a WR, not just an R. All right. And it's a good start again from Felix. I think he's going to pick up third. He has most times, but perhaps he's got third again.
He gets spun out.
He's back on again.
Spun out. How on earth did he retain that third place? He was absolutely sideways. As once again, Henry Hales has gotten ahead of Ralph Martin for the start, and that is indeed
there they go.
Felix Tandy, who has come through in third place.
That's impressive stuff.
After being spun round at the first turn. Coming together there, and we saw these two head off. Let's see, let's just wait and see who's next, please, Ash, if we could, because I want to see, it is Felix Tandy, and that is the number 45 of Jensen James Williams, who's come through into fourth. So we had the first two carts going off as they did in the first superheat. And Felix Tandy getting it all wrong and sliding very wide. He spears back on, and unfortunately he's contacted Jensen James Williams, and I'm not sure if they've continued. Incredibly, Felix Tandy continues, and there we've just missed it, and that's Jensen James Williams going all the way up the hill. It looks like he's stopped.
He didn't bank on that, did he?
He's being pulled back onto the track.
Back going again. He's absolutely fine.
Meanwhile,
absolutely fine.
He is fine and continuing. Incredible incident here in the early stages. And Henry Hills has completed one lap with Ralph Martin in second. And we've had a change of lead because that's Ralph Martin now leading. So Ralph Martin has overtaken Henry Hills, while behind these two, well, all I can say is all hell is broken loose.
Well, got a new name in Junior Wright in third, and then Tandy in fourth.
Yeah, Tandy trying all he can to find his composure, and very, very lucky to still be in this race, using all of the track and more on the outside. Let's just drop back from these two, as these two will continue round. Here's the battle for third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. So that's Junior Wright, Felix Tandy, and then the other two, Jack Harper and Oliver Woodall. They're on the orange and black carts.
Yeah, the two orange and black machines, they've been there or thereabouts as well throughout this weekend. Now it's good to see Junior Wright out there. We've not really had a chance to talk about him.
No, he is now able to feature that because he's taken advantage of all of that situation and all of that incident that has taken place. He's looking over his shoulder as
He's
Felix
been looking backwards for the entirety of that straight. He didn't look forward once.
He's just watching where Felix Tandy is. Felix Tandy there on the yellow and blue cart, about to come under pressure from Jack Harper and Oliver Woodall, but he's making the move down into St John's, and he goes through. Can he get round the left? This is where he's been sliding very wide, and once again letting the cart breathe into Paddock. Junior Wright coming back at him though, isn't he? Junior just slotting onto the rear bumper. There was the move. That was momentum out of the stewardesses, wasn't it? That carried Felix all the way down. Just look at that minimal use of the steering there, just urging the cart to turn. A little bit different at the hairpins. These four, third, fourth, fifth and sixth place there is what we're watching. Meanwhile at the front, Ralph Martin and Henry Hills continue to circulate together in that order. Fastest lap from Henry Hills last time by. Still no change though, as Henry Hills continues to chase Ralph Martin. While we watch this battle, third place Felix Tandy, fourth place Junior Wright, Jack Harper fifth, and Oliver Woodall in sixth.
Top two have actually split a little bit. Ralph Martin's managed to finally put a little bit of a gap on Henry Hales this time. By a little bit of a gap, I mean 6 cart lengths, but they have been normally nailed together, but they are slightly apart. They come underneath us right now to complete the lap. But they've got a big lead over this battle for third and fourth. That's Junior Wright in the light blue, Tandy in the darker blue with the yellow or orangey epaulettes to the front of the nose, and then got the two orange machines of Woodall and Harper. It looks like Junior's going to have a bit of a go. No, that's
not quite.
Half-hearted
no.
though, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think Junior's a little bit too concerned what's going on behind him, to be honest.
Yeah, he is.
I think he needs to spend more time looking forward.
Yeah. He's very quick, though. He's quick in the corners. Again, looking back, constantly looking back. That's one of the things you have to get out of a junior driver, is stopping them looking back all the time. It's one of the bugbears, focusing on what's behind you and not in front of you, as Felix Tandy comes out of the stewardesses. Getting very busy here in the driver's lounge now that it's getting towards lunchtime. Through St John's there, and Junior right on the bumper of Felix Tandy, and if not, pulling alongside towards Paddock, but Tandy's going to have the inside line at Paddock Bend, and he stays with it as Junior Wright comes back towards him. We're almost 3 wide towards and across the line towards the chicane. Junior Wright on the inside. Felix Tandy just sat there, didn't he? He just let it come to him. And he's retained that third place. But we've got a change for fourth and a change for third.
Beautiful
as round
driving.
The outside has gone Oliver Woodall.
That was good driving by Woodall.
Yeah, he took advantage of those two tripping over one another. And now we've got a change just behind Tandy.
Yeah, Junior's dropping down again, unfortunately.
Jack Harper has gone through. And there's Woodall, who had the momentum out the chicane, didn't he? Yeah. As these two were fighting their way through the chicane, side by side. Woodall had the advantage of speed that he was able to keep up. Just under 2 minutes remaining then. And we've got Felix Tandy weaving from left to right behind Woodall. He wants that third place back, doesn't he? Meanwhile, the leaders are already underneath us and completed 6 laps. They've spaced out slightly. There's 0.4 of a second between Ralph Martin in the lead and Henry Hales in second. He's the battle for third, though, across the line now. 6 laps completed for these. You saw the time there, 1 minute 24 to go. Through the chicane, they're about to be joined by Heath Smith.
Like another interloper's coming in there. So they've slightly split into 2 pairs. Junior Wright's dropped back off Jack Harper slightly, but he's not giving up on it yet. And he sees him come in again, looking backwards. Junior really needs to have a little. He can watch this back and he can go, this is what I perhaps shouldn't do quite so much of. I need to be focused forward.
Felix Tandy looking like he's looking down the inside into the stewardesses, and he has made the move. He just didn't brake. He turned the cart in. The cart went for it. We've seen this many times. It's a very wide turning point to optimise the line through there, and that leaves the door wide open on the inside, and Felix Tandy didn't need a written invitation to do that. We've got a 5-cart train now as Tandy goes wide. He likes that wide line. It's
very wide
line.
He's got quite aware of the different momentums of some of the other drivers. He's going to lose out here.
Yeah, he lost out going wide at Paddock. And side by side again, he'll sit on that outside line, though, which gives him the optimum line through the left-hander.
And I don't think this time that Woodall had the drive. He himself also kind of lost maximum speed or top speed at the apex of the second part of Row Rouge. And then if he couldn't do what he did last time, we've now got, 5 of these small guys, small carts, really pushing. In at the back of that is Junior Wright, who perhaps now can just look forward for the final finality of the next lap and a half, because there's no one behind you, Junior. Telling you now. 7 seconds to the next driver as they go around here, just checking ahead. The leaders are coming back together again, actually, so we might have to switch back to the leaders for this. Yeah, we need to go back to the leaders, Ash, as they come across the line in a few seconds for the last lap. And they're coming across now, and it's still just Ralph Martin from Henry Hales, but is Henry storing something up for the last lap? He dropped off about 0.4 of a second. Martin taking a slightly more defensive entry line into Row Rouge. And then they go on and down to McRae's. Again, the lines are quite defensive. And then we are sweeping across. What has Henry got in store for Ralph? Ralph in the green, Henry in the blue and the orange. Up now towards Airedales for the final time, for the final lap of the final superheat of the day. Just the final to go in a couple of hours' time for these chaps. And Martin got a good exit there, which has kind of eliminated any chance of Hales making a dive up the inside. So he's going to go wide, and he's going to try and pull some momentum coming up the hill towards St John's, Joe.
Equaling his momentum, though, as the leader, Ralph Martin, just has a flick across, looking across his shoulder. He's worried, isn't he? Henry Hales has got him worried going into the final stages and defensive driving through St John's. That's going to compromise his speed through Sunny. And this is where Hales, if anywhere, can get alongside. But no, so quick. Old Kart just pulling in there. and stopping as out of the final turn and side by side across the line. It's Ralph Martin by 61 thousandths of a second. Henry Hill's second, and alongside him at the line. And then the battle for third. Who's going to come out on top of that is side-by-side karting again. And it's Felix Tandy by 44 thousandths of a second. Even narrower gap between third and fourth. Felix Tandy third, then Heath Smith through and ahead of both Oliver Woodall in fifth, Jack Harper in sixth. Junior Wright ended up in seventh place at the end of all that, with Freddie Dye on the novice plate finishing in eighth. Alfie Hennell ninth. 10th was birthday boy Maximilian Mikalski. And then we've got in 11th place Arthur Thompson. We then have Etienne Gardner, Kai Ergensoy, the first of the Uptons in 14th, that's Ollie. Kirshen Doshi in 15th, Nico Mohan 16th. Summer Upton is 17th, and then Arthur Rhodes, Jensen James Williams, Frank Pearson, Hadley Jarvis, Hugo Williams and Arthur Bath were next. It's the last of our super heats coming up, Nick.
Yep,
and
Michael Burke says evening all, by the way.
Evening all, indeed.
To Michael's obviously not, well, I think he's just being very relaxing with his own time zones. He's actually somewhere else entirely. So last of the super heats, which is Micromax?
Yeah, Micromax.
Excellent stuff. So that means
19 carts.
That is due off. They kept well done. They're within a couple of minutes of the timetable, which is pretty impressive stuff. These things tend to drift with the various incidents and accidents that can happen.
So this is the last super heat, which means we go into a slight lunch break from the live action. We've got our Paddock show that we filmed yesterday evening, where we caught up with a few of the protagonists. A very interesting chat with Bella Fairclough and Amelie Atkins.
Chat about
women and girls
racing,
in motorsport.
Yeah.
We have an interesting chat about the new electric class that has got to be rubber stamped, as we heard from Darren.
Yep.
Got to be rubber stamped by the MSUK, but it's from Mighty Bambinos. We've now got Mighty Cadets on the horizon, and we talked to Johnny Stinson from the Mighty organisation about that technology and about going forward. All good for the environment as well, Nick.
That's right, yeah.
Yes.
You also, I very much enjoyed your interview with Noah Wicklow.
Noah Wicklow's a great interview.
It's good fun.
Our C50 Bambino favourite, it's got to be said, going into the final, hasn't it? He's. I know he's had some good competition from his other competitors, but he's been very strong. We've got Alfie Mayer on pole for Micromax with Logan Rolfe alongside. Lewis Kirkcaldy and Chloe McGill are on row 2. Then we've got Benedictus Masiokas and Jack Millen on row 3. Row 4 is LBJ Stubbs and Carter Jackson. Freddie Blackshaw and Ruben Sagu share row 5. Row 6 is Jamie Walsh and Buddy Hugo. Xavier Ramsey and Lewis Herbertson are row 7. Row 8 is Victor Poppercull and Jensen Darlow. With row 9, Travis Giddings and Zach Andrew. And then rounding off 19 carts field is Ronnie Faulkner.
They are running this formation lap. They haven't yet got the please slow down, which they will do as they come shooting. The leaders come shooting up the way out of the run from the Stuart S's up towards St John's, and they are still gathering the back of the field together. Not all together yet, and they're getting a real kind of wave down. Stop. And they are now a complete grid, so we're trying to 50-50 about actually getting this underway. Very, very slow. Something actually that
nice pace
Alfie Mayer has been doing. He's been leading them at a very slow pace. And just give him a chance for the back of the field to just collect itself.
We've got the Zipcart factory team being represented by Alfie Mayer, who will get this underway, does he?
No, it went wrong. Start. It went wrong at the back.
Did it?
I don't know what happened there, but suddenly they were just all not where they should have been. And it's that I'm not sure where perhaps one of the carts didn't pick up as they tried to go, but there's this huge hole on the left-hand side of the grid as they with the racing left-hand side, right-hand side as we look at it.
I thought they looked a bit quick as well across the line.
No, they're probably both.
Yeah. There you go, mate. Right, that's a message.
Better was in a bottle, wouldn't it? I know he's got Nick Tandy's hat on.
He has got Nick Tandy's hat on.
He's got his father-in-law.
He's got a Porsche Penske.
Is that Nick Tandy's father-in-law?
Is this Nick's father-in-law?
It may well be, because I think
he's the team manager. He is Nick Tandy's father-in-law.
No, the hat gave it away.
Hi, the guy who's running with Nick Tandy's son, Felix Tandy, is Nick Madge of JTR Racing.
I knew he'd get some. I knew he'd get one of the. He'd get one of the staff to do it.
I knew he'd have a data engineer on the job.
Got one of the staff to do it, obviously.
And we know he's watching in America. He's got up really early to watch this. Yeah. Have you got him on the phone as well? Yeah, of course you have. Of course you have. Thanks, mate. Thanks for popping in. Give our regards to the family. Nick Tandy's father-in-law, who didn't leave his name, by the way.
Well,
Nick Tandy's wife's dad.
Yes.
Here we go then. Let's
Here
get
we
this
go.
Micromax Superheat underway. We've only got the finals remaining. We
They're
do
off.
get it underway, and that's Alfie Mayer who's leading. Logan Roth slots into second. Everybody, a little bit of argy-bargy
Clean on the
in
whole,
the
though.
midfield, though, but we get through, I think, intact. There's the number 19 of Lewis Kokori hanging on to his third
Better
place with the
start.
number 12 of Benedictus Masiokas. Almost coming through, Nick.
Yeah, Kokori made a better start. He was kind of mired in the midfield after some kerfufflage last time round. I think he dropped to fourth, though, unfortunately, for him. As the top two broke away, no managed to hold to third. It's the 12 card of Masiokas is really bearing down on Kokori. Kokori, of course, has the orange and the bluey grey cart, but out in front it's Alfie Mayer, as he has been all weekend.
Yeah,
in
hard to
second,
beat.
Logan Rolfe, who I think is probably pleased with his start. He's another one of these slightly taller drivers who has to lean right back in the seating position to keep their weight low and out of the airflow.
Well, he's had a good season so far in the Kart Championship. He was second on the podium at Wilton Mill in round one. Round two at Gleneagles, he actually won and was on the top step. Then he took a second place at Warden Law, so he leads the championship from Masiokas going into this fourth and penultimate round. And he has been the class of this Micromax field. He's been the car to beat. The Zip Kart factory team doing a great job for him. But then Logan Rolfe, it's got to be said, Logan in third place. Logan was the winner of round one at Wilton Mill, and the number 32, of course, is one of the Synergy factory team drivers as well. So it's not just about the drivers, it's a good team battle as well going out there with, I think I said this before, didn't I, some of the cadet karting giants in Zip and Synergy.
Top two have made a good break there from Kokori in the orange and grey. So the top two have got away. The rest of the field streaks through, but it's not a foregone conclusion at the start. The Mayor not able to quite put down the stamp he's been putting before. He's got 3/10, which may be what he wants, but we normally see him go out by 8, 9 tenths, perhaps even a second over the first 2 or 3 laps. This is the battle for third, and it's being currently held by Kokori. He's got a slight pressure with Masiokas. That going wide always looks to me, I think to you, like it's going to lose you a fortune of time.
It doesn't,
but it doesn't, does it?
That's because you've got the speed. By going really wide, you're keeping the throttle in. You've got the speed to carry through. You're unwinding the steering and letting the engine breathe a little, letting the axle unwind.
Do you think it works better in these more restricted
I
karts
think so.
than with the
Yes.
faster
Yeah.
stuff?
It's all about keeping the stress off the rear axle.
Yeah.
And making the arc narrow. If you try and go through a tight arc with a solid axle, you're going to just wind the axle up, and that saps power.
Yeah.
There's a move down the inside just behind these two.
Has it worked?
I'm not quite sure who that was, just out of shot there.
LBJ Stubbs and Buddy Hugo both got past Chloe McGill there.
Jabby, jabby, jabby.
It's weird that somehow your mouth no longer wants to make any shapes, so you have to kind of reset it.
Well, that's all that people hear sometimes when we speak.
Do you know why?
Just
That's all we say. What, in South African?
Jibby, jibby, jabba, jabba. Here we go then, side by side, out of Iredale's. Masiokas has to slot back into Kokori. He did have a look at the side panel, though, didn't he? He had a look at the side pod and thought, I might just make a gap. Now, these two, having compromised a lap time, are now allowing LBJ Stubbs and Buddy Hugo back in. That's Buddy Hugo, isn't it, on the number 11?
Yeah. Buddy Hugo obviously had some sort of problem yesterday with one of his results because he shouldn't have been starting as low down as he did, but he can now move himself forward for the main final in a couple of hours' time.
Yeah, he has indeed, and he's in what will be 5th spot there, isn't he? 5th place, isn't he?
One thing I must say, but looking at these Micro Maxes, look away, they've got incredibly narrow tyres. I know it's one way of slowing the carts down, but those look like the sort of tyres you see.
Look at this wheel banging going on there with Masiokas and Buddy Hugo. And Buddy Hugo says, well, I don't really understand why you're getting annoyed. I am trying to overtake you. That's allowed Kokori through. This is where it started, coming out of McRae's. And Masiokas coming back onto the track and then moving across on Buddy Hugo. So that was more aggressive from number 12 Masiokas than it was from Hugo, who has made the move.
Yeah, he's got through.
Once we were just checking that out, Buddy Hugo has got through and ahead of Masiokas, so up into 4th place for him. Now he has to chase after Kokori, who has gone up the road. Alfie Mare still leading by just under a second. Logan Rolfe has 2.2 seconds before we see Lewis Kokori come through.
Yeah, we've got this field spread again. But I get the feeling there may be a little bit more argy and indeed bargy between the 11 and 12 of Hugo and Masiokas, who've on the screen at the moment. Hugo in the white, Masiokas in the orange and yellow and multicoloured cart.
Yeah, out towards on the back straight there, and Masiokas has dropped off. He's kind of lost that little bit of direct contact there, which puts him out of contention for making a move. He's having to hang on as all he can to Buddy Hugo, who is closing the gap to Kokori.
I'm not sure if he was. It was half a second. I think it's still going to be about half a second.
He absolutely isn't it? Hang on, we've just dropped off them. There they are. Just coming through.
No, it might be. So it's 0.5 last time round. What's it going to be this time round? It's a lot less. It's 0.2. Yeah, you're right. Flying through Row Rouge, up through the switchback, and now down to McRae's, which I think historically, when we've been here with the bigger carts, there's been a much more successful overtaking place than it has with these lighter youngsters on the carts. But it seems that the desire to keep the momentum means you don't tend to pop out, and if you do, you get switchbacked. Is that a word now? Switchback?
No. And hopefully it never will be.
Well, I'm copywriting it. It's better than the old switcheroo, isn't it?
You can keep it. Yeah. It's definitely better than that, yeah.
He's knocked him off. He's knocked him off.
Oh, and that's Buddy Hugo, the number 11.
He's not going to like that.
Who had contact with Kokori.
He didn't know he was there.
No.
Didn't know he was there.
That was a bit unfortunate, and we were very fortunate indeed.
He did have a second reaction. You're absolutely
came
right there.
back across and wasn't T-boned there. That could have been very naughty.
No,
but I don't think that was...
Hugo was already 2 wheels on the grass.
Yeah.
And he was thinking, can I get a wider line? And then, of course, Kokori came across. He had no idea he was there.
Kokori was coming across to his left. Remember, there's no mirrors on karts, so the drivers are very unaware. And in these helmets, you've very limited peripheral vision. And Kokori was just bringing that cart back onto the ID line, and that was more unfortunate than anything.
Yeah, I genuinely don't think there was anything in that, just bad luck.
No, he was just bringing his car back on, and Hugo, all credit to Buddy for at least trying.
Good control
to
from
get
Hugo.
back. Yeah,
he dropped 4 places in 8th, which is disappointing for him. Obviously, because it's going to put him back a grid slot or 2 on the final.
Kokori will be
no damage.
Kokori will be completely unaware of what's happened to Buddy Hugo, other than he'd probably think that that's the same cart now buzzing around in his ears. Because you can hear the cart behind you buzzing around in your ears. He looks over his shoulder there and he sees a cart. He sees a yellow fairing, not the blue and white of Buddy Hugo. Looks again, defensive driving there. Now he slots across to the left to optimise the line through. It's a sprint race down towards the stewardesses. And again, a tight line into the entry, but then comes back across. It is a sweeping sort of to the left and the right there towards the stewardesses. It's not straight, but you can straight line it.
Masiokas seems completely in control. Whether he's got the pace or not, he doesn't seem to be stressed by anything that's going on, whereas you've got a lot of movement from Kokori in the cockpit and moving around, and up the inside goes Masiokas. Can he make it last? This isn't always... Yes, he has. Oh, that's a lovely move there, because he perfectly eased Kokori out and said, no, you want to cut back? You can't cut back because I'm already there.
Yeah, textbook through, and then just easing your opponent out to the outside of the track. He didn't squeeze him off the track.
Left
that was
the track
fair, absolutely.
Not a problem at all.
Just created a little bit more track when he had to go around, so that's left Alfie Mare in the lead by 2.3 seconds from Logan Rolfe, who's got 2.7 seconds to this number 12 of Benedictus Masiokas, who has got Lewis Kokori still there or thereabouts. And they are on their penultimate lap. So as Alfie Mare, who's just coming through Sunny Corner now, he will come around Paddock turn in a moment, and we'll see the last lap board fly there in front of him. Last lap, final lap it says.
Kokori trying the over and under line, but it's just not available to him. As Masiokas kind of chose the middle ground through Paddock Bend the final time there.
So Masiokas, I think, has built up enough of a cushion to enable us to pick up Alfie Mare, the leader, who is just going down towards the stewardesses now on the back straight. I say that, and the gap closes straight away.
Shouldn't have said that.
Lewis Kirkcaldy looking like he might challenge. You might have to stay with this one, Nick, for third place.
Yeah, looks like it.
Yeah, it looks like we are. Look at that, zipping backwards and
way?
forwards.
Which way?
He doesn't know where he is.
I'm left, I'm right.
Now then, Kirkcaldy's going to slingshot.
The momentum.
Yeah, he's
Will it
going to
work?
slingshot.
It's looking quite good, actually.
It is. He's still coming. He's still coming. Masiokas. That's a very difficult place to overtake. Through Sunny for the final time as Alfie Mayer takes the checkered flag underneath the driver's lounge here at ROWRAH. Second place goes to Logan Rolfe.
He got him.
Here it is.
He got him. He
gets him for third. Can we see the replay of that one, Ash? If we've got it?
Masiokas was thought he got it.
Brilliant.
Switched off.
And that's Masiokas.
Look, he's waving in.
He slid wide. He slid wide. He slid wide. He went too deep into Paddock. And in credit to Lewis Kirkcaldy, he was waiting for that. So let's have a quick run down and let's go for lunch. Alfie Mayer takes the win in very dominant style from Logan Rolfe, equally dominant in second. Kirkcaldy there, snatching third, right at the very last there. Masiokas through in fourth. LBJ Stubbs fifth. Buddy Hugo sixth. Then it was Chloe McGill, Freddie Blackshaw, Jack Mellon, Xavier Ramsey rounds off the top 10. And then just outside the top 10, Jamie Walsh, Lewis Herbertson, Ronnie Faulkner, Carter Jackson, Victor Popical, Travis Giddings, Jensen Darlow, Zach Andrew, and running off for 19 Kart. Micro Max Field is Ruben Sagu. We are complete and ready for the finals that will go ahead. Schedules for 1 o'clock. It's just coming up to 12:30 now. Let's go and have a look at the Paddock show. I caught up with everybody yesterday afternoon. Got some very interesting chats. Very interesting chats coming up next. And we'll see you at 1 back for live karting on Karting Live TV.
Hello and welcome to the ever-friendly ROWRAH here in the marvellous Lake District. It is round 4 of the Kart Championship. Things are getting serious. Championships are up for grabs, and young Joe Bradley can give us all the skinny. What do you think is the key methodology, the key thing about ROWRAH, apart from it being the first place you ever raced?
Oh, can I not tell that story again? I'm going to tell that story, no doubt. It's all about braking here, Nick. We've got we've got more than 2 massive braking areas, but it's all about getting into the hairpins and getting out of the hairpins. The other thing about ROWRAH is, because of the nature of the stewardesses, the entry into that is it's a wide late apex. To optimise the line, you leave the door open. That's going to give us lots of overtaking opportunities. And I think the biggest factor is it's the penultimate round, the 4th round of 5 rounds. Time is running out for you to get back into championship contention. Time is running out, and it can so easily slip away from you. And, just talking to these young drivers in the paddock, they are thinking championship. They are being intelligent about the way they go racing. They are not just, I'm going to overtake the next kart. They're thinking, well, I might just settle for 3rd or 4th. Because that's going to gain us points for the championship. So it's all to play for. I think we're going to have, as ever in the Kart Championship, we're going to have some exciting racing. We're in the entertainment business, Nick, and we are going to be entertained.
Well, what I actually heard from all that is there were a lot of desperate people making desperate moves to desperately make up points, but you're saying they're being sensible. Who's right, desperate or sensible? Joe is going to find out in the paddock.
So Kasper Tomleski here, our reigning Kart Championship champion. It's going to be a tough fight. Penultimate round this one. We're going into the final round. But Kasper, you've had a very, very strong showing so far. What are you thinking going into these final 2 rounds?
I'm thinking it's going to be tough. And, it's tough to say because the drivers are all, really close together. And don't really know.
So let me put it to you this way. So I've watched you race. Yeah. You never seem to hurry into any move. You hold back and then you watch. You're thinking all the time, I'd say.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Is that how you go about your racing? You think about it. You don't hurry into it.
Yeah.
And that's obviously working for you. Is that how you approached last year? And is that how you won the championship by taking things slowly, so to speak?
Yeah, that's how I usually do it, and that's what I mostly do because for me it's easier to do it like that.
Yes, and not make mistakes.
Yeah.
You've got the KMS team, the Cato Motorsport team behind you. How much benefit is it being in?
Pretty much every second you're in the team, and if you're not in a team, you pretty much don't get any benefits because there's no coach to help you, like tell you the track lines, where to brake. Yeah.
I've seen a lot of work going on behind us. Was that your dad I saw just prepping your kart?
Yeah, it was my dad.
Yeah. And so is he your main mechanic?
Yeah.
Yeah. Got a lot to thank him for then, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is he a good mechanic?
Yeah, he's a really good mechanic.
Yeah, well, you're champions, aren't you, together? Now then, Casper, you're of Polish origin. You live in the UK, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there would be people in Poland who know you. You've got family in Poland. Would you like to give them a message in Polish?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Enjoyujcie race. Enjoyujcie live wyścigowów kartingowych. Enjoy.
Well done, mate. Best of luck tomorrow. Thank you. Hope you have a great one. And here's to a good championship, as ever. Kasper Tomalewski, everybody. Little bit of controversy from the C50 Bambino qualifying. Noah Wicklow here, who we've seen run at the front so many times. There was a technical infringement regarding track limits. That put Noah at the back. Noah, you started at the back for your 2 heats. But wow, 2 fabulous races. Going to put you right up the grid for the super heats. Firstly, tell us about your heats and what it felt like to come through the field.
So what it felt like, because I was like, there's so many people in front of me. When I was getting past them, I was like, oh, should I go for the move? Nah. But I just wasn't hesitating, just went for the move. Tried to get, like, up to the front so I could get really good for tomorrow. So when I do it, like, when I go for a move, it's like...
Just tell us what you're thinking. So when you go for a move, you're determined to get that move, aren't you? So are you thinking, right, next? Yeah. And you've gone past one, you go for the next one. Yeah, is that what you mean?
Yeah. So the key to overtaking is if you at the back wheel, if they brake, hold on the accelerator longer so you can get around the corner. They go try and switch back, it won't work because you'll have a better exit. They'll have to go really tight.
Now, how old are you?
8.
Right, so at 8 years old, you seem to understand how to be a racing driver, I think, because I watch you a lot. So you understand how to outbrake people, how to do the switchback, as you've just said. Who's taught you all of that?
My dad and then a coach.
So is your dad a good driver?
He used to race, but now he doesn't.
Yeah, we're too big, aren't we? Me and your dad. So you enjoyed the day then, yeah, Noah? Yeah. So you came through to, I think, second in your first heat. Remind me where you finished in your second heat? Third. So a second and a third. You're going to be potentially on the front row. I don't know. I haven't seen the grid yet. You're second on the grid? Right. So from second, what are you going to do tomorrow?
Push Logan Hodgett all the way, last lap. We're going to battle and see who comes out on top.
And you know who's going to be the winner? Do you know who's going to be the winner, Noah? Me at Karting Live TV. No. We're all going to be the winner because this lad here is going to entertain us like he did today. Noah, that was a cracking race. I was really, you know what? You hardly touched anybody. When you do touch another kart, it's kind of not deliberate, is it? You didn't do it deliberate, did you?
No.
In fact, I can't remember if we touched anybody at all. I don't think you did.
No, not really.
I don't think you did. Who do you get the curls off then? Your mum or your dad?
So my mum took me to. So me and my cousin had a play date, and then one of my cousin's friends came around. And they had curly hair. I was like, and then the next day, my mum asked me if I wanted my hair put, and I was like, yeah. So
got some style as well. Give me 5. No, Wicklow, everybody. Keep an eye on that name, everybody.
Not
Wicklow. I said Wicklow. I didn't say Wicklow there, did I? We'll cut it, don't worry. That's Nick who says that, not me. So the thing I certainly enjoy about the Kart Championship is the mix of quite big teams out of UK karting, but also privateers. Privateers like Fraser Anderson here, who was in the Intermax class. He's here. Fraser, you're here with just you and your dad sorting your kart, aren't you?
Yeah, we quite like coming here. It's a good track. It's nice to get some practice here at ROWRAH.
Where are you from?
Scotland.
I know that. Whereabouts?
Fife.
Fife, right. I can tell you're from Scotland by your accent. So you and your dad come here, compete in the Kart Championship. You've had a bit of a mixed day, you tell me. Tell me a little bit about your day, will you?
So on heat 1 we didn't have the best start, so we had to work up from last from 6. So we ended up starting where we finishing where we started. Sorry.
Yeah.
And in heat 2 we got a bit of a better start, but I just couldn't find any moves to make on the person in front.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I mean, it's sometimes like that. That's close racing, isn't it? You also said that you've been working on something to improve your lap time. Can you let us into the little secrets that you've learnt today?
So I was trying to rush the corner where you come onto the track. So what my old team owner, he told me that I need to stop like rushing the corner, and I needed, if I couldn't make the move, I couldn't. So I just needed to wait till the next corner to make that move.
Yeah. Patience.
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you like ROWRAH as a track?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good track.
And are you in for the rest of the season? Will we see you at fullback?
Maybe not.
Maybe I should ask your dad that one, eh? He's the sponsor, isn't he?
Yes.
So do you? I mean, I think it's great when I see the likes of yourself, Fraser Anderson, here with your dad. You enjoy spending time with your dad, and you compete together as a team, I would think.
Yeah.
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 Is he a good mechanic?
Very good mechanic.
Yeah, good. He's got to say that. You're standing there, Dad. Fraser, what will you be happy with tomorrow afternoon at the end of the day? What are you hoping for?
Top 4, top 5.
Yeah. Is that doable?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, good stuff. Best of luck. Hope you have a... And you know what? As long as you enjoy it, doesn't matter where you come, is it? As long as you enjoy it, and you sound like you're enjoying it.
Thank you.
We've seen how great the mighty Bambinos are and how close the racing are. But this is the next stage for the mighty, let's call it brand, shall we? This is the Cadet kart. This is the all-electric Cadet kart. And I've got some drivers here who've already sampled just how good or indeed how bad it is. I'm going to find out what the answers are. Harry Stinson here and Rhys Richardson. Harry, I'll start with you. You were out on this kart yesterday here at ROWRAH. So, what's your thoughts?
Pretty fast, and it's pretty smooth too.
Rhys, you've been out on it as well, and you've both got experience of petrol engine karts. Firstly, you know, this is where this kart here will be where Honda Cadet 200s are, and also Micromax. So, in your opinion, Rhys, where does it fare against those petrol engine versions?
A bit quicker, like the Interspeed sort of thing, the Intermax.
Right. So is it quicker at the top end of the straight or out of the corner?
I would say all of it really. It's better out. It's better out the corners as well. Even though the petrol engines are quite good, but Mighties are better out the straight corner. So.
Now I heard that an unofficial Cadet lap record was perhaps created yesterday for this kart, or it went faster. Who was it that did that? Was it you, Harry, or was it you, Rhys?
I wasn't racing yesterday, so I think it was Ralph Martin.
It was Ralph Martin. Ralph Martin tried this and went quicker. You looking forward to now this kart? I forgot to tell you, everybody. There's a potential that this kart is going to be in the Kart Championship next year, and if the mighty Bambinos are anything to go by, mighty Cadets are going to be otherworldly. Let's get the man who's perhaps behind this ploy to take over the karting world, Johnny Stinson. Johnny, from Mighty. I've got some, I mean, I'm not going to be overly technical, Johnny, but this is the next step forward, isn't it? From mighty Bambinos to mighty Cadets, isn't it?
Yeah, so we've been working on this for maybe 6 months now, since we've seen the success, and everybody's been, really enjoyed the mighty Bambino. So we thought, okay, it's time to get to the next step and do the mighty Cadet. So yeah, we've set it for Micromax performance. It can do Intermax performance. It can do Honda Cadet. It can do Water Swift. We just set it to each of those settings, and off we go. There is potential that it could actually do Junior. But we haven't pushed that just yet. But yes, it could potentially be one motor unit that you use for £200 a month, and it can take you from your 8 years old until you're potentially in juniors. So you get one kit to last you all that time.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's working well.
Yeah, I mean, we love the mighty Bambinos, the racecraft, the racing from it. I mean, the thing that I've gotten from the paddock with regards to these electric karts is the simplicity of the running from them.
Yeah.
You've got the 2015 Le Mans 24-hour winner, for instance, who says he loves working on these karts because it's not too complicated for him, and he works with a hybrid sports car. So that's got to be attractive to people out there who don't know one end of a 10 milli spanner from the other, doesn't it?
That's right. Like it's about making it fair and equal for everybody, whether you're arriving in your estate car with it in the boot of the car, or whether you're arriving as part of a team, and everybody should have an equal chance, and not just about how much money you can spend on engines. So fair and equal racing at a fair price, and it's showing that it works. Parents nowadays don't generally know their way around carbs and jets and all those sort of things, where with this, if you can plug it into the wall and charge it for half an hour, you're ready to go again. So simplicity, and we're trying to create the best drivers. Come to the front when everybody's got the same power. Your dad just has to set your tire pressures and a little bit of setup, oil the chain, charge the battery, and off you go.
Now, there's talk, you mentioned that there's a potential of this being part of the Kart Championship next year. Is that, for me, as long as you've got a fleet of them, that's pretty realistic, isn't it? I mean, what?
We're working hard with some of the guys at Motorsport UK just to make sure all the boxes are ticked.
Right.
It's early days yet, but I think we're making all the right noises, and we've actually got a link on the website where people can register their interest in running it for later this year or next year, and we're creating a lot of interest, thankfully.
Great stuff.
So,
we look forward to electric cadet racing, potentially 2025. I'm not going to wish my life away and wish it was here already, but I'm really looking forward to this, and it's good for the environment. Women in motorsport, that's a subject that we could talk about for hours, but here's a young girl who's in motorsport, and she's been pretty hard to beat today. All right, there was a technicality that spoilt your first heat, which you blitzed. You blitzed the second heat. You obviously like ROWRAH. Bella Fairclough is her name, by the way. Keep that one in your hat. You obviously like ROWRAH, Bella.
Yeah, we went here for a test day a couple of weeks back. Just getting used to the track, because we haven't been here in ages since Honda's, so it's quite a relief when I got onto the track and saw my pace against all the other karters. So I'm setting some good pace today, and I'm really happy with how the heats went.
You were setting some very good pace. I mean, is it the nature of ROWRAH, because it's heavy braking into those, those tight hairpins? Is that something that you think you've got the edge on?
Yeah, it's quite a nice track, because there's some parts where they're fast and flowing, which I really enjoy, going fast through those corners. And I like the heavy braking zones. I feel like I'm really comfortable overtaking there. And just overall, the scenery is really nice as well, which kind of pushes me on as well. Yeah. But yeah, it used to be one of my worst tracks, but ever since I've gone into juniors, it's actually become one of my favourites, which is really good.
So when you moved into the junior kart, which is a lot more grip, it's a bit quicker, that sort of just clicked, did it?
Yeah, I mean, there's so much faster on the straights now, and it's just, before in the Hondas it was quite slow. It took forever going down the straight, so I guess speeds helped me go through the track a lot more as well.
Yeah. Now that I've got you here, Bella, we talk about women in motorsport, and I was just asked a question quite recently. I was at Le Mans actually, about what is stopping women being successful in motorsport, and there are all sorts of theories where I'm going to put to you, right? And give me your honest opinion, because here you are, a girl who is competing with boys and winning, right? So you're on a level playing field. So there's no reason why girls can't do well, certainly in karting.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously easier in karting because it's not as expensive as well. But I've hardly seen. There's only like 2 or 3 girls on every grid, and it's quite heartbreaking to see because, you can start indoor karting. It's really easy as long as it's what you want to do. You love it. You enjoy it. You know, you've got the you don't even have to have family experience as long as you want to be good at it and you want to push forward and everything. Because I got through this into indoor karting ages ago, and I've just loved it ever since.
Yeah.
But it's quite a change going from karts to cars and single seaters. So maybe it's just a bit daunting for some people, but. Yeah, as I'm going into my teenage years now, and we were thinking of doing F4, British F4 and stuff, because it's quite it's easy to get into F4 as long as you know the right people, but it's unfortunate that some people don't have those connections.
Yeah.
I guess they just need to be put themselves out there.
Can I ask you about the physicality of the kart? You mentioned there being in a cadet, and usually, from my experience, young girls, when they move up to the junior category and then the senior Rotax category, the grip level and the physicality of the kart is what kind of stifles them. But you're proving that not to be the case at all. And you haven't exactly got a lot of shoulders on you, have you?
Yeah. I mean, I go to the gym often, but
How often?
about... I kind of sort of have a home gym at the moment, like just doing cardio and everything, but I do usually go to the gym about 2 to 3 times a week, which obviously helps with the G-force going around the corners.
Yeah, because that's what I mean by physicality.
Yeah.
The G-force increases, certainly from your junior kart back to when you were in a cadet.
Yeah, but you know, you don't need to be as strong as you think. Like, as long as, I mean, seat time in the kart helps just mentally and physically, because you're getting used to the conditions. You know, your muscles just build muscle memory. But obviously I haven't been into senior or cars yet, so I don't know how different that will be. But in karting at the moment, I'm finding it okay at this time.
Yeah. Let's bring in Amelie here, who's another girl, female, competing here at the Kart Championship. Amelie, you're in junior Primo, right? You're in junior Rotax, so you're in the 12 to 14-year-old category, Bella. You are obviously older than 14, Amelie, yeah?
Yeah, well, I'm 15 in 2 weeks.
Right,
so.
okay, right. So, we've just been talking about females in motorsport, and here you two guys are, guys, I use that in the general term, you know what I mean, but you're competing on a level playing field. Do you even think about, I'm competing with boys out there?
I think it definitely seems to come up sometimes. The boys seem to notice more than we do, but it's kind of, I think it's become a normal that there's going to be more boys at the moment in motorsports than girls, so you're going to come across boys wherever you go in motorsport at the moment. So.
Yeah, but that doesn't put you off at all, does it?
No, I don't think so. It doesn't seem to make a huge impact. So.
Yeah. What exactly is it about racing, about motorsport, that attracts you as a girl? Why are, some people who are perhaps a little bit narrow-minded would be thinking, why aren't you riding a pony? What would you say to that?
I think it's just everyone has a sport they love, and this is my one. It's just I've always been interested in motorsport since I was like 4, so I've kind of grown up watching it on the telly, and I love it too much to go and do anything else.
Now, everybody just get this in here, please. What's wrong with that wrist there?
So, about 5 years ago, I got tendinitis. So I've been driving with it and it kind of flares up every so often, so it's currently being a bit painful at the moment. So
I would imagine racing a kart is great for that, isn't it?
Yeah, lovely. It's definitely a little bit painful at the moment, but yeah, we're getting through it.
So do you guys have a female racing celebrity, a racing driver, a female racing driver that you kind of look up to that from the past, perhaps?
Definitely. Like Jess Hawkins has always been one. Obviously, she's recently been into F1, an F1 car with Aston Martin. But like, even when she was just racing normal cars, I mean, I think she's just been a real celebrity for me because, she's pushed through all of the criticism and everything that she's been pushed at her, and she's gotten really far, and she's doing what she loves, which is really inspiring.
Yeah, brilliant. And you, Amelie, have you got anybody?
To be honest, I was also going to say Jessica Hawkins.
Right.
I think another person that I quite have looked up to, unfortunately, she passed away from cancer 2 or 3 years ago, but Sabine Schmidt was the fastest woman around the Nürburgring, and the fact that she won, I think, I looked up the other day, I think she won it in the 24 hours of the Nürburgring in 1996 and 1997.
I've got a career in motorsport commentary for you when you're with that sort of anorak sort of detail.
Yeah, it's definitely an interest for me. But yeah, the fact that she was so good, and the fact that she also was on TV quite a bit talking about it. So the fact that she was there is definitely a huge inspiration as well.
Great stuff. I'm hoping that when this programme goes out, that you guys, well, again, the general term, guys, will be an inspiration to girls out there who are thinking about taking up karting and taking up motorsport, but are kind of put off. What would you say? I'll start with you first, Bella. What would you say to any girls out there in watching the live stream about, why not? Why would you say, yes, come along, join in? Because it's a level playing field, as you're proving.
I mean, there's so many. Obviously, it's definitely improved everyone around here has obviously gotten into their heads that, it's okay for a girl to race. It's not out of the normal. It's kind of got a bit normal now. Obviously, there still isn't that many people on the track that are girls, but I just think, you need to put yourself out there, and it's never as bad as you think. Try it. If you love it, then that's great. If you don't, then that's always fine. You can always go back to what you're normally doing, but it is really enjoyable going around tracks and racing cars.
What would you say to everybody out there who wants to join in?
I think I'd probably say that don't let the fact that it's seen as a male-dominated sport at the moment put you off. It's definitely a level playing field, and it's a huge amount of fun. We have a lot of fun here, and I think, yes, again, as Bella said, if it's not your cup of tea, it won't be, but but it's worth giving it a try and seeing how far you get.
You can go in there if you want, just move really careful with the tripod. Like. Oh, very, very.
That caught us by surprise, didn't it, Joe?
Welcome back. Hope you had a nice lunch. We've got the first of our finals, which is the Honda Cadets, which have just been released. This will come as no surprise that when I tell you who's at the front of this grid. Standing start, remember, and this is the all-important 10-minute final. Maximise your points for this one. Archie Loveridge is our pole position driver with 0 points, meaning absolute maximised in the super heats. Ryan White. Can Ryan White do anything about Archie Loveridge here at ROWRAH? That's what the question that's going to be answered now. Behind these two, on the second row is Ed Spain and Kevin Ivanov. Row 3 is Riley Blakemore and Archie Cannon. Now we've got Ronnie Smart and Jack Wykes. Row 5, Freddie Budd and Daniel Barton. And then row 6, Ala Dixon and Jaden Patel. Scott doing a great job there, the novice driver, up into 12th spot on the 6th row of the grid for the final. Jane Prakash, Oliver Ratton, Noah Clare, Luke Jardine, Dino Rowlands, Ollie Knox, Harley Bradbury, Stretton, Sophie Morris, Jacob Letherby, Finlay Thursfield. And then this huge field of 25 karts rounded off by the novices, Jerry Dufficy, James Pearson and Reggie Dufficy. It's going to be a cracker,
well
Nick.
Done. Considering you were 2/3 of the way down a wrap a minute ago.
A minute? Like 10 seconds ago.
Yeah, there was quite a long queue. We weren't at the front of it. First world problems. Let's go.
The engine revs rise. There's your duration of the final 10 minutes. So slightly longer than we've seen so far in the heats and the super heats. And it's side by side into the chicane and into that left-hand apex has gone Ryan White to take the lead as the rest of the field stream through. And Ryan White has been shot out of a cannon out the chicane and has a huge lead as he comes through the first of the hairpins at McRae's down towards Iredale's. He leads this field of Honda Cadet 200s out onto the back straight, and it is Archie Loveridge who's saying, how dare you, pesky Ryan White, that's my first place that I've earned with pole position, and he's not going to let this go by too easily, is he, Nick?
No, it's good for us because a little bit concerned if Archie got in the lead, which he's now going to do.
Or is he?
St John's knows he lost momentum doing that curb hop. It looked like a perfect move.
That was a bit messy, to be honest, mate. Yeah, here it comes again. This time he makes room. He makes room for himself down the inside at Paddock, and Ryan White's been hung out to dry on the outside. White's going to have to hang on for second place, but it's the number 72 with Ed Spain who hangs on with all he can through the chicane, and Ryan White from first to fourth in a matter of 2 corners.
Yeah, and it was bad news for Ryan there because he actually let Archie do the over, and he was going to try and do the under, but Ed Spain got in the way.
Yeah, Ed Spain was like, hang on, well, I'm coming through. Riley Blakemore was the other driver who went through as well.
He's gone wide to cut back, and he comes to cut back, he can't because there's a cart there.
And he had to then steer to the left and go around the outside, but he's going to come back, isn't he? He's down into fourth now with those 2 carts ahead of him. We've got Archie Loveridge, who once again has checked out.
It's tight behind him, and there goes Ryan White trying to get the position back again. Gets slightly cut off as they go round to the Paddock Hill Bend. Paddock Hill Bend, remember Brands Hatch all of a sudden. And they stick back in the same position. Loveridge now has got 9/10 of a second. As we go down to the first 20% of the race is gone. And it's looking a little bit like Ed Spain's trying to make a position his own. He's just, I know it only looks like a couple of kart lengths, but most anyone's had really in this area. There's his teammate, Riley Blakemore, who are the blue and whites?
Ambition.
And
then Ambition second and third.
Ryan White, I'm sure, is not happy with fourth. He did lead for a few corners.
Where has Loveridge gone?
He's leading.
I know.
So far ahead.
He's leading by... Where's he gone?
No, hang on, he's gone. He's gone. Loveridge is gone.
Where's Archie Loveridge gone? He's gone. He's disappeared. We've lost the leader.
Where
is Archie Loveridge?
Loveridge off the track. What's happening
as they come through, the first cart through and out of Paddock to complete 3 laps is actually Ed Spain leads. Riley Blakemore second. Ryan White third. Archie Cannon fourth. Jack Wykes, Daniel Barton, Ella Dixon, Jaden Patel Scott.
I can't even see his cart anywhere.
Archie Loveridge came through in 24th last time by.
But he's come through again, so he's had a major incident.
He's off.
No,
he's
not
actually
he's
off.
Gone. Yeah, I can't see him anywhere, so I don't know where he is. He must have gone off right at the bottom of the circuit.
He may have pulled in. You all right, mate? He may have pulled in.
Really
that is tragic.
Tragically bad.
That
luck
is
for him.
absolute tragic. as Ryan White there made the move for second spot. We've now got a battle there. Ryan White in the Ambition Motorsport sandwich, heading towards Paddock turn.
Well,
that is an absolute. I can't
real
tell you.
look, isn't it?
I have no words for Archie Loveridge.
You dominate a meeting, and then some sort of mechanical takes you out whilst you were leading.
Absolutely dominated, and he'd pulled out quite a gap before we lost him there. But Ryan White can see now that there's no Archie Loveridge there, as can Ed Spain. Now Ed Spain, we've seen how quick these Ambition Motorsport drivers can be. And we know how quick the number 1 is. That's why he's carrying the number 1.
This is a bit of a gift. We've not had a great meeting in comparison to the two running the major rivals.
Oh.
And the major rival has an issue. Now, the thing is, he's already obviously got a lot of points. It won't be enough. He won't have dropped this round, unfortunately, because of the issues with a poor score in the main final. But he has taken points off the how good a round it could be for anyone else by topping the heats and the super heats.
Yeah, we're about half a minute.
We're clutching at straws for him here.
We are. I mean, we're about half a minute. I mean, he came into this round in 3rd place. His best result was a second place podium step at Warden Law for round 3. He's got a good points haul, but this is where his points haul will be reduced, as we've got the two leaders going side by side through the McRae hairpin.
And
now Blakemore comes in.
Having a real think about getting past White now. And who's that little sneaky up in the background there? And the multicoloured machine behind them, both of them?
It's Archie Cannon and Jack White.
Yeah, it's Cannon.
Cannon and Whites. This was the move down the inside. Just defending was Ryan White after coming out with McRae side by side with Blakemore. This is a great battle, though. Now,
I mean, this is what we would have been filming anyway. Just we would have had Archie Loveridge like 3 seconds up the road. But luckily, it's for the lead.
Yeah, it is now for the lead. It's all for the top honours. Through Paddock Bend, and Ryan White has slid very wide.
There. That couldn't be where he wanted to be.
That's not where he wanted to be. He's waving his hands. I'm not quite sure what he's trying to say. But we've now got an Ambition Motorsport 1-2.
Is he trying to say that wasn't where I wanted to be?
I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure whether he thinks. I mean, it was just he turned into Paddock and then he just kept on sliding.
Yeah.
So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 kart training on the cadets. That's not uncommon. Sometimes I've seen. There was one point I saw a cadet race at Warden Law. It was probably a British Champs. We had a 30 kart train.
He's gone.
Yeah, he did. He's just slid wide.
Maybe
he hit the curb on the inside.
They've had a set of tyres for the entire. I think it's one set of tyres permitted, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So are they getting a little bit? Excuse
Well,
the word,
they are.
tired
Yeah,
after
yeah,
five runs?
Yeah.
TIRED rather than
Remember they did the heats yesterday.
Yeah, so 5 runs, haven't they, on them?
Yeah. Yeah, and Ambition now 1 and 2 with Ed Spin and Riley Blakemore. They'll come through to complete another lap 7. I'm actually joined by a Synergy driver. What's your name? Are you Logan Rolfe? Hello, Logan.
He's going to pay you off.
See, I don't know what you look like. Logan Rolfe's just watching.
He's got a 10
you don't
on
have to pay me. You've had a good day so far, haven't you, Logan? Yeah. I don't know what you guys look like without your helmets, you see. Logan Rolfe we'll see out later on in Michael Max?
Or Intermax, which one was it? There's so many different...
My head's full of Honda Cadets.
You look at a Charles, and Charles about that nebulous 10 to 13
That's
age.
right,
Could be any one of the races apart from the Bambinos.
Yeah. So, just under 3 minutes still to go. This is not over. I'm not quite sure what it's going to deliver, Nick, but I'm pretty sure it's not over yet. We've got Ed Spin leading, Riley Blakemore, Ryan White, Archie Cannon, Jack Wykes, Daniel Barton, Ronnie Smart, Ella Dix, Jaden Patel Scott up to 9th. The first of the novices into the top 10 and ahead of Kevin Ivanov. Please remember our interview with Jaden Patel Scott at Warden Law went down a treat on the internet, didn't it? As Ryan White takes that second place back.
Come on board because that was when his first meetings. He was right towards the rear end, learning, still on the novice plate.
I know.
And now
he's inside the top 10 now last time,
which is a huge improvement in a month and a half.
Right, got Ryan White now. He's got his composure back, and he is now chasing down the leader. He's got one Ambition driver out the way. Don't forget Archie Cannon on the 42. He's not too far away as they go through the chicane at Eau Rouge and then fire out of there down to McRae's. And if anything, the number 68 of Riley Blakemore beginning to lose a bit of contact there to Ryan White. So
White's certainly got that little comfort gap, which he doesn't need to look over his shoulder for a couple of laps. Then again, he needs to try and find a way of just easing back up to Ed Spain.
Well, Ed Spain had a podium at round 1 at Wilton. There's Ryan White down the inside. Ryan White onto the top step of the podium at the moment, but Ed Spain, who finished behind Ryan White at round 1, will want to get ahead of him. And these two have now closed back up towards the Riley Blakemore and Archie Cannon. We've seen that so many times at the stewardesses, haven't we?
Much more side by side than normal. That one.
And he's done it. He's done it before we come out of the replay. He's already lost the lead, but Ryan White's going to have that lead back at Royal Rouge.
Yeah.
Into the chicane now.
Can I just point out, Douglas Downey, come on Archie Cannon, he says, who's currently
Archie Cannon's about to go down the inside.
Is there space for him? No.
Bit of wheel banging, 3 wide out of McRae's. Archie Cannon has to settle back to 4th. It all looked like it was about to kick off there. It's all settled down. With Ryan White looking over his shoulder on the back straight, heading towards the stewardesses. Into the stewardesses' defensive driving there. A little bit of weaving across to optimise the line through, but these 4 now glued together. It'll be the last lap board next time by. Ryan White has to defend through the right-hander at St John's. It's going to compromise this one, but everyone's compromised, to be honest, Nick.
Yeah. Great racing. This is really.
Are they going to get across the line? 4.
Just wondering.
3, 2, 1. They have, you know. They absolutely have.
By 2 seconds is a penalty for 28. Who's 28? It's a penalty.
28's down the order, I think. It's Ollie Knox down in 12th.
Interesting. I wonder what he's done for that.
2 laps to go. They got across the line with 1 second to go. 1 second to go. Here we go. Ryan White. He's got to hold back these. He would have absolutely been delighted with 1 lap. Now remember, Ryan was the winner of round 1 and round 2. He was 4th at his home track at Warden Law. Here he comes out of the stewardesses. He's having to defend into St John's. Absolutely all over him is Ed Spain. From left to right behind him.
This is really going to condense those 4 right up now. Anyone can be
Ed
up
Spain down the inside of Paddock.
Eased him out. Will Blakemore be able to get him as well? He has. So the ambition drivers, with an ambitious move, have moved into 1st and 2nd.
Great move from both teams, and now we've got Blakemore, who's acting as a cushion to Ed Spain, and Archie Cannon's not that far behind. Look at that defensive driving into McRae's, but Ryan White sort of gets himself down the inside, but he's going to lose out, and he's actually going to be into 4th by the time they get to Idales. He does the switchback though. It's going to be we've got a Kart that's gone sideways, and that looked like it was Riley Blakemore who was sideways out of Idales.
Wow.
That's let Ed Spain off into the lead. Ryan White forces his way by Archie Cannon into the stewardesses and off down towards the St John's right-hander. This is let Ed Spain, who has only had a 2nd place podium at round 1. He's been off the podium at rounds 2 and 3, and it will be Ed Spain who comes through to take the checkered flag in entertaining style, I've got to say. That was a cracking race.
Here we go. I thought I saw press the button. So he's come in, and it's a squeeze, isn't it?
Well, Blakemore, if Blakemore had stayed on the left, he would have been all right.
Cannon
but
didn't want to hit him, and Cannon nowhere to go.
Cannon had Ryan White on his right, so there was a 3. It was 3 wide. Yeah. You could argue he brought that on himself, because if he didn't turn right and kept the steering straight, the 3 of them would have went towards the stewardesses side by side.
Yeah. And Archie kind of went, I can't go anywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. So Ed Spain takes the win at round 4. Ryan White will join him on the podium.
Blakemore recovered to 9th.
For 2nd, Archie Cannon 3rd step of the podium. Jack Wykes was 4th, Daniel Barton 5th, 6th was Jaden Patel Scott.
Good lad, well done.
Cracking race there. Ella Dixon 7th, Kevin Ivanov. Where did Kevin Ivanov disappear to in the final? He's been there every time.
He didn't disappear as bad as Archie Loveridge, in fairness.
Yeah, that's true. Shame about it. We're going to speak about him in a moment. Riley Blakemore recovered to 9th, as you said, Nick. Ronnie Smart rounds off the top 10. There's the rest of your finishers there. And my heart goes out to Archie Loveridge, the number 73 from the Zip Kart factory team, who was absolutely bossed this weekend. And then I'm not sure what it was that put him out. I didn't see him go into the pits. I'm not sure if he's stranded on the track somewhere, but that is absolute tragedy.
It's almost like he disappeared in the hole in the earth and it swallowed him up.
It was so tragic to see.
That they're rescuing in carts anywhere. I think you must have right. He must have just pulled into the pits. But I don't see how he did that, because when we were looking to see where he was, but they were at that part of the track. How very strange.
Well, that is motorsport, as they say. And we have got, if you think that was great, everybody, back home, from wherever you are, wherever your home is, if you think that racing was cracking, stand by. We've got another few cracking races lined up for you. And the next one is going to be a cracker. So, championship leader Daniel Hartley, winner of round 1, winner of round 2, winner on the road at round 3 was Bella Fairclough. However, technical infringement at scrutineering regarding the rear track of her kart dropped her out of that, and the person who took the accolade was, of course, Daniel Hartley, who finished second on the road, but he takes the win. So he's got round 1, round 2, round 3, top step of the podium. He starts on pole position. Alongside him is Jake Anders. Jake is a newcomer, and showing a novice plate is Jake. He's with X-Kart, and he will start second. He's had a cracking first showing in the Kart Championship. Hopefully we'll see more of him. I'm saying it's his first appearance. I haven't got him on the championship score list.
We trust you.
So, yeah, I'm going to take it as that. Second row of the grid. And this promises to be threatening to the front row runners. Bella Fairclough.
Yep.
Bella Fairclough starts on the second row. We've seen her come through the field in the heats, and then the super heats after another infringement in heat 1. Sorry, was it heat 1? Yes, it was. She went out and won heat 2. She won heat 1 and 2, but a technical infringement stopped her taking the plaudits for heat 1. She starts alongside Ellis Daly, who has shown a great turn of speed all day long, so we should see Ellis up there as well. Row 3 as Taylor Dixon and Laurie McVeigh. Alfie Forrester, who's been there or thereabouts at the front of this field. Alfie starts 7th with Leighton Kelly on 8th. 5th row of the grid is Maya Simpson and Eddie Stewart. Eddie should be happy with that 10th place grid slot. We heard from Eddie, who co-commentated with us for both of our Intermax races. We wish Eddie all the best from that 10th place with a very bent kart after an accident in one of the heats yesterday. 6th row of the grid is Tyler Davis and Sophie Caldwell. 7th row, Harris Ali, Jacob Rump. Jacob, a newcomer to the series as well, on the number 77. Jacob at a track that he knows fairly well. He's here with his dad John, and we wish Jacob, he'll be happy with that. 14th for his first start in the Kart Championship. He's got to be happy with that. Well done, Jacob. Row 8 is Ewan Stevenson and Zach Kane. Then we've got row 9, Riley Mason Lewis and Ethan Bath. Jensen Cook and Jack Johnson starting on row 10. And then we've got Thomas Butcher and Joseph Mills. That's the grid for the Junior Primo class. Now then, pick a winner, Nick. It's going to be hard. I'm not sure we can pick a winner, to be honest.
No. I think Bella's got a chance. That's my guess. I think Bella Fairclough could come through the field, but Daniel Hartley obviously is a 3 out of 3 at the moment. 3 wins. The weather here at ROWRAH is quite remarkable, actually. It's, as you can see, there's a heat shimmer coming off the camera there as we wait for the carts to be released from the collecting area. I think they're actually sticking to time, so the next kart race should be underway in about a minute. So they are sort of sticking to time. They'll release them in a second. On a atypical ROWRAH afternoon of sun. There's a bit of wind and everyone's kind of waiting for this next heat to get underway and seeing what we can see from Hartley and Fairclough. Thank you very much indeed. Birthday boys made me a coffee. Not allowed to mention it's Joe's birthday. Oh, I mean it again there. I won't mention your birthday. Oh, I've done it again. Yeah, but it's your birthday. Obviously, your microphone's nowhere near where it should be. Yeah, oh. Hang on. It's your birthday.
I'm not responding to that.
We worked something earlier, just you also faded down. It's amazing how you forget the basics, isn't it?
What, like fading me up?
Yeah. Well, I say I forget it. Because sometimes you say, "Oh, Joe, you're going to talk about momentum." Oh, he's gone. He can't talk about momentum anymore. Joe, where was your first race ever? Oh, see, no. So, where did you first see a kart? Where was it?
3.
Oh, you see, it's all gone. There we are.
Yeah. 1986, the spring of 1986, my first ever kart race here, the 100 national class. Also making his debut in the senior class was current junior British champion Alan McNish.
That's just amazing.
2-time Le Mans winner and former Toyota.
3-time Le Mans winner.
3-time Le Mans winner.
And former Toyota Formula 1, as we argued about earlier today.
Yes, we did. Which came as a shock to you, having worked in Formula 1 at that time.
And having been within that, working the entire year he was doing it.
Yeah.
Nick Salo was his teammate.
Yes. Well, we've had a look at the grid.
Lovely man.
He is, yeah. But he's done some sports cars, hasn't he? Right,
Lovely.
here are the champions of the future, though, here in the Kart Championship. With Daniel Hartley leading the field round on the pole position with Jake Anders, who was been on that pole position pretty much all day long. But keep your eyes on the bright yellow kart of Bella Fairclough. We have
money's on them going round again here.
I have a feeling they will. These are junior primos, 12 to 14-year-olds.
That was never happening.
No.
They didn't even try.
No, they've got a false start.
That was even try.
Far too quick. Far too quick. Gives them a chance to get some heat into their tyres, gives us a chance to remind everybody that this is the 4th and penultimate round of the 2024 Kart Championship season. We have got the final round coming up next month that you will find all live, both days of the heats and the super heats and the finals. From Fulbeck.
So we're leaving about a week just to the entrance road.
Yes, it's going to take us a day to get up that entrance road, isn't it? Yeah. The infamous Fulbeck entrance road. Fulbeck in Lincolnshire, Karting Live TV will bring you it all. If you can't be there, then relax and enjoy and just look at that site here. Here at ROWRAH, just on the edge of the northwest edge of the Lake District, and it really is a beautiful, beautiful place when the sun shines.
Oh,
we're getting fingers pointed, and instructions being given to our pole position driver and Jake Anders, the other driver on the front row. So it's Daniel Hartley and Jake Anders. We've seen these come together at the first chicane, haven't we? Here we go again then.
It looks
smoke. Too quick.
Far
too quick.
Too much smoke was the giveaway.
Lads and lasses, actually.
There was too much smoke, and that was the giveaway.
Yeah, that is the giveaway. What Dan Ashton likes to see is a very slow pace towards the start line. Then you accelerate. But these drivers,
these kids
were,
let's call them what they are. These
drivers were getting the throttle on at the apex of the final turn, which Dan Ashton hates.
And it's Dan Ashton who's in charge.
He's in charge. He'll give them another try, and if not, I can see them being stopped.
Talking to at the final.
Because the intensity is mounting, isn't it? The excitement is mounting. Great shot of the stewardesses there. It's a sweeping 180-degree turn, just in the underneath the side. The former quarry. It hasn't been a quarry for a long time. We've been racing here for 60 years at ROWRAH.
Marshall taking his life in his hands there by standing in the middle of the road and asking him to slow down.
They need to understand that it's all right going slow there, but when you accelerate from the apex of the final turn, that's what's annoying the starter. That's what's annoying the man in charge. Let's see if they can keep it steady coming out of the paddock turn. Here they come then. Daniel Hartley on the pole. Jake Anders alongside.
Yeah, let them go.
They're going to go, and it's Daniel Hartley that leads with Jake Anders slotting in behind, but there's that bright yellow kart of Bella Fairclough who slots into third out of the chicane and down towards the McRae hairpin. It's getting very, very close indeed, with Bella Fairclough just nudging the back of Anders kind of harmlessly. I think she's got away with that. Anders already defensive driving there, and you can see how cold the tyres are, Nick, as he's squirming around on the brakes.
Yeah, he's trying to get some heat inside. Stop looking behind you, just look forward, you're fine. You've got 10 minutes this final. Oh, he's lost all momentum in the middle of the corner there, so Anders not gone off on a slightly kind of almost panicky start, and in doing so he's lost Daniel Hartley, which is great news for Hartley. in his desperate efforts to keep Fairclough behind. It's almost like he's being psyched out by her just presence.
I think he was concerned because his tyres weren't up to temperature there. You could see they weren't up to pressure. They were sliding around on the brakes. They give him a very lacking confidence on the brakes there. That tyre will now come on as he gets into this second lap. And already we see the gap to Hartley reducing slightly. He's going to be very busy, though, keeping Bella Fairclough. He taps his helmet to Bella, but Bella's having none of it.
She taps him.
And that's an inadvertent little nudge there. That'll have caught the attention of the stewards. So Bella needs to be careful there, but I don't think that was deliberate. That looked like inadvertent, and that's lost her. Jake Anderson, another spot to Taylor Dixon. And they're just caught out. Both drivers on the brakes, heavily on the brakes. And when the car just won't stop, then what can you do? You're on the brakes and you're just trying your hardest to slow that car down. But now we've got Hartley out in the lead. He's led for one lap. He's going to lead for two across the line now. He knows how to lead these races. He knows how to win these races. He's won 3 already. Bella Fairclough second. Taylor Dixon now third ahead of Jake Anders. Ellis Daly fifth. Laurie McVeigh. Alfie Forrester, Leighton Kelly, Sophie Colwyn and Eddie Stewart's rounding off the top 10.
Yeah, Fairclough now in a bit of no man's. I'm just checking to see whether she... I think she's got away with a nose drop on that, even though it's a very grubby nose in the car at the moment. From a couple of nudging incidences, and that one, as you say, was just you've only got so much braking, not that you've reached full braking, you're not going to stop anymore.
That's the problem.
But Hartley looking to break away.
He's trying, but he's not going to, because Bella Fairclough has really, she's been quite the class of the field, really, Nick, when you think about it. She had
yesterday, not so much today.
I'll tell you why. But I'll tell you why.
Okay.
There's a reason. She won the first heat and then got disqualified for a technicality. She won the second heat.
Yep.
That put her down the grid.
Yeah.
What we've seen today in the super heats is Bella Fairclough coming through the field onto the tail of the leaders.
But she came through and won yesterday.
Well, now she's on the front of this grid. Yeah, because she was disqualified out of qualifying qualification. But now, starting at the front, she's on an equal footing.
Yeah, I think the case is, again, as you've seen through the 2 days, other people have caught on, and certainly
That's right,
Hartley, absolutely, she's the class of the field yesterday, 100%. And she's not. I'm not saying she's not the class of the field. It's not the country mile it was yesterday.
No, it's not. And Daniel Hartley was talking to his dad last night, and he was saying they just couldn't get the thing to gain any time in practice on Friday. They worked on it all day yesterday. It's a little bit better, but Fairclough still seems to have pace. Look at how she's closed the gap. Now, it's one thing in pure Murray Walker terms, Nick, one thing catching a cart in front of you. It's a different kettle of fish altogether trying to pass. Now, let's see if Bella can do that, because she's got Daniel Hartley. He's looking over his shoulder. He's tapping his helmet. I'm not really sure what that means when you're in the lead, Daniel. It means let's go and extend this lead, perhaps, and let's not fall back into the clutches of Taylor Dixon and Jake Anders.
Look at that. A couple of comments. Douglas Downey coming on Archie Cannon, and Joshua Owen coming on Alfie, which must be Alfie Forrester. So we've got some activity of people staring at the time. It's going all up the inside, and Fairclough takes the lead. No surprise there. Will she be over and under? Let's find out. It's looking like
she
it.
will.
No, well done, Daniel.
And Daniel has the ideal line for the chicane and will take the position back. Daniel Hartley shows having led that lap, so Bella Fairclough yet to show at the front of this field, even though she did lead that field into and out of Paddock, down into Iredale's. Oh,
No
using
touch.
a tin opener there, but she's going to compromise her exit speed. Just trying to, and Hartley's going to be fully aware now that she's there.
You can see why Hartley won the first 3 rounds. There's some great racecraft in that lad. Bella's got some great racecraft and she's got some pace, but what is happening now, look, Taylor Dixon is able to get onto the back of these two, because they obviously, as they scrap, they're slower.
And what you mean by he's got good racecraft, he knew he couldn't turn in. He gave her the room.
Yeah.
He gave her the room and he kept his speed up.
He's got a good kind of sixth sense, or just experience, of knowing where his kart is in relation to both the track limits and the other drivers around him. And he also knows that just because that you can give up a position if you can get it back again 2 corners later.
Yeah, he did. He stayed calm, didn't he?
You don't have to panic. And certainly this is a track where we've seen, someone gets up the inside, well, you can take a different line and get back into a corner later, because that's the way that momentum works on these karts, and obviously with this track, and also with most of these karts being limited in some way in power because of they've been restricted back, and a bit less for Junior Primo, but the other karts, it's also about keeping the cars rolling, isn't it?
Well, we've got an absolutely intriguing high-speed battle here, because these two drivers, they're not managing tyres. They're not managing the race. They are absolutely flat out here, is what we're seeing.
Yeah.
Daniel Hartley, last of the late breakers.
Dixon's
Bella
gaining on
Fairclough
both
the
of them.
same. Yes, I know, and that's because, Nick, we've got a series of these. Oh, and there's the contact that was
I'm not
coming.
Sure that's a look at Hartley.
3 wide.
Hartley's gone wide, but then Dixon comes through for the lead.
Yeah.
Christmas come early. It's not just your birthday, Joe. It's also obviously Taylor Dixon's
Oh,
birthday
Daniel-
again. He's lost it again.
Daniel Hartley down the inside. No, Daniel, he hasn't lost it again. He hadn't lost it. He didn't have it before.
Well,
that
he's
was Taylor.
lost it.
That was Taylor Dixon with a cart off onto the driver's right there. Not sure. Driver's left through the right-hander,
Yeah.
but back at the front, Taylor Dixon, having got the lead, then slid wide into the stewardesses, and that allowed Daniel Hartley to regain the lead back.
And
Bella Fairclough
lost all her momentum.
Yeah, Bella Fairclough has now lost out massively in that kerfuffle into the Iredale's hairpin.
I think it's Ellis Dealey who went off.
Yeah, I think it was. Blue card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got going again.
Right, 3 minutes to go.
Don't know. Answer
Three-
the question.
no,
Don't know.
no, I don't know either.
That having Dixon between himself and Bella Fairclough is going to be a massive advantage for Hartley. So I think if he can put a little bit of a scamper on for a couple of laps, he might give himself enough of a lead. But Dixon, who we haven't really featured, has come from nowhere in this final to be competitive on both pace and on driving style.
Taylor Dixon, number 43. Not sure who's running him. Might be a privateer.
The top 5 is 63, 43, 53, 33 and 15.
No.
No, just running together as the numbers. 3s. There was something 3.
Oh, I see. Yes, 15 spoiling that little synergy of that.
It's kind of rude when I had to explain it to you.
You really did. Your mind works in a completely different way to everybody else's.
That is
Look,
true, actually.
the 3-cart battle now for the lead. And if Daniel Hartley makes a mistake, slides wide by a metre, Taylor Dixon is going to be through the gap. But likewise, if Taylor Dixon does the same, Bella Fairclough is going to be through. And these three absolutely bumper to bumper into the final turn then. 2 minutes on the clock. Plenty of racing, plenty of opportunity for anything to happen here.
2 minutes to go. And in the previous 8 minutes, Daniel Hartley has led for about 7 minutes and 40 seconds of it. And the other two have had 10 seconds in the lead each.
Yeah.
And none of them have been scored over the line. Oh, this is a chance of Fairclough now. Is she going to get up to... I think the only thing, I think she's probably going to be a little bit of the eye of the stewards. Because there's been two sort of... Oh, she's made a mistake. She's gone too wide.
That's because she was left wide by Taylor Dixon, who just stayed calm. He had the line for the Iredale hairpin. Bella Fairclough was on the dirt, remember. It's a bit dirty out there. And she had no grip, so now she's lost it out to Jake Anders and finds herself in 5th spot. Or is that 4th, sorry?
Fourth. She's in 4th, yeah. But look at our leader. He's got that gap, and now Hartley is gone, because I don't think even if someone gets past it into them.
And sorry, I was going to when you finish. That's right. What I was going to say is
I'm well trained to the hand. You know that.
Yeah, it couldn't have worked out better for Daniel Hartley for Bella to have a go at Dixon at that point in the race, because there's only a minute left. And when this lot composes themselves, Taylor Dixon, Jake Anders, and Bella Fairclough compose themselves and get back on it and start building up that momentum back to Daniel Hartley, the clock is going to run down.
Do you realise the significance of this, though?
What, championship-wise?
He will be our first champion.
Well, it depends on the gap.
No, because he's got 4 wins.
Doesn't matter, it depends on the gap.
No one else can get close.
Well, you've got 100 points from the heats, potentially.
Yeah, and he got them all those as well.
Not in the last round.
Trust me.
Well, yes, okay.
Trust me, he's
All
the champion.
okay.
When you've won 4 of the rounds and you haven't got someone who's got 4 silvers, you're the champion.
Yeah, I think you're probably
He doesn't need any.
I think you're right. I think you're right.
No,
Right now, yes, you are. Okay. Daniel Hartley is on his penultimate lap. He will see the last lap board. As this battle for second rages on, we will think about picking up Daniel Hartley and watch him through on his last lap when he comes across the line. He's through St John's now, back towards the paddock now, through the left-hander at Sunny, heading towards the paddock bend. He'll see the welcome sight. Taylor Dixon looks very composed in second place. Jake Anders in third. Here comes Hartley now to start his last lap. We'll keep a wary eye on the carts behind him, but this one's all about Daniel Hartley.
Big incident at the in the back of the field. Describe it at the end.
All right, that's at the back of the field. That's not going to involve any of the podium protagonists. We've got Taylor Dixon and Jake Anders still in second and third, and Bella Fairclough trying to do her best to maybe get onto the podium. As Daniel Hartley, who hasn't had it all his own way, he's had to fight for this one, hasn't he? And as you said, Nick, this lad has showed some massive racecraft in being patient. Taylor Dixon looks a solid second, and Jake Anders looks like he's good for third, unless Bella Fairclough can have a go. And there's Daniel Hartley, acknowledges the flag. Bella Fairclough ran out of time as Taylor Dixon comes through in second, Jake Anders third, and the last
Jake
chance
Anders is
effort.
not third. He's been black flagged.
Oh, black flag for the 53, so Bella Fairclough might
Jake
find...
Anders is black flagged.
Yeah, and I'm not sure why that black flag has come out, but Jake Anders has been black flagged from that third place, which means the results may be that Bella Right, I'm going to say what the finishes are on the road, whatever happens in tech.
Well, that's in tech. That is
that's
literally black and white. He has gone, and he's out of this. He's been black flagged and carried on going, which you cannot do, and you can't argue it afterwards either.
That's right. Daniel Hartley takes a very fine win to win the fourth round of this championship. He won rounds 1, he won rounds 2, he won round 3, and now he's 100% effort from him to take the win in round 4. And like Nick says, we've probably got our provisional champion in the junior Primo class. Outstanding drive from all of these youngsters, because that was very, very hard driving there. Taylor Dixon will join him on the podium. We believe Jake Anders finishing third on the road, but a black flag for him will mean he is probably out of the order. Bella Fairclough finished next up in fourth. Laurie McVeigh was fifth, then Alfie Forrester, Leighton Kelly. Eddie Stewart should be delighted with a top 10 finish after the shenanigans he went through yesterday with a damaged cart, etc. Tyler Davis finished 9th, Sophie Caldwell 10th. Maya Simpson second in the championship. Maya not having a great weekend here at ROWRAH. She finished in 11th spot. Ewan Stevenson was next, then Jacob Rum 13th. A great start to his Kart Championship. We'll see Jacob certainly out in the next round, I would think. Ellis Daly 14th, Harris Ali 15th, Ethan Bath 16th, and then we've got Thomas Butcher, Jensen Cook, Jack Johnson, Joseph Mills, and Zach Kane was the final driver in the order. I told you it would be a cracker, didn't I?
And you were absolutely right. Bit too cracking as far as Dan was concerned.
Yes. Yes. There was a lot of action and a lot of chat.
What I was going about was there was a coming together between Ethan Bath and Thomas Butcher just coming out of Sunny, which resulted in one of them actually climbing over the other, bumping up and down, and no harm to the drivers. I'm not sure he's done the karts any particularly good. One of which, by the time he finished bumping, he actually ended up in the entry parts where they come into the track, and then just drove straight off the track, gave up the other one and carried on going. So quite spectacular visually anyway.
Well, it made you go ooh.
It doesn't matter. Things that made me go ooh.
Yeah. Carts bouncing off one another.
Oh, we were like a cart bouncing off one another. So I assume that if you've been black flagged and haven't responded to it, you could be in a bit of trouble.
Well, you will. I mean, it's an MSUK sanctioned event, so there's potentially license endorsements. I don't know what the black flag was for.
Well, I assume it wasn't a black and orange flag; it was a black flag.
Yeah. So I
naughty driving is
don't know
my
what that
answer
was
on that
for.
question.
Yeah. We've got our first of our Bambino finals. The first one is the petrol engine one, the C50 Coma final. This will be no surprise. I hope you did catch the Paddock show, because we chatted to the driver that is on the pole position, Noah Wicklow. Starts on pole position, Logan Hodgetts. We've seen the Wicklow and Hodgetts show in the heats and the super heats, haven't we? How these two have just kind of shadowed one another round. It's gone the Wicklow, the way of Noah Wicklow, though, with some fine racing from these youngsters. So Wicklow and Hodgetts share the front row. Ollie West and Calman Simon share row 2. Row 3 is Arthur Bowers and Henry Hills. Jack Swong and Jesse Bailey are on row 4. John Stevens and Hendrix Fallat are on row 5. Benjamin Shivar not having a great weekend. Benjamin recently received his trophy for being the spring champion at Warden Law. He will start 11th.
Presented by Mr. J. Bradley, Esquire, I believe.
By me, yes, absolutely.
Transported by you from the wilds of Sunderland over to the wilds of here.
Considering the Chevars live in Chelmsford, it's a bit of a long hike just to pick up a trophy, isn't it? So it made a lot of sense. Brady Atkins alongside Benjamin on row 6 in 12th. Row 7 is Will Wainwright and Wraith Owen. Max Armett and Riley Aston Wilkins are on row 8, and then rounding off the field in row 9 is Max Centelaire and Santo Amico. Yes, not very keen on this complete lack of
desire to be the first person.
Desire to be, you're sort of running down to the grid.
Someone's had a word.
I mean, I think it's because the kart. This is a long track. I mean, it seems long. It's only 1,030 metres, so just over a kilometre long. And the parents and helpers have got plenty of time to make their way down to the grid, because this is a standing start, of course. Just like we saw earlier with the Hondas. On this one, you'll see the drivers line up, and they will be, they'll be blipping the throttle there just to keep the spark ignited.
So, in a difference from this morning, it's Wicklow on pole and Hodgetts in 2. And then you've got Calvin Simon, Ollie West, Henry Hales, and keep on revving. So they are keeping the engines turning, keeping the clutches warm, holding them a little bit on the brake. And the thing you told you're never allowed to do in a rental car, isn't it? You can't press both pedals at once, but they own the carts, they can do what they like. But obviously
I've been pulled in many a time in an indoor car. What have you black flagged me for? You're pressing both pedals, am I? I don't know I'm doing it.
Yeah, yes you did.
I don't. It's just natural. It's kind of a natural thing.
There we go, and it's a appalling start for Noah Wicklow. Wicklows just been completely swamped. Whatever happened with his clutch ball, he didn't work. He's down to 4th already.
Oh, my goodness.
And away's gone Hodgetts, West and Salmon. Calman Simon. Sorry, not Simon Calman.
The only beneficiary of Wicklow's bad start is us, Nick, because now we've got Wicklow, having got by Calman Simon, he's in 4th. Sorry, third.
Yeah, he got 3rd. Now he's got West, so he's in 2nd almost immediately.
Wow, how has he done that?
He's driving angry. Driving out. Oh no, actually West may get it back again with the reverse. But I think actually that Wicklow's really looking to his left and right, hoping to make a few extra yards up. And there we go. So Wicklow, let's watch this. Yeah, easy pass.
He's now into 2nd, Nick. Hodgetts left up in the front of this field. They will be completing one lap any moment now. And as we click by, just over a minute to get around, we've got plenty of racing left. With Hodgetts leading, Wicklow 2nd, Ollie West 3rd, Calman Simon next.
There he is.
Arthur Bowers, Jess Bailey, Hendricks Fallat, Henry Hills, Brady Ackinen. It's Jack Swong rounding off the top 10. He's already onto the rear bumper of the leader, Hodgetts. And he's brought Ollie West with him, hasn't he?
Yeah, and this time West has improved throughout the weekend. He was good in the last superheat as well. And of course, as you say, this is the first time in this championship he's not been doing everything. Not been doing the electrics and the... I was going to say nitro, but it's not nitro, it's petrol. Nitro's RC. Nitro's the RC bit, but even that's been reduced because it's the same stuff you make bombs out of. They've finally worked out. So the amount of nitroglycerin you can have in your fuel in... it used to be 40% of the fuel could be nitroglycerin, the rest was sort of castor oil and methanol.
Good God.
And now it's legislated down to 16% because it said, hang on a second, this is a bomb.
We've got the situation we've seen before today, Nick.
This is deja vu all over again.
It absolutely is. Wicklow, who seems to be very content and happy to sit in the wheel tracks of Logan Hodgetts and pick his moment. Down towards the McRae hairpin. Hodgetts leads, Wicklow 2nd. That green helmeted driver there in 3rd is Ollie West. And Ollie he's kind of been there or thereabouts, but I've not seen him being in a position to challenge. And Ollie West, who's 2nd in the championship, remember. And Ollie, he was 2nd at round 1 and took the win at Glenegor's.
I think what has happened with Ollie is obviously he's doing half the driving he normally does around the circuit because he's not doing the electrics. And therefore his learning has been a bit less quick. And he was off the pace for himself yesterday, but he's come on the pace now as he's managed to get to grips with the track. So my feeling is that West now is pretty much up onto the pace of these two. That's the Wicklow and Hodgetts pair who've been dominating both Saturday and Sunday, but now they can't really shake off Ollie West, who has the talent that we've seen by winning a round already, but perhaps didn't adapt to ROWRAH as quickly as the others, as he hasn't been here before, and is now really looking quite good. Behind them it's Simon, Bowers, Jesse Bailey and Hendricks Fallat down to 7th place.
If I didn't know right, I'd say that these two leaders were kind of managing the pace, because that's allowing Ollie West to get on terms, and he's slightly
almost
ahead of in second place.
And he's undercut. I think he's no, Wicklow can't take him right off the track.
No, but he's side by side. They are side by side for second place. Ollie West looks like he's got that second place. So we've got two green helmets leading first and second. It's all about the undercut, wasn't it? There, and then the switchback. Wicklow squeezed in, but not too much. That's fine. And so we've got Hodgetts, West, Wicklow now, with just under a minute towards half distance. And there's Ollie West for the lead. Ollie West, the first time we've seen the number 20, will show in the lead for the first time this weekend.
That's
we've got a little bit of wheel banging for second as Wicklow's gone through with him.
Yeah.
And Hodgetts didn't realise that Wicklow was there, and he was moving around, and that was a little bit by accident.
Yeah. But this is really interesting what Ollie West has learned over the course of 2 days.
He's defending though, isn't he? Look at that. Now that's going to compromise his exit speed. And Wicklow knows that. You saw Wicklow lining him up for the inside.
Wide, but now Hodgetts now thinking about it. And Hodgetts going to take away the gap. Now, my spidey sense says that Wicklow should now get him on the run up to St John's. Because he's not, unless he can absolutely park it. Did he park the momentum there?
Yeah, he did a little bit. He stifled that momentum from Wicklow. This is St John's
here.
No,
it's not from Wicklow. Sorry, my brain's gone.
Who are you talking about?
No, you were right. Ignore
There's
me.
only you who knows what you're talking about.
That's very rare.
Yeah.
No, you were right, actually.
I don't know what you're talking about. You haven't actually verbalised what you're thinking.
Who?
Exactly. What I can tell you, though, is Ollie West is leading. Ollie West is leading again. He's leading on lap 5. Wicklow second. Hodgetts in third. Great battle behind him, mind. Arthur Bowers, Calvin Simon, Jess Billy and Hendricks Fallat are having a right old ding-dong for 4th place down over. And if anything, absolutely. And you know what? We've only just gone past half distance.
I know, so there's...
Hodgetts is going to have an ID line out of ideal here.
Thinking about the next corner.
He's got, look at the momentum he's got. He's going to rest on the bumper.
All of them are going slow. All of them are going slow. And here comes the Ayrton Senna helmet of Simon and the other of the 4 followers, and the maximum speed, the apex speed there through the Stuart S was very low to prevent the chance of Wicklow coming past West. And look at the catch.
It's not deliberate. It's not like he's lifting off, Nick. He's not slowing them down deliberately. It's just the way he's gone through the corner, that they're all slowing up and allowing the 4 behind these 3 to now become 7. When 3 becomes 7.
That was a terrible Spice Girls song.
This is going to be anybody's race. 3.5 minutes remaining.
Wicklow's still a favourite.
And they're going to start tripping over one another. If Wicklow doesn't get past, this could go anywhere. And Ollie West, you know what you were saying earlier about these kids learning all the time? They are, because Ollie West has learnt. He's learnt ROWRAH, and he's come out in the final, and he knows ROWRAH.
Wicklow went back for his line there, and the line was only available about half an inch. Otherwise, he would have taken Logan Hodgetts' nose off.
Yeah, Hodgetts takes the optimum line through Iredale, and that gives him momentum enough to pull alongside Wicklow. Wicklow hasn't got the room to try down the inside of West, so he's got to slot in behind.
The gold helmet we saw going away from him was a 98 of Arthur Bowers in 5th. You can just see him behind the centre helmet. Simon.
Here we go through St John's. Ends up through Sonny, the left-hander. And look at that train of carts towards the final turn. 2.5 minutes.
Not had it all day, but we've got it in the final.
2.5 minutes remaining now. Wicklow to the inside. He might have the ID line into the chicane if he can get his nose ahead. He can't. And Ollie West turns into the corner. Up and over the brow at Roe Rouge. Out of there, down towards the McRae hairpin. Wicklow looking over his shoulder and seeing that everybody is behind him. He's got loads of drivers behind him, and if he's not careful, he's going to lose out because Hodgetts pulls alongside. Simon's gone with him. It's 2 by 2 on the inside and outside. There's a little bit of a nudge, but Ollie West has hung on to it, and Calman Simon takes advantage of that. Wicklow trying to squeeze back in, and Hodgetts trying to fill the gap. He's going to fill the gap. It's going to be first, second, and third with Wicklow now down to fourth.
Surely, yes.
And the 98 has gone through, so Wicklow down to fifth.
And that was because you know what he was trying to do? He was trying to just give a little bit of a nudge to West to get him to just move wide.
I'm not sure that was deliberate.
No,
That's just
he tried to give him a little nudge, and then I'm not saying it's deliberate. He was trying to lean on him, because you know how Wicklow likes to be 3 inches off the bumper of the car ahead. That's how he likes to drive.
7 kart train into the final turn here with 1.5 minutes remaining. This is all going to go down to the flag. And try to pick a winner out of this lot. You're a braver man than me if you can. As Ollie West continues to lead, Calman Simon in second, Hodgetts third, Bowers fourth, Wicklow fifth, Fallat not that far off the bumper of Hodgetts. Of Wicklow.
Simon's got a good run here, but actually he could.
Hodgetts
might come through, and Hodgetts. No, the over and under going to take it back out again.
And now Simon back into second.
But I think Hodgetts might actually have a bit of an advantage here if he can move out. No, he's not doing that.
No, he hasn't.
So
He didn't.
Wicklow looks like he's taken the 98 of Bowers, so Wicklow's going back into fourth again. And Hodgetts looked he looked to get a wider line there, thinking if he could perhaps get towards Simon on the way back up towards St John's.
Yeah,
it's all going on here.
Yeah, Hodgetts had the inside line, but Simon knew what he was doing. He just sets back onto the rear bumper of the leader, Ollie West, into Paddock then. They're going to get 2 more laps after this one. Or in fact, they're going to get 2 laps this time by.
Yeah.
So this one will finish and we will go to another 2.
And it's Hodgetts there was looking for a line potentially through ROWRAH to get himself back up a position. Didn't happen. Just like to point out that the 7th place driver, Jesse Bailey, is absolutely not out of this at the moment.
No, not at all. Nobody's out of this, Nick. The whole of those 7 coming through.
He's
got him. Simon's got him.
Come across. He's been
Simon's
a bit generous there. He's looking the whole way.
Yeah, he is. And Hodgetts trying to get
come
through.
Across again.
Keep an eye on Hodgetts, though. He's got momentum through there. Wicklow coming by. Simon's got the inside line going towards the stewardesses. Hodgetts going to latch onto his rear bumper and open up a gap for him to get through on the inside of Ollie West. And Ollie West's hanging on. He's down to third. From the leader to third. We've got a new leader now. Calman Simon, it is leading. Down towards the right-hander at St John's. They go through that one. They're side by side, the 2 green helmeted drivers side by side, and Ollie West back up into second place. Time is running out because it'll be the last lap board next time by as they come through and out of Paddock Turn. It's Calman Simon leading. He needs to get across to the right to guard that defensive position into the chicane. Wicklow through into third and ahead of Hodgetts. Hodgetts just hangs on to fourth, and here comes Noah Wicklow. Wicklow onto the rear bumper of Ollie West as they both go down the inside of Calman Simon. Simon will come back at Wicklow, or will he? No, he has to slot into third. So Ollie West leads, Wicklow second, Calman Simon third. Simon to the outside, Wicklow to the inside. He's going to do the cutback on Wicklow. They are almost side by side. Now Simon almost on the grass there. And there Wicklow trying to squeeze Hodgetts.
It's not happening.
And Hodgetts up to third, Wicklow back down to fourth. Wicklow up to third. Hodgetts trying to come back at him.
West is leading, Simon's second. Wicklow's now in third. Where the hell's Hodgetts gone?
West is leading. West is leading towards the checkered flag. Can Calman Simon do anything about him? He's got 2 more corners to do it. They can't do it there. It's got one more. They've got one more corner and they've broke free from the rest of the field. It's going to be Ollie West if he can hang on to this through the Paddock Turn. But coming up on his side is Calman Simon. It's going to be side by side across the line. And it's Ollie West who takes the win. What a race that was.
Unbelievable.
Calman Simon, 64 thousandths of a second side by side with Ollie West. Ollie West, the winner of round 2, takes the win in round 4. Wow. Let me catch my breath before I give you a rundown. Ollie West, our winner. Calman Simon second. Noah Wicklow will go to the podium after dominating the heats and the super heats. Noah Wicklow will have to settle for a third place podium position. Arthur Bowers fourth, Jesse Bailey fifth, pole position driver Logan Hodgetts ends up in 6th place with Hendricks Fallat in 7th. Will Wainwright 8th, 9th was Jack Swong, 10th was Brady Atkin, John Stevens 11th. Then we have Ray Thorne, Henry Hills, Benjamin Shivar, Max Armit, Riley Aston Wilkins, Max St-Hilaire and Santo Amico. 18 karts finished that race as 18 karts started. What a race indeed. I'm not sure what part of the race this was, Nick, that we're having to look back at, because there was so much of this going on, wasn't there?
There was everything going on. I mean, that turned out to be not the race we expected, but a far better one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Logan Hodges is going to probably got a long drive home, most of us do, going, what happened? Why am I sixth?
Yeah, I know.
I don't understand it. I was in every single...
But I also think there's going to be an element of that from Noah Wicklow, who's going to be going, how am I only third? Ollie West, he kept his powder dry through the heats. I'm sure that's not deliberate. I'm sure he was flat out everywhere. But Ollie West trying...
The thing is, Joe, it's the first time he's not done both classes.
That is true.
And I just think it's that learning process. He was getting the advantage of doing both classes is track learning. I mean, the cars are similar but not the same. You get to learn tracks, and he was learning it, so he was still catching up on exactly what to do through Saturday. And he was much better this morning, and now in the final he was much better again. Now, in fairness, I think that you could probably say that Hodges and Wicklow should still have been first and second if they'd actually driven a perfect race, but they weren't allowed to because everyone was there and there was a lot of kerfuffling and it was great. Fantastic.
Great racing. That's definitely on the list for the rest of the month.
No. You can't have 3 out of 4 being Bambinos.
I'm sorry, but yes, you can. If it's as good as that, what we've just seen,
fair enough.
then it has to be.
All right, okay.
If any of these Rotax classes can beat that, then it's all about that. I'm all about the racing. I'm all about the racecraft end.
Well, luckily you've got the whole of next week's NKC as well to choose from.
That's true, but that's going to be a hard one to beat, that one.
Yeah, it is, in fairness.
We see a lot of racing, Nick, at all levels, don't we?
Not that surprised.
And it's not, that opening lap of the Le Mans 24 Hours last week was quite awe-inspiring. But I tell you what, that was an outstanding race. Dan Ashton agrees with me there.
Is he agreeing with you?
Yeah. Dan, you know what? Those kids deserve words of wisdom from Dan because they all want a pat on the back for that one. Outstanding.
Okay.
What's next?
I don't know. I'm a bit tired.
What do you mean
now.
you do know? What do you mean you
Are you
tired?
I don't know.
Do you want to get them in? No, it's fine. No, I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you know, let me read the grid out for this one.
Okay, you can if you want.
No, I'll still get them in as well.
Oh, yes, it's a 9-card grid. No, I'll do the grid. You get them in.
Fine.
Right. We're not at the bar, by the way, everybody.
This really is a very bad marriage, isn't it?
We
haven't worked out what's going on.
We're not at the bar. Getting them in, it means you just pour them a coffee.
Cup of coffee.
Yes?
Are you sugar?
Yes.
Okay.
You know that. We've been married for years.
I was building my part. I was building my part up.
Been married for 15 years.
Building my part up. Yeah, but I didn't like you in 2008.
I didn't know who you were.
Pardon?
I didn't want to know who you were. Anyway, that's another story for another day, Nick. Let's have a look at the grid for Intermax then. Max Gilman came here leading the championship. He was the winner at Glenny-Gores at round 2. He had a 4th place at round 1 and he had a 5th place at round 3. So he's wanting to be on that podium. And he's, quite frankly, going to be very, very hard to beat here because he's been very, very quick indeed all weekend. He's leading the championship by a good chunk. And he's leading that championship from Jensen Seal, who he actually shares the front row with. Jensen, he had a 2nd place podium at round 1 at Wilton. He was then 2nd again at Glenny-Gores. He had a 6th place at Wardenlaw, which puts him 2nd in the championship. JJ Lowe is on the 2nd row with JJ Plowman. JJ Plowman, the ST Racing driver, is 3rd in the championship with a 5th at round 1, a 3rd place podium position at round 2, and then a 12th, would you believe, at ST Racing's home track of Wardenlaw. I'm not sure if JJ Plowman's home track is also Wardenlaw, but 12th place there, disappointing for him. He's 3rd in the championship, but 4th on the grid. So Gilman, Seal, row 1, Lowe, Plowman, row 2. Fraser Anderson, we've got on row 3, sharing that with Rio Wadali. And then we've got Jensen Walker and Sandro Kemp on row 4. And then this smaller grid of the championship here, the Kart Championship, Jack Moss from True Performance Motorsports rounds off the 9 kart field. Winner of round 1 was Josh Cormack, who's not here. Winner of round 2 was Max Gilman. Winner of round 3 was Riley Murrow. And Riley, I think, will probably, and Josh Cormack will be up at Wardenlaw for the round of the UKC that's taking place.
Yeah, it's an
as we
interestingly
speak.
small. We've had 15, 17, 18 most times, so it's a strange anomaly that we're just down to as few as we are for this one, but that sometimes happens, isn't it? Sometimes, as you say, there's clashing events. And in
Yeah,
every
very much.
championship, you know, the entries just slightly dip towards the end of it, don't they? As people realise they're not going to become champions or decide, well, this hasn't gone very well,
Well,
I'll save the finance for the next championship.
Well, it's a shame, really, because, you know, it's not about... Well, it is about the winning, obviously, but, you know, not necessarily about the winning, because it's all about competing. It's all about being taken part. And, you know, I've always said this, racing's about enjoying the racing. It's not about what you can win. It's not a career path. It's racing. And at this stage, if everybody's karting, it's enjoyment and enjoying the experience of the actual racing. And, you know, those Bambinos that we've just seen, that's what it's all about. It's all about wheel-to-wheel dicing and swapping position, and whether that position is 15th or 20th or 1st and 2nd. It's all the same satisfaction. We've got a cart off, and I have a feeling that may be Jack Moss.
Where is he?
Not a good weekend for true performance. I think it's Jack Moss.
Whereabouts is it off? Sorry, I can't see.
Down towards one of the hairpins, I think. I may be wrong on that, but I think it is, you know, because we have got...
yeah, I think you're right.
So we've got our pole position driver, Max Gilman, who is wearing the Thule Motorsport colours. He's down as a privateer, I think, for this one. Yes, he is. He's down as a privateer, so he's still wearing his Thule Motorsport colours as he takes those colours into the chicane for the first time, but does not lead out of the chicane as Jensen Sale. Jensen Sale is the driver for TW Racing. The number 440, is it? That will take that cart towards Iredale's and has taken the lead of this race. Now he's got a long way to go to keep Max Gilman behind him, and Max Gilman looks very composed on the rear bumper. Sale looks behind him, and there's Gilman straight down the inside. JJ Plowman, I've noticed there, the yellow and blue livery of ST Racing in 3rd place. And Gilman says, thank you very much, I'll have that back, that was mine. Meaning that 1st place, of course. But Sale, great start from Sale.
Yeah.
Pat on the back from young Jensen to get in front and make a bit of a race of it in the early stages of this race.
Yeah, Gilman from Sale, as you say, as they go through the ROWRAH for the 2nd time. Holding the carts hard there as they go around McRae's. It's looking like we're going to get a little bit of a break here from Max Gilman. It's really down to whether Sale or JJ Plowman can stay with him. A couple of extra minutes, a couple of extra more thinking about. And Jensen Sale, who has been the most animated driver in the field all weekend, already is pointing, let's try and make sure let's just go and chase after Max. That's what we're going to do. Yeah, you can see the cart being removed at the back there. Jay, you're absolutely right. We had one non-starter. JJ Plowman's still on the novice plates. Is that black?
He's showing as a novice, yeah, but I'm not sure he is. He's got a yellow plate with black numbers.
Maybe when he entered initially round 1, he was a novice, and it's retained that through the timing.
He might still be on a novice plate, just not showing the number plate, which I think is not necessarily a requirement these days. You see some players, some drivers doing that, and some drivers not. So I'm not sure, but he's down in the entry as a novice. So at the moment, he's looking very racy indeed. It's a 4-way battle, this, as we've seen previously, with Gilman in the lead. Then we've got Sale. Then we've got JJ Plowman, and then not far behind Plowman is JJ Lowe, and we've seen how quick JJ Lowe can be. Plowman and the two JJs have been duking it out pretty much all day long.
JJs, one of which JJ,
the letter J,
J-A-Y,
and the letter
J-A-Y,
J.
and then what I like is the second J of JJ is lowercase, which is quite amusing. Here we go. So up and through the ROWRAH chicane. In fact, we've got 6 of the 8 carts really in with a chance at the moment still. The 169, hard braking, switching down to his left-hand side, and you can see there's a few adjustments on the radiator as they try and keep the engines at optimum temperature to produce optimum power. It's the Sale and Plowman who really they've gained a little bit in the last lap over Gilman, but not really going to a point where they look like they're going to threaten him with anything apart from perhaps lightly touching the back of his rear bumper.
Yeah, Plowman just weighing it up, isn't he? It looks like I mean, they're flat out, Nick. That's the thing. It's
Yeah.
not like they can just flick a switch and make the move.
Yeah,
they've got to really plan it.
They're not doing the F1 where they're 7 seconds a lap off at the start of the race.
That's right.
Because they're trying to preserve something.
Yeah.
They're running at a certain level of flat outness, but there is, as you know, there is a where you can run comfortably at what you feel is flat out, and then when you really have to go for it, there's the extra speed, which obviously comes with extra risk.
Yeah, and they've come together, haven't we? I mean, all right, we might have, Max Gilman. I'm going to say controlling the pace. He's leading the race, isn't he? He's not necessarily controlling the pace by reducing the pace. They're absolutely on it. And you can see that the way the carts are squirming on the brakes there. And if Jensen Seal leaves a bit of a gap or goes wide, then you just know that JJ Plowman's going to pounce. And likewise, JJ Lowe is going to pounce on the other JJ. 4 of them circulating together behind these 4. Fraser Anderson, who we spoke to in the paddock show as well, didn't we, young Fraser? Here with his dad as a privateer. His dad's his mechanic.
And a very good one, he said, as well.
And he says he's a very good one.
Though his dad was standing right next to him.
Yeah, he was. He was watching.
So
I believe he was. I believe he is.
The 3 has become a 4. And as the second JJ joins in right nose to tail. So Max Gilman, though, has pulled away a little bit this time. You kind of get that kind of... You see all the carts, they run down into the Stuart S's complex. And just that time round, Max Gilman's got, 4 cart lengths?
Yeah, he has. Yeah, he's just sort of let the pace come to him, hasn't he? He's just been driving his own race. He's been... I mean, the fastest driver on the track at the moment is JJ Lowe. He's 49.023. He's about a tenth quicker than the 3 carts ahead of him. Max Gilman, 49.1. Another 49.1 for him. Another personal best for Gilman at the front.
Halfway.
Everybody else goes slower than him, so that's where the gap's coming from. Gilman's consistency in lapping is what's putting that gap into place.
Yeah, and that's the point, isn't it? It's when you get into a position where you can control the pace, control your pace, but you need to make sure it's got a tenth of a second on everyone else.
Yeah.
So still looking around, moving around, animated within the cart, but not really gaining much on Max Gilman. In fairness, I'm not really losing much on Max Gilman, but I think this is an interesting contrast to our previous race, where we've got this kind of... Well, it's high-speed game of chess, you'd say, wouldn't you, really? But it's
I'm not sure they're playing chess. They're just absolutely flat chat, keeping up with each other. I really do. I don't think there's any kind of sort of management going in.
No tactics.
Nobody's waiting. Everybody's waiting for some... I think they're driving so neatly and tidily and very fast that they're just waiting for a mistake, and a mistake's not coming. Look at that. Look how synchronised.
Yeah, because no one's even going for half a move. Well, we're not seeing the over and unders. We're just seeing them following through. They were a little bit closer to Max Gilman than they were 2 laps ago, but it's still not enough to be in a position to make a move. And perhaps some of that extra game might just be the advantage of the slipstream that they're getting when they're following. Slightly dropping the 4th place driver, but I'm sure he'll come back in again. That's JJ Lowe.
I mean, there's the gap to Gilman, the lead. That's gone back. That's come back. There was about 4 carts lengths there. There's about 1 cart's length there, and it's going to disappear into the chicane. So the 4 of them back together, concertinaing back up.
I think it's hard to break if you haven't really got... if you are as fast, they're going to sit in your slipstream and gain that 0.1, 0.2 of a second on you each lap.
I also think that these youngsters are very familiar with the dynamics of these carts, that they know if they start squabbling and start making a move, they can disadvantage themselves. So it's very hard to make that decision as to when you're going to start making those challenges. So maybe, there is an element of managing the pace. You're not going to try and get past someone by sending it, for instance, because, it's 50-50 whether it comes off. And just look how close JJ
Plowman's getting a little bit more aggressive now, isn't he? Just not aggressive, the wrong word. A little more interested. He's getting a little bit more... Is there an element where I'm going to see something I can... he's got to the point now he only needs a half error rather than the whole error to get past.
Yeah, half an error is what he's looking for. But likewise, JJ Lowe is as well. And Gilman, he's hardly looked behind. I don't think I've not seen him look behind. He's not interested where they are. He knows what he's got to do. Whereas there's Jensen Seal. Seal has just pointed to his helmet to say, let's catch him. However, gents, the time's ticking by.
And they're not.
And,
it was 0.2 of a second last time around. It's going to be similar, perhaps a little bit more. as Gilman perhaps just eases a little bit. But I think at the moment, you would say that the carts in third and fourth have got more momentum.
Right, here we go. Momentum out of Paddock towards the chicane for Plowman. He's been looking like he was doing that. He had momentum out of Sonny. He carried that momentum to Paddock, and he carried it through Paddock and towards the chicane. And if anything, Nick, he's broken a little bit of a gap.
I felt that if Plowman's looked feisty for 3 or 4 laps, he's finally found a gap. He's now got 2, but unfortunately in that when he went past, Gilman's pulled out a lead of half a second instead of 0.15, but now he's got second place. But we do know it's easier to follow than to lead. He is still following. He's following the leader, but now he's got to try and close him down. But there's a little bit of a gap. It might give him a breathing space to think about racing rather than think about defending.
I think he's just thinking about what's up in front of him, and he knows he can see the rear bumper of Max Gilman, and that's what he's focusing on. We're inside the final minute.
Get 3 laps actually.
Yeah, we might get another 2 out of this.
No, get this one and 2 more.
Yeah, that's another 2 after this one. Yeah, absolutely.
The lead came down by a 10th there, so he is actually a little bit quicker than Gilman that time round. So Plowman in the yellow and the blue looking to push, but it looks like there's going to be another move down. JJ Lowe comes up the inside of Jensen Seil as well. So Jensen perhaps was the smallest, sort of a cork in a bottle that was, not so bottled up, but he's now dropped down to 4th, and both the JJs, both JAY and capital J lowercase j, are into 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, JJ Lowe, that was all about the braking area for the Ideals hairpin, and now that he's broken free from Seil, he's pulling away from him, and just look at JJ Plowman. Plowman now right onto the rear bumper. I almost said gearbox.
Yes, back to the lead, that's it.
Right onto the rear bumper now of Max Gilman. And we're only 2 laps to go. They're already halfway around the penultimate.
So he's got 2 laps to go. He's gained a 10th. He needs to gain. Well, he's now. They are now pretty much. He needs another couple of kart lengths to truly be on the tail.
He's gaining every braking area. He's gaining every braking area, every acceleration
Where can
zone.
he get past?
I'm not sure. He's going to show us in a moment. Here they come through the left-hander. The right-hander at St John's. Through the left-hander at Sonny. Out towards Paddock now. Gilman will be aware because he will hear the engine note of the kart behind him. He'll be aware that he's got a kart, looks over his shoulder, sees the bright yellow livery of ST Racing. Into the chicane for the final time this weekend then for the Intermax class. And Plowman just showing his nose.
I don't know what he was thinking of lobbing it at that point. Decided against it.
He might have. Oh, and look at that. Gilman having to defend. Slots back out to the right to take the optimum line through the hairpin. Out of that one and heading down towards the stewardesses now. Gilman, and that's a coming together and a drive into him. Outstanding work by JJ Plowman to hang on to that. He was fully in the air and fully sideways.
I think he stayed second.
Gilman, I'm not sure what was going on there, but Gilman looked to his left and then moved left. Right into the path of JJ Plowman, who has remarkably stayed second. And as Gilman crosses the line now to take the win. JJ Plowman will be second. He looks to the left and drives into him.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how the stewards will see that.
I don't think they'll be seeing it in a very positive light.
No, I don't think they will. But as it stands now, Max Gilman takes the win. JJ Plowman second. JJ Lowe third. Jensen Seil fourth. Jensen Walker fifth. Fraser Anderson sixth. Rio Wadali seventh. And Sandro Kemp
is
eighth. So, as ever, drama and controversy are the key features to the Kart Championship. We move on. We've got 3 more finals left. And this is perhaps the busiest one to come. We've got the Junior Rotax final. And then we go to, after this 10-minute final, we go to the Mighty Bambinos, the electric-powered karts. And then we round off round 4 of the Kart Championship with the Micromax final. For now, though, we've got Junior Rotax coming out next. And we saw a great battle for final honours in the second of our super heats, where Charlie Very took a very, very strong win from the Cato Motorsport team. We have got Kasper Tomilewski from Cato Motorsport, will start, unsurprisingly, on the front row of the grid on pole position, with Charlie Very from ST He's on second. Brith Murdoch from Cato will start third, and then X-Kart's James Kell starting fourth. Jack Robinson will be fifth, with Andrew Dixon from X-Kart in sixth place. Seventh place, and on the fourth row of the grid, is Leon Barlow. He's also an X-Kart driver. Addison Smith down as a privateer. He has done a great job in just easing his way up the grid order from the heats through the super heats, and now finds himself on the fourth row of the grid for the final, for the super final. Fifth row of the grid, Ewan House will share that one with Lewis Sumner. Row 6 is Marcel Poppercull and Emily Cooper. And then on row 7, Callum Gosh, Gregor Reed. 15th and 16th, Luke Sawyers and Archie Doughty. 9th row of the grid is Aidan McDonald and Riley Morgan. Harry Hurstgrover and Connor Dolan are next, with Riven Welsh, Aston Brown, Elliot Foster, Molly Pugh, Lewis Holt. Amelie Ackett starts 26th, and then Matt Scott and Calvin Moffat round off the 28 kart field. So, if you've got any stories out there, you can share them on the Karting Live page on your Facebook pages. At Karting Live TV is basically how you can share them to us. And then we will no doubt get to see them and fire them out and share your stories with our TV audience. We are here with the Kart Championship on Karting Live TV. We've got another broadcast next weekend from the Dunkerswell track down in Devon. That's the round of the NKC Championship. And then we are back with the Kart Championship in mid-July with the fifth and final round of the 2024 season for the Kart Championship. Yes, it finishes early, however, it's not over yet. Or it's certainly not over for 2024, as we have the Kart Championship Winter Series, which kicks off at the end of September.
Exciting.
Wilton Mill.
That's a nice short trip for me.
It is for you, yeah. And then round 2.
Warden Law.
A nice short trip for me. And then we've just had it confirmed today. The official announcement will be made tomorrow, but it was made official because it was Darren Beavers who spoke those words, that round 3 of the Winter Series will be at Three Sisters near Wigan.
A medium trip for both of us.
A medium trip for both of us. Yes, Wigan, which is... Did I tell you that was the first kart track that...
Anyway, so Joe's had to leave now, so... Actually, it's your birthday, so you can tell your boring stories.
I'm not going to do.
No, because you would acknowledge it's your birthday.
No, I went to Three Sisters many years ago to try out a kart. Ian Fairless was the guy who was arranging it. He's a big gearbox karter.
Okay.
The first taste of 100 National.
It wasn't a box car, though. Have you driven a box car?
Yeah.
I'd love to.
Go in a box just car. Like driving a firework.
Well, it's because it's motorcycle box. I understand all that. I have no problem with the gearbox. One deck 4. Is it 1 and then 5? Is it towards you for up or away from you for up?
Oh, God, it's up is pulled towards you, but down is away from you.
Yeah, because the motorcycle boxes,
there's a mate of mine just bought a KZ.
Well, for fun or for racing?
But he says for fun, but he's going to race it. So I'm going to have a blast. I'll probably do 2 laps and then need oxygen. Do you want a blast?
Yes.
You'll have to come up to Warden Law.
Well, I might do a Johnny. I might stay for a week. Hello to Johnny, if you're listening.
Well, bring Rachel, will you? So she'll make that bearable.
Yeah. Oh, blimey. It's a little bit unfair.
Yeah, but true.
Yeah, true. Makes it bearable for me.
I've just been mentioning, Nick, the calendar and how we finish earlier.
Yes.
Early than normal. But I think
that's a good idea.
It's not a bad idea, really, to, all front-loaded and get it done in the spring and summer.
What's funny about this is a championship for under-16s. Yeah? You finish the second week of July, which is the sort of time the real youngsters stop in England. It means you haven't blocked out any of the summer holidays for people to go on a summer holiday.
Yes, with their kids.
So, it's kind of like, and then you start the Winter Series again, in September. So the first...
When the kids go back to school.
Yeah, and the first 2 rounds, the weather will be absolutely fine. It's a bit of a toss-up for the final round in December. The first 2 rounds, you'll get good weather, or as good as you can get in this country. So yeah, I think Darren's really pulled a really good
idea.
Calendar.
Yeah.
Starting early when everyone's enthusiastic and people are trying to do different championships is just great business sense.
Yeah, I think so.
And then you have a championship which is decided. People can say, right, and you've got people here who will decide. I'm a junior Primo. Am I going to go in junior Rotax, even though I might not quite be the right? Might be a bit young, or am I going to go from mini to into? Yeah, that sort of stuff. And you can move up the classes in the winter series. What are you doing?
I'm just laughing at my sister's post.
Oh, your post. Your daughter put up for Father's Day
Do you
with
like
you
that?
in your Speedos, with your incredibly dodgy 80s tash. Had me in hysterics. Had me in hysterics. You look like a really bad, typical character from an ITV programme.
Yeah.
Oddly, not the policeman, the ne'er-do-well you look like.
Ne'er-do-well. Yeah. We've gone through the grid. I'm not sure
what were those Speedos about, by the way? Why were you budgie smuggling in the 80s?
It was the 80s, that's why. What do you mean, why? Everybody wore them.
I didn't.
Lunatic.
I didn't.
Well, you know, there's a reason why you didn't wear them, Nick.
Yes, there is a reason why.
Do I need to tell you?
Yes, you do, because
Okay.
it's called having some style. Also, not being continental. It's when you see those guys who...
Mate, I was at that was taken in the Crow Tree Leisure Centre. In the centre of Sunderland City.
Brilliant.
It wasn't anywhere exotic.
It's when you be on the beach and you've got these 60-year-old Greek guys who've got these massive paunches, and then underneath these tiny budgie smugglers going, I really hope you're wearing something. I really hope you're wearing something.
I was holding both my daughters in my arms.
I saw that. It was pretty sweet.
Yes,
that
I
part of
know.
it was quite sweet. The
She
other part of it was
probably
like...
3 or 4, and the other one was like 18 months too. Anyways, enough of me. It's a beautiful day out there at ROWRAH. Just look at those that fan base.
The crowd there.
We could probably get a Mexican wave going out of that lot.
They don't look
Do you reckon
engaged
from
at the moment.
left to right.
Hello, crowd. Can you hear us?
There's some very good sun hats out there.
Which
is
are there
very
any
much
speakers
needed.
pointing that way, though, is the question.
I have no idea.
If you're leaning against a fence, you can hear us wave.
I see Lester, our cameraman, has gone for a long sleeve strategy.
Yeah.
Lester's gone for a long sleeve strategy.
By the way,
because
if
his
you are
arms were burning.
if you are watching some of these kind of beauty shots and you suddenly see a huge amount of smoke in front of the camera, that's not something catching fire. That's our cameraman vaping.
Is that right?
Yes. It looks like there's a wild barbecue somewhere, but it's actually Martin having a vape and it's kind of blowing across the front of the screen.
There's the Paddock here.
Hello,
at ROWRAH.
Paddock. Wave to us, Paddock.
Give us a wave if
See,
you're in the...
absolutely nothing.
On the new...
Look, there's some vape there. Did you see the vape smoke there?
Yeah, I did. On the new viewing terrace there.
Yeah.
Concrete viewing terrace with...
They can definitely hear you on the viewing terrace. I can hear you out the back.
Yeah.
Joe Bradley is speaking on the viewing terrace. I could turn it right up again. That would kind of deafen everybody.
No. I'm sure people want us.
Well, I think Malcolm was saying apparently you're supposed to do some sort of sound check to make sure you're not deafening the people in the pits.
He said what, sorry?
He was supposed to do some sort of sound check beforehand, like with a decibel meter, to make sure it's not too loud in the pits.
And has he?
No, I think we were supposed to do it on Saturday.
We were supposed to.
I don't know. Just that Dan asked us to do it, so we did it.
No, I mean the sound check.
I don't know.
Nowhere in the country has anyone suggested we do a sound check with a decibel meter.
I don't
right?
know.
Malcolm might have said that, but nowhere else have we been ever asked to do a decibel check.
I think obviously in the past there's been something too loud, and admittedly when we started this today we were too loud, so I turned it down again.
Well, yeah, but you went out and listened and turned it down, and went out and listened and turned it down.
That's the magic of me.
Yes, that's by ear, not
I don't need a decibel meter. But no, I suppose if there's an argument, you need a actual definitive number, don't you?
No. Is it comfortable for everyone?
Yeah, I suppose so.
So we've got the winner of round 1 out there at the moment, Nick, Addison Smith, who's made his way up to 8th. Now, Addison is on the number 215, and I think Addison, who's down as a privateer, I believe, but he's carrying the livery of ST Racing, I believe.
Who apparently aren't the little team that could, and apparently are quite a big team, and that's why I can't,
Absolutely are, yes. So Addison is on the ST Racing chassis with the HRS engine, and I think we're about to go.
Good luck, Cooper, says Kimberly Ticker.
Good luck, Cooper.
Here we go, and they're away.
No, they're not.
No, they're not away. Hang on a second. Here we are, and they're not away.
Emily Cooper, I think.
Kimberly Tinker says, good luck, Cooper.
Right. Kimberly, do you mean that is Emily Cooper? Because I haven't got anybody with the first name of Cooper. So I'll take that as... and there's Dan Ashton. You've heard us speak of Dan Ashton a lot. Give us a wave, Dan.
Hello, Dan. You can't hear us.
No, he can't hear us. Yeah, he's got his cans on. Now, that's the man that everyone has to please. What I mean is, everybody has to please with their speed coming across the start line. And Dan is a stickler for safe starts, and he needs to be.
It's fair enough, really.
This is a kids' championship. And even
he's
more
not,
of a stickler.
He's not going to pick up much criticism for that, is he, really?
No, not at all. Not at all. And I've come to understand his style. I've stood next to him at Warden Law in our little commentary box, and he's quite right insofar as the acceleration line is towards the start line, not out of the last corner. So Charlie Very there in the yellow and blue of ST Racing. He's surrounded by Cato Motorsport and X-Karts, and he's got his teammate Addison Smith down in 8th, who's made his way slowly up the grid through the heats and the super heats, and hopefully he'll play a good supporting role. But Charlie won the second of the super heats, and here we go. The red light goes. No, it's not again. Yeah, tension rising, isn't it? Too fast. Too fast. So too fast is the...
who's that trolling round at the back?
We've got somebody who's coming from...
Why is Very now not even in the top?
Well, that's because we're just going to gather the grid up again, Nick. Don't panic.
I'm not panicking. This is not very grid.
Well, the drivers have got to go for it.
We've got lost a couple now.
I think we've had a bit of an incident there, haven't we?
It looks like it, which could delay us some more.
Yeah, because they're going to treat it. That's 2:21. Is that Emily Cooper?
Molly Pugh.
No, Molly Pugh. Oh, shame. Shame for Molly.
Now, they are now trying to get. They were very spread out, so I think you're right. I think we've had some issue. Another car has pulled off there, out of the running. Unfortunately, I couldn't see who. I could only see it was red and white and couldn't see who it was. So we've lost the second car with some damage.
Well, remember, we had a massive Cato Motorsport coming together at the chicane for the second superheat. Let's see if they can do. There's a group of X-Kart members as well.
I'm going to be losing some of at least two of these carts are not going to be running. We won't know who they are because the timing will all reset again as they go over.
See if we get this underway again, and I think we are racing
happy
this time. And Charlie Very into the lead again. He's done the same as he did in the second superheat. The tyres will be nigh on there after what was almost 3 rolling laps. And the 220 numbered kart there is Kasper Tomilewski with his teammate Braith Murdoch right on his bumper. And Charlie Very needs to do exactly what he did in the second superheat. However, in that second superheat, the kart behind him wasn't Kasper Tomilewski initially.
That's exactly right. Tomilewski was actually 4th for the first couple of laps.
That's
he couldn't
right.
immediately attack, and in fairness, his teammates didn't let him. He didn't give him a half an inch. Now he's already trying to get the move now up through St John's. He's got it in the lead now.
He's got it.
Will he get it? I was just wondering there with the 2-1-4 if Braith Murdoch was going to get past Very as well. But I think what happened is Tomilewski has decided, look, hang on a second, I know what happened in that last superheat. I couldn't catch Very once he got ahead. I need to get out, I need to get ahead, I need to break away, and then I got a chance of winning, and it's probably going to work because he does seem to have a bit of extra pace early on. Now, Very now is under pressure from the other X-Kart, who is it again? KSM?
Go out and come in again. Right.
Charlie Very's under pressure from the other
KMS.
Cato
Motorsport.
Cato Motorsport. As in Cato, the assistant
Not
to
now,
the Pink
Cato.
Panther.
Not now, Cato.
Yeah. Pink Panther?
Yes.
Is that what it's for?
No.
Oh, okay. Could have been.
No.
Might be a man who's a fan of Peter Sellers.
I'll tell you what I'm noticing. I'm noticing Charlie Very's kart is not under him yet. It might be getting towards that now, but he's been struggling for grip.
Is that low tyre pressure waiting to come up?
Yeah, just waiting for the tyres to come in. And he was having to be really forceful with the steering to get it to turn, and then the rear end was just slopping around underneath him. It seems to be getting a little bit more sedate through the corner, a little bit more smoothness from Charlie, which the kart's allowing him to do. He's got plenty of grip now as he lifts that rear axle.
Just gapping the 14 as well.
He is.
Braith Murdoch.
Yeah, a 2-1-4, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. I mean, he made the break. He was overtaken relatively easy by the drive, which Kasper got down this straight into St John's. Now he's back on the tail again. As there's a battle there between the teammates of both of the drivers.
Yeah, Jack Robinson and Addison Smith there. Another Cato Motorsport driver and ST Racing. Now, Addison Smith was our championship leader coming into this round. I'm pretty sure he's lost that lead to Kasper Tomaszewski after the heats and the super heats. However, he's now featuring.
I'm pretty sure he's already decided this is his drop round.
Yeah, he's took his time.
Behind him is the X-Kart. Who's that? That's Lewis Sumner, who definitely featured yesterday. I remember he won the heat yesterday, Lewis Sumner. I remember talking about him quite a bit yesterday in one of the early. Now, what did happen actually in quite a number of those heats yesterday, people got disqualified and which we didn't know about, and therefore the results didn't necessarily, the grid today didn't necessarily result that we thought we'd have in our mind. There were various transgressions by the various technical elements of the karts. And they cross the line again. Tomaszewski from Vary. It's 0.2 of a second. These front two really are where we need to be now. It's first and second, racing hard.
Let's see if Addison Smith can make any kind of impression on the two KMS karts in front of him, and then he will be behind. If he can get by two, he's going to be joining his teammate in third. However, that's a big ask from Bradley here. Easy for me to say, not so easy for Addison Smith to do.
And Vary now has got the issue of he has got the pace to catch up with Bakker Tomaszewski in the 220, the orange and white machine, but where is he going to get past? Because Kasper took advantage of the karts not both being up to speed and both being up to temperature for that drive out into St John's to take the lead on lap one. What is Vary going to do? What is your you are Charlie Vary. What are you doing, Joe?
I'm hanging on to the rear bumper of Kasper Tomaszewski, who's a very quick driver around here, and you can see how much Charlie is having to work to stay on terms with it, and likewise Kasper Tomaszewski, he's having to optimise every braking area. He's having to he's not happy because he's looking over his shoulder. He's concerned because when you are driving flat out, you don't know whether it's enough. And the only thing that tells you it's enough is where you are, and if you can stay ahead of the car behind you. And he's under pressure now because Vary is right on his bumper. Vary's really good through the right-hander and the left there at St John's and Sunny, and he's equally good through there, but so is Tomaszewski through Paddock. Charlie Vary very good at the chicane, just a little bit of a variation on the line there. Did you see it?
Yep.
Because Charlie Vary fires out of there and down to the McRae hairpin. What Tomaszewski does really well is get into and out of these hairpins very well. On the brakes, turns it in, then back on the power. But so does Vary. Look how close these are. And we have just clicked by half distance.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of pressure on both these drivers to try and mentally work out how to win this race. It's not just, Joe's saying just go as fast as you can, but that's not quite how it works.
And
now
here
try and reverse it up the into Johnson. Look at that. Something bang and through from Vary.
I said that Vary was really good through St John's and Sunny, and this is where he's got his kart working now. A little bit of oversteer as he turned in, but he just let the kart breathe. And now we've got a change of lead into and out of the ROWRAH chicane, heading down to McRae's hairpin. Tomaszewski, we know how good he is at the hairpins, so this is where Vary's got to be very careful. It's a bit early to be defending, but he just leaves that last moment before he moves left. Out of there, Vary, that HRS engine and Vary's kart just fires him out of that hairpin down towards the stewardesses, and you see how he lifted the wheel there. He got the kart to turn in, lifts the wheel, releases the axle, and the engine picks up for the acceleration out of the corner.
Breaking away. I wasn't totally sure whether Tomaszewski decided to let him get past it. Didn't really fight it.
No, not at all.
And now he's back on him again. So
you can't fight it through there, Nick, because it's such a high-speed corner. You've got to give room. Once you've got somebody down your inside. And I think Vary might have lost out a little bit coming out of the chicane there because he got really sideways. So remember, if you work the tyres too hard, they could overheat. So you've got a little bit, I'm not going to say tyre management because it's not. Something flew off there. I'm not sure what that was.
I think just look at the front of Tomaszewski's car. I wonder where he might have a nose penalty. It looks very low compared to the other teammates' cars. It could be an optical illusion. It seems low, and the others are not quite as low, but it might just be aerodynamic. They're running them really low here. And I can't think how he got it, because he was basically
he hasn't touched front, wasn't he?
He hasn't touched anybody, so it must just be an optical illusion.
Here they go though. Charlie Vary still leading. Tomaszewski second. Braith Murdoch, we've mentioned him for a little while. He's third. Jack Robinson fourth. Lewis Sumner, Marcel Poppercool. Addison Smith's dropped off the back of the two KMS carts. And he will follow Marcel Poppercull around. Emily Cooper behind them. Emily having a great run there in 8th. James Kell 9th. And it's Leon Barlow who rounds off the top 10 as Charlie Vary. 2.5 minutes remaining for Charlie. This is one of ST Racing's favourite tracks, remember, up here in the north of England. And Charlie will know this place, but more importantly, John Stewart, junior and senior, know this place like the back of their hand, and it's all about...
Double John Stewart.
Yeah, they know all about what tyre pressures you need for whatever the race weather conditions are, and we're seeing that now. That's not to say Cato Motorsport don't know their stuff as well. And with Casper running just off the rear bumper now, he can see the clock ticking by. He might be lining Charlie up. He's weighing up where Charlie's weaknesses are, if there are any. Casper's just making a note mentally of where they are. He knows where his car is performing in comparison to Charlie Vary, and that's basically what you spend a few laps doing. What the disappointment is when you run out of time to apply what you've learned.
So yes, what he's been doing is he's been behind him for several laps.
Was that one of them?
Basically.
I was explaining something.
Basically, yeah. So it's interesting because I think Tomaszewski really is now, a lap ago, he was very much thinking about when do I get past, but I think he's got an issue really. I think Vary's actually got some good pace, and we've only seen them overtake twice, and that's both times through St John's, which is not a traditional overtaking place.
I think the only issue Tomaszewski's got is he's not quite as quick as Charlie Vary in that SD racing car. I think
for the whole lap.
Yeah. Well, no. I mean, I don't think he's got an issue.
I don't think he's far. No, I don't think he's an issue. It's not an issue technically. It's an issue that he needs to work out how he gets past, because the traditional overtaking places are not going to St John's. But that's the only way either of them being able to get past each other.
That's true. That's very true.
It's this over and under here through the Paddock bend. It's coming in or out of either Ardairs or McRae's. It's perhaps taking that inner loop into Stewart. So what is he going to do when the obvious overtaking moves? And when he was thinking about it very hard.
Well, Nick,
penultimate lap.
He's got 2 laps to do it in, or 1.5 laps to do it in now. Now Vary's beginning to look behind him.
Yeah.
He's beginning to look behind him because he knows it's coming. He knows the move is coming. Time is running out for Tomaszewski to make a challenge. This is where it came before. He went down his inside into St John's through the left-hander there. But Vary's quick through there. This is where that ST Racing car works really well. Through here as well. Tomaszewski comes at him towards Paddock. Tomaszewski down the inside, and that was all about Sonny. He's going to do the switchback.
Vary,
I think Vary's going to... No, didn't quite hang on to the lead across the line. It was Tomaszewski who led. So if they do that again...
Let's bring the others into play.
Down the inside,
no.
He stops back in, and these two now being caught by Braith Murdoch and Jack Robinson.
Nice little break there from that. He just got those extra 2 kart lengths, Vary, after Tomaszewski made an abortive movement. And that means that he's not going to be able to do it here, going into the entrance of Stewart, which means the best place they found, the two of them, is the drive out, and he's not going to get the drive. So how is he going to do it?
He's got the drive, Nick. He's got the drive out of Stewart S's because he's right on the bumper now, and this is where he had to go before. He's not been able to do it there. Last chance saloon coming up here at the Paddock turn. He turns it in, but all it is about now is Charlie Vary and taking that checkered flag in fine style. Charlie Vary, he was second on the podium at round 3 at Warden Law. He's gone one step further and improved on that to take the top step here at round 4 at ROWRAH. And
this is the over and under on the penultimate lap.
On the penultimate lap there, Tomaszewski did that, but he can't stop the kart from sliding wide and allowing Vary to take that place back. What a great race from SD Racing and Cato Motorsport. Great drive from their drivers. Charlie Vary takes the win. Kasper Tomaszewski is second. We've got Braith Murdoch taking 3rd place. Jack Robinson will will take that 4th place. Lewis Sumner 5th. Marcel Poppercull 6th. Addison Smith will take the 7th. Emily Cooper 8th. James Kell 9th. And rounding off the top 10 was Leon Barlow.
Well, now isn't that also a candidate for Race of the Month?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. Good race. Yeah, you're right, Nick. You're right. That was a very good race.
I like that. I like that because there was a lot of thinking going on whilst people weren't overtaking.
That's well. It was. You know what, Nick? It was flat out. That was what that was about. It was flat out. Whatever, those drivers were looking at the nuances of their opponent's karts and where they were a little bit quicker, a little bit slower, and we saw Tomaszewski making those moves and making those moves work. And then Charlie Very, you saw when his kart came on after about 5 or 6 laps.
Yeah, it was a good spot there, Jay. I was interested. I just thought Tomaszewski was going to disappear in the distance, but you went, hang on, wait a second, no, that kart's not actually currently working quite right.
Mm-hmm.
So that would simply be different tyre pressures. There's nothing else. So that's the only thing that affects when it comes on is the tyre pressure.
Yeah. When you're as experienced as the stewards, you can put a tyre pressure, taking in the conditions and the weather, and you can tell your driver you're going to have your tyres by lap 5, and they're going to stay with you until lap 12. Or you can say your tyres are going to be on lap 2, but they're going to start fading on lap 10.
And so, so you've been told that. What can you do to make them last longer before they fade? Is there anything? Is not because obviously, we talk about saving tyres.
It's not a Grand Prix. Your driver drives flat out, like it's a qualifying session. Your tyres are coming in on lap 5. Hang on to it until lap 5, and then you'll have a kart to finish with. That's the sort of thing that happens.
So there's no way you can adjust your driving to help it.
No, you've just got to drive flat out. It's a 10-minute race. Right, I'm going to fill me water bottle.
Go for it. Okay, Mighty Bambino, it's the big final, and the grid looks like this. It's Ralph Martin on pole. In second, it's Henry Hales. On the second row, it's Felix Tandy and Heath Smith. Then it's Oliver Woodhull in 5, Junior Wright in 6, Jack Harper in 7, Freddie Dye, the novice, in 8th. Then it's Maximilian Michalski, happy birthday Maximilian, and Etienne Gardner on row 5. Row 6 is Jensen James Williams and Kai Ergesoni. And row 6 is Ollie Upton and Alfie Hennell. No, that's row 7. Then it's Alfie. Then it's Christian Doshi, Summer Upton, Nico Mohan, Arthur Thompson, Arthur Rhodes, Frank Pearson, Hugo Williams, Hadley Jarvis, and Arthur Bath in the 23rd position for this all-electric, all-action, sparky final.
It's going to be a cracker. It's going to be awesome.
Well, they've got a lot to live up to because the petrol-powered ones are put on a classic, so,
It's who's going to beat Ralph Martin. That's the thing. Who's going to beat Ralph Martin? Can Henry Hales do it? Can Felix Tandy come through? Can Heath Smith? I mean, it's going to be an absolute cracker.
So this is the penultimate race of the meeting. Thank you all who've been with us here. I think a lot of people are going to be watching this as live. There's a lot of other sporting events going on, including quite a big one in Catalonia this weekend.
That's right, yeah.
So if you're watching this as live, then hello, this is us in the past.
Well, you've got the Spanish Grand Prix, you've got a Laguna Seca IndyCar race later on tonight, you've got IMSA from IMSA 6 hours of
nice
IMSA.
weather.
You've got nice weather. You've got the UKC from Warden Law, part of the karting world. You've got a lot of motorsport action to watch.
But we'll be here forever because these streams will last forever, unlike you and I, Joe. And look forward to.
That's Oliver Woodall down in 5th place, who's just giving a signal. I think he's ready. I think we are all ready. Let's see when the lights come on. I'll let you know when they come on. I'm just watching out the window from the driver's lounge here at ROWRAH. The red lights come on. And the red light. Oh, we've got a little bit of a jump from Felix, but he stopped it before he got too much. And they are 3 wide almost going into that first chicane. But once again, it's Henry Hales. He's done it before. Felix standing around the outside of the...
No, Martin's got it. Martin's in second. And in fact, Felix lost a bit of momentum and maybe under threat from Woodall. Actually, not Woodall. It's Junior Wright, I think. And it is looking like that. Maybe Wright will pick up 3rd place. But the top 2, who have been the top 2 pretty much the entirety of this meeting, have already broken away. Yeah. Tandy holds on to 3rd.
That's Heath Smith behind in 4th. Then we've got Junior Wright in that blue livery kart too.
Who's always looking behind himself. And really, someone needs to say, Junior, look a bit forward a bit more often. The first 2 really having a scrap there. Martin coming out to look for an early move on Hales, but I think these guys are probably going to be shadowing each other for the remaining 9 minutes and 15 seconds. Not necessarily in this order, but they'll be shadowing along.
Yeah,
so
we've seen this in the heats, haven't we?
The electric motors whizzing away, providing the power for these karts.
Felix Tandy in third, chasing down those leaders. He's pulled out a little bit of a cushion, a tiny cushion, to Heath Smith. However, that's disappeared by the time they come back underneath us.
Oh, he's letting him go.
Yep, he's just let him go, hasn't he? He wasn't going to fight. That was Henry Hills. So Ralph Martin up and into the lead.
Happy to follow into pass,
Saw
I
him
think.
pulling
Weird.
alongside.
Yeah, off you go.
Early days to be scrapping and squabbling, and I think Henry Hills is as 6 to 8 year olds can be. That's a very intelligent decision to just let him go and follow it.
What happened when they really scrapped in the Superheat 1 is everyone else caught them up.
That's right.
And they had a battle of 7. He knows these two are faster by a few 10-second laps. If they just do 5 laps like this and then worry about their argument, it'll just be between the two of them.
Yeah.
No one else will be involved.
Yeah, again, very clever from these youngsters. Very, very clever driving. So these two breaking a win now. Let's drop back to third place, shall we? Because I think they're going to play high speed. Yeah, I thought that. Heath Smith's gotten past Felix Tandy, and then just behind them, Junior Wright and Oliver Woodall. And Tandy sliding wide and losing time there. Junior Wright it was that I thought was going to slip up the inside and got me all kerfuffled.
No.
Woodall looking down the inside of Junior Wright, who moves across and slams the door in his face. Third, fourth, fifth and sixth there in that shot into the McCrea's hairpin.
Everyone's going wider and wider and wider as the day gets older, isn't they?
Yeah, they are. Maybe these Lacan tyres do wear out towards the end of the day. Remember, they're on a treaded tyre, these youngsters. They're a very robust tyre. I'm not sure how many meetings you can get out of them. I'm not sure.
Probably the season.
I wouldn't be surprised. There's a move down the inside of Junior Wright, and that's Oliver Woodall, who's gone down inside Junior Wright for fifth, and I think he's made that happen as well, Nick.
Yeah, so the chasing pack as they are, because they're already 2 seconds behind the leaders, who are happily staying in the same order of Martin and Hales. These are 6 drivers in 2 little distinct packs. There are 2 and a 4 as they sweep round Paddock Bend. The blue car in the middle is Junior Wright. He's just gone back behind Oliver Woodall. So it's Tandy and then Woodall. Ahead of Tandy, it's Smith. And as they complete another lap, still in the opening stanza of this one, we have just about a third of the way through, if you don't count the extra lap. And I think very much the top 2 have decided they're going to have their breakaway first and then have an argument.
Yes, maybe they are. Henry Hills, 63.592, fastest lap of the race. In second place, following Ralph Martin. As the race rages on behind them, we've got Heath Smith pulling a bit of a gap away in that, having what will then turn out to be a lonely third place. Felix Tandy just dropping off the rear bumper of him, but Felix Tandy likewise pulling a little bit away from Oliver Woodall. So they're beginning to space out, aren't they? But I'm pretty sure in a few moments they'll be concertinaing back up.
Again.
Yeah,
I mean, at the front, Ralph Martin's now got 4 kart legs.
Felix Tandy's lost 2 places. Felix Tandy slid wide at Sonny. He's been struggling with Sonny all day. He's been going far too wide.
About to get one in the back again, I think. No.
Yep, he's been sliding wide, letting the kart breathe perhaps a little bit too much, and getting on the dirt. And lost 2 places there.
Who's the 81? He's got a track limit warning. That's Arthur
Rhodes. The 81 is Arthur Rhodes down in 19th. Incredible to think we've got 23 Mighty karts now.
I would expect next year we'll have a lot more.
Yeah, could well be.
Because if you're going to do Bambino racing, as you say, with the massive what could be happening, to come around and Tandy picks up another place and Junior there.
Well, he's picking a place back, actually, Nick. It's the place he lost.
But if you're going to exactly. If you're going to do Bambino racing, it's much easier to do it this way, isn't it? It's the introduction to karting.
Oh, absolutely.
Doing it electrically is much easier than doing it with a Coma engine, which you said yourself. You're looking at atmospheric pressure and everything else. This thing, you just press the on switch.
Yeah.
Hello, is it on? Yes.
There's Tandy going really wide again at Sonny. It really seems to slow him down going all that way out there. He's got 3 karts behind him as they come across the line now. The leaders have already gone through. Ralph Martin leading, Henry Hills second, Heath Smith, Oliver Woodall, Felix Tandy. What happened there, Nick?
Just a huge amount of curb for the 40 of Woodall. And you see, look, he lost all that lead, and Tandy's going to get him. He lost the momentum, he lost his lead. There's a yellow flag there for some reason. Why is there a yellow flag there?
Don't know, mate. Maybe somebody off round the corner.
That's a back marker. So yellow flag in there.
There's Heath Smith.
It's not the first 2. I've just seen them at the corner of my eye still in the same order of Martin has. His cart's gone up on the wall. That's a 70 something. Might be Christian Dosey, might be Frank Pearson. But anyway, obviously the young lad's okay, so that's fine. And we're taking the cart off that side. But we are with Heath Smith, I think. Is that Heath Smith?
Yeah, that's Heath Smith.
Yeah. There's the top two again, back together. Martin from Hales. Hales has after waving him through, on lap 3, has since then just stuck behind him. It's almost like one of those lorry drivers who want to save petrol on the motorway. And they go, yeah, you go past, and they stay right behind the other Norbert Dentris angle and save a bit of fuel.
It's as if they're touched by a bungee tie, isn't it? They've been so close, just following.
All weekend, not just this race.
I know. And we're well inside the second half with, 3 minutes remaining of this. So we're getting to that stage of any final where, if you are going to follow, and your plan is to eventually make a move, we're getting to that witching hour where you're going to have to make that move. And right now, Henry Hales.
I think that Henry Hales is going to make that move on lap number X,
the
last lap.
The last lap, yeah.
They've got that break now. They're 6 seconds ahead, and it's been an interesting weekend where they really have just looked. The two of them have just looked better than the rest of the field, and I'm sure. I think because this is a kind of a arrive and not quite arrive and drive, but it's all kind of centrally supplied, isn't it? That's what I'm looking for. I think you can. You can see the data.
Regulated.
You can see the data for these kids and see what's happening. So you can say, why are they quicker? I think it's just down to the fact that the thing you pointed out really early in this weekend is the difference about this track to the other tracks. It's not about bravery. It's not about hanging out the corner. It's about braking. It's about decelerating and accelerating, which is an absolute key talent, and that's where you can make up so much time here.
Yeah, you do, and you make chunks of time. If you get it wrong, you lose chunks of time. And here we are, Ralph Martin switching it on and losing Henry Hales from that bumper. That bungee tie has been cut.
There's a quote from Jackie Stewart, which I read years ago, and I didn't understand. He said, I worked at the accident, he said, coming off the brakes is as important as going on them. Mm-hmm. And I thought, that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense at all, I thought, until I started doing iRacing. And then I realised he was right. How you come off the brakes is incredibly important.
But that's more about load transfer on sprung cars.
What about
a kart? Isn't
no? I know what you're saying, but it's still the same because you've got to keep the kart moving smoothly. And when you're braking heavily, it's how you come back off the road. It's the amount of momentum you lose. It's different, but it's still a key point about braking. It's not just slamming it on and not locking up. Mm-hmm. It's about where is your minimum speed, and that is obviously about when you decide to come off the brakes and whether you come off them hard or soft, where you just ease back. That's the point I'm making. I realise it's very different for a four-wheel sprung car, but it's still a point I'm trying to make. As maybe made it.
Beautifully presented.
Thank you.
Back to the league.
What I like was the fact you had to argue with me. You couldn't let me have it.
No, I didn't.
But suddenly this was the back marker. We've got a big split in the front of the field.
Yeah,
Ralph Martin decided to go, and Henry Hales has been left.
I did mention that Henry Hales has kind of flicked the switch. And
no, Ralph Martin's flicked the switch.
Yeah, that's what I said. Ralph Martin's flicked the switch and left Henry Hales off his rear bumper. Did I just say Henry Hales?
Yes.
Did I really? I was thinking Henry Hales in my head has dropped back off the rear bumper of Ralph Martin, and I'm pretty
Still 2
sure.
laps to go.
I'm pretty sure that's because Ralph Martin is kind of right. Time to go. Time to check out. Shall we drop back to third place?
Yeah, third and fourth are right together, coming around the Paddock Hill bend right now. They're going to come across the start-finish. They look very similarly livery, though I don't think they are the same livery. Just happen to have a little bit the same with the orange in the chassis, I think.
Yeah, we'll just see they come now. That's Heath Smith, then Oliver Woodall, then Felix Tandy.
Then it's Wright, Junior Wright. Good to see him looking forward.
And then Jack Harper. So this is a battle for the final step of the podium. So this is pretty intense as Oliver Woodall moves out to the inside and goes down the inside at the
massive mistake.
And Felix
Tandy, mistake by
Felix Tandy has come through, and Felix Tandy's about to take third place.
Heath Smith made a huge error in this. Well, he made a very small error with a huge cost because everyone was so close to him. Just overshot the breaking point entirely and lost 3 places. It's one of those things. That sort of mistake. If you're on your own, it's just irritating. If there's 2 of you, you lose 1 place. When there's so many carts nailed together, you lose so many places.
Well, he did, because Felix Tandy's reaped the benefits of that one. He's sorted out Sunny Corner now. He's not going as wide. He needs to gather momentum here using all of the
Should
track
be,
and
no,
more.
he's
He's got
gonna
to
lose
guard
one.
that inside line.
He's going to lose one.
No, he's not, because he's going to sit on the outside and have the line into the second part of the chicane.
Oh, he's not taking any
He's
prisoners.
not taking any prisoners. That's what I expected the youngster to do. We've seen him do it all day long. Felix Tandy
They've
onto
got
the
no
final
fear,
lap.
have they?
No, and he sits there. He's going to have Heath Smith come back at him. We're almost 3 wide there, going towards the ideal hairpin. We'll keep an eye on the leader, Ralph Martin, as these two battle it out for third. They're going to do a switchback, and Heath Smith does the switchback on Tandy. We're going to have to leave this very shortly because Ralph Martin's coming into view down the hill towards
He's
the
going through
final
Sunny
few
now.
corners.
He goes through Sunny.
Into the final turn now, the number 32. Let's see if we can pick him up. There he is there.
Just take him across the line and see if we can get back to this action.
So there is the checkered flag for
That's
Ralph
your
Martin,
winner.
who acknowledges it. And look at that for
Chaos,
third.
but behind.
Heath Smith
I don't
looks
know
like
who's
he's
where.
got it.
I think-
That's Heath Smith.
Is
He's
Tandy
in
going to be
third.
sixth?
Tandy's going to be third, fourth, fifth, sixth, or fifth.
No, I think it's a back marker in. I think one of these is a back
All right,
marker.
I think you're right. Yeah,
But I don't know where he's going to be.
Hang on. Ralph Martin wins. Henry Hill second. Heath Smith third. Felix Tandy fourth.
And a back marker somewhere.
Oliver Woodall fifth. Junior Wright sixth. Jack Harper seventh. Jensen James Williams eighth. Etienne Gardner ninth. 10th was Freddie Dye. Incredible end to that one. And that was the switchback that took that third place from Felix Tandy and give it to Heath Smith. And Heath Smith, a great drive there. He knew what he was doing. He let Felix Tandy go through, and then he did the switchback on him. All these kids learning every time they drive these karts. Every time. They are learning more and more racecraft. And, you know, it's not going to be a surprise that when they get to the cadet classes, they can absolutely just drive on the limit.
Possibly with a new
wheel
electric
to wheel.
cadets.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Every possibility. Why have I done that?
I don't know. Why have you done that?
It's dropped
It's
off
that
the
mystery
lifetime.
when you ask, why have I done that? I don't know why you've done that.
Well, Nick, we
What?
are at that point in the weekend where it is our last race of the weekend.
Huh, really?
So
I'd be more disappointed if I didn't have a 5-hour drive home. But in fairness, I'm quite disappointed. I'm enjoying this.
So, what have we got next on Karting Live TV?
Well, next on Karting Live TV. Yeah, sure. Quick announcement for all of you in the paddock. If any of you have a transponder you've borrowed from the club, could you remember to drop it back underneath the driver's lounge as soon as you can? Please don't drive off with the transponders, because then they'll just kind of chase after you, and it'll be the postage, which is expensive in this country.
Public announcement going out to the world. So we've got the final race coming up for which will be our Micromax final. 19 karts have qualified. It's going to be very, very tricky to beat Alfie Mayer. He's going to start with Logan Rolfe, who is alongside. Second row of the grid is Lewis Kokotti and Albie J. Stubbs. And then we've got on the third row Benedictus Masiokas and Buddy Hugo. Fourth row of the grid is Freddie Blackshaw and Chloe McGill. And then on row 5, Jack Mellon and Xavier Ramsey. Row 6, Jamie Walsh and Carter Jackson. Row 7, Lewis Herberton and Victor Popical. Row 8 is Ronnie Faulkner and Ruben Sagu, with Jensen Darlow and Travis Giddings starting on row 9. And then rounding off 19 karts is Zach Andrew.
To answer your question several minutes ago, next for Karting Live TV,
That's
it's
the one.
next week, where we go about as far as you can go if you don't count Lark Hall. We're going all the way down to Dunkerswell, formerly known as Manswell Raceway, but still quite near Taunton, for round number 3 of the NKC 2024, the final round of the Southern Cup.
And then what's on the calendar for Karting Live TV?
After that, Karting Live TV will be back up to
Fullbeck.
Is it Fullbeck before the O-Plate, or is it O-Plate before Fullbeck?
I think it's Fullbeck for the final round of this.
It's Fullbeck for the final round of this. Then it's the O-Plate for NKC.
Back here at ROWRAH.
Back here at ROWRAH, yeah. At the back end, the back end of July.
Right, so we've got a lot of karting coming in the next 6 weeks.
So does it go this, Dunkerswell, Mazzano, Fullbeck?
I'm going to tell you.
Blimey, that's a bit of a run, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ash isn't coming to Fullbeck.
So we've got...
Can you believe it? Ash isn't coming to Fullbeck.
Yeah, I can believe that. We've got... we have. potentially got Mazzano 12 hours.
Yeah.
But we do have the final round of the CKC, the Kart Championship.
Yes, brilliant.
At Fulbeck.
Excellent.
On the weekend of the 13th and 14th. And then we've got the NKC All-Plate back here
at ROWRAH
in Cumbria for the All-Plate meeting for the NKC.
Yep.
And then we've got a bit of a break on Karting Live TV where we then come back to you for a round of the NKC Championship at Wilton Mill, which is the 17th and 18th of August. But we've got plenty of karting before that. We've got one more race for this fourth round of the Kart Championship. And then we've got the next karting you will see on Karting Live TV, as Nick's just said. Formerly Mansell Raceway, which was formerly Dunkerswell, which has gone back to Dunkerswell.
Okay.
Did you know that?
I did know it wasn't always Mansell, didn't they? Gone back straight back to it.
Yeah.
But yes, there's lots of karting basically, and it's all available forever. So thank you all for watching the stuff. And we're hoping to have a couple of later in the season. We're hoping to have a couple of extra events. One we did last year, which is the Autumn Cup at Warden Law, which hopefully will be happening in early November. There's another one which may be happening, special one. I can't say who it is because it's only potential. Yeah. But we are hoping to go to a new track with an old series. It's our first ever series. Mm-hmm. Isn't it? You don't know what I'm talking about, do you?
No, I have no idea. Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course I do. Yes. It was the very first thing we did. No, wasn't the Warden Law?
No, Warden Law was Warden Law was the first thing we did for someone who wasn't a friend. That was the first non-nepotistic one.
It was the birth of
Karting Live TV.
I've got to say, I can't believe that. Well, I can believe because we sort of front-loaded the year with the Kart Championship. But you're pretty confident that we've crowned our first Kart Championship
100%.
champion.
There's no chance he can't win unless he got disqualified 10 minutes ago. There's no way he hasn't won.
Yeah. We don't get told about disqualifications. We have to pick that up on Alpha Live in the midweek. So I will say that all of the results that we are announcing on the live stream here are provisional. Because we don't know what goes on in tech. That's all got to be done by the officials.
And this is full MSA tech, so it is absolutely by the milliliter of the law.
Yeah, I mean, technical inspections are made of the carts to see if they comply with the regulations, and all sorts of driver standards implications as well.
There have been a few little driver standard warnings on the gantry beneath us, so we're going to see a few little, trots and changes.
Yeah. So we had a cart recovered.
They're starting at 3 because that's when they're going to start at 3.
Yes.
So
well, it's 1 minute past 3 now.
Oh, but take them outside and give them a good kicking too. Yep, I think they've got to get the PR is saying, yep, it's ready to go. So don't forget, if you have a transponder, please return it to the timekeepers at the bottom of the... Well, you know where it is, because it's underneath the canteen. You've all been to the canteen, most of you make a huge noise.
The canteen is next door to the driver's lounge.
Yes, that's right.
Very nice driver's lounge here at ROWRAH.
Thank you very much. Excellent driver's lounge. But will we ever be here again?
Yeah, we're here next month.
But I'll be in the driver's lounge.
I hope so. So, we have got our Micromax runners out on track. The question is, can anyone beat Alfie Mayer? He's been quite dominant today. What a great backdrop that is. Well done, Martin. Martin is creating art from his
that's why he didn't want to go to fullback. Because he can't create art at fullback, apparently.
No, that's right.
I think because the suspension on his car's broken already.
My suspension's just breaking thinking about it. Well, I'll come all the way down to Milton Keynes to travel with you.
That's the only thing that works in your car.
That's right. It is in the moment. Do you know I broke a back spring last year?
Did you?
Yes.
What? Not at fullback.
At fullback.
Really?
So I changed them both.
Brilliant.
Yeah. And it's a Mercedes CLS. It's not exactly.
It's a cracking
It's
car.
not exactly undersprung.
Love your car. It's brilliant. I had one myself, and it's one of the few cars I think, that was a cracker.
Yeah, that's why I've kept it for nearly 10 years.
Absolute cracking car, that.
It is. Got an injector. That's poorly at the moment.
Okay, final race of the day.
Here we go then. Micromax getting underway.
No, we're not.
No, it's not. No, it's not. I knew it wouldn't. That's why.
That is
I wasn't
literally-
even going to acknowledge that. I was just going to keep talking.
It's literally not our surprise face on that
not
one.
at all.
No,
not
that's
at all.
not going to start. No.
Who can blame them? This is very tense. This is extremely tense. The championship, by the way, going into this penultimate round.
Another shot of Dan there, who's refusing to start that race.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised. You've got to. That is the man you've got to please with your starts. Alfie Mayor's leading the championship after a second place, a first place, and a second place in rounds 1, 2, and 3. That's Dan Ashton.
Who got the first place? The
Clark,
one he
of
didn't
course.
win. Logan
First
Rolfe
place was
and
Logan
and
Rolfe.
a guest by the looks of it.
And no, it was Austin Oman.
Oh, Austin Oman, of course, yes.
No, it wasn't Austin Oman for Micromax, was it?
That's a picture.
Yes, it was.
That's a picture. So you can't scroll it
I
down.
know it is. I know it is. I'm going to kill myself here. Hate myself.
When your preparation is too good.
I know. Warden Law. Micromax.
Funny.
Yeah, so we're going round for another rolling lap. Is the
They are going very slowly now. This doesn't mean anything. Going really slowly at this point of the track means absolutely nothing, 'cause it's how fast you go when you get round the corner. Well, more importantly, on the apex of the corner, that's the issue.
It was Austin Oman, of course.
So
who's away
another
doing
flag
doing UKC.
And no, not yet. No. Oh, that's
a bit
okay.
quick.
No, that's all right. That's all right. I think it's okay, that one.
Yeah, it is. We're going to go racing. Alfie Mayor for Zip Kart.
Oh,
gets
that's a good
into
move.
the lead.
Nip into second there. Was that Logan Rolfe who nipped? He just claimed his space. Really, I thought, well, and now he's looking to go for an early lead. Nope. Oh, and Alfie Mayor's made a mistake. He went way too deep into the first run through McRae's. He's not the end of the world. We found that because you get that speed back out again, but he's given the lead back to Logan Rolfe, and then almost immediately Rolfe's made, well, not an error, but he's just gone a bit wide. This is the cold tyres. This is why they're not quite as precise as they'll be later in the race. But it is now Mayor from Rolfe. Third is Kokodi. This is just comes back inside him again. Look at the over and under. And
yeah. Textbook, isn't it?
Rolfe really perhaps
Here they
should
come.
have gone defensive.
Here they come, Nick, back into our view at the paddock through Sunny and heading down towards the paddock turn. Alfie Mayor will show us the lead, even though he didn't lead into and out of the first turn. And across the line, it's Alfie Mayor, Logan Rolfe, Lewis Kokori, Benedictus Masiokas, LBJ Stubbs, Buddy Hugo through in 6th, Freddie Blackshaw through in 7th, Chloe Miguel 8th, Jack Mellon 9th, Xavier Ramsey in 10th.
Yeah, and it's now back to being the Alfie Mayor show, but can they try and close him down? It's just kind of think that Logan Rolfe perhaps was presented with a golden opportunity to at least delay the progress of Mayor, and now he's going to, any second now, he's going to have that orange and grey cart, the number 19 of Lewis Kilcuddy on his back, and of course you've got Benedictus Masiokas, who is very, very quick and also not shy about making a bold move, also looking to get into the game. He's currently in 4th.
Xavier Ramsey has been given a 3-second penalty. I'm not sure why. That might have been jump start or something. But he's down in 10th at the moment. And as this race progresses, see if you can make that up. No change in the order. Mayor, Rolfe, Kokori, Masiokas, Hugo, Stubbs, Blackshaw. As everybody tries to catch that Alfie Mayor character on the Zip Kart team.
Rolfe wide again, but and interestingly, the result of that was he didn't lose a place, but he gave Mayor some free time. And they really shouldn't give Mayor free time, because I think Alfie can just go off in the distance at this point, Joe.
Yeah, he is. He's going to be very hard to catch. It's going to be very hard to catch in the championship, actually, Nick. A second, a first, a second. And at the moment, looking like a first is very much on the cards. Another strong championship showing for him. Here they come through. Sonny, the left-hander. Beautiful corner that. Very fast. Let the kart breathe out onto the exit curbing. And already out of paddock and across the line. 3 laps completed. Then Alfie Mayor. Fastest lap for Alfie Mayor, 52.7. He's the fastest kart on the track, and he's already increased the gap to 7/10 of a second there as the rest of the field bunch up behind that second place Logan Rolfe.
Oof.
And they are tripping over one another, aren't they? Logan Rolfe, the 32, the Synergy Factory team. Logan Rolfe, remember, came and watched the one of the races over my shoulder.
And he's learnt everything he knows from me now.
No, he's got that laid-back style in the kart, hasn't he?
But he's certainly leaning backwards, but the problem he's got at the moment is he's under a fire from Kilcoddy, but he's not really doing anything apart from very slowly going back from Alpha Mare. Mare's not just disappearing. This is the battle there for third place changes as Benedictus Masiokas gets the third place and will have the line not to lose it again as they come back up and through ROWRAH. So dived in, and Masiokas takes third place in the yellow cart.
And Buddy Hugo up into fourth ahead of Kokori there. It was all part of the same move there. Look how Kokori is totally disadvantaged, and Buddy Hugo moves on the inside. He's on the white-blue cart. He moved onto the inside of Kokori, and Kokori stays behind him in fifth place now. So as Masiokas on the number 12 chases after Logan Rolfe, who likewise is trying to keep Alfie Mare in his sights. He's doing all right so far. Alfie Mare out to 9/10 of a second. That just keeps on continuing to build and grow bigger. And as they come through Sunny, from second down over, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 carts. 8-cart train from second down to 9th. Jack Mellon, the last cart in that train. Chloe McGill's in there as well. So Chloe, the number 18, in 8th place at the moment. Masiokas beginning to look like he's lining up Logan Rolfe for a move.
I think you're right. I think Rolfe isn't showing. Logan Rolfe, in fairness, is championship-wise the most likely pretender to stopping Alfie Mare from becoming the champion. He won the first round and he's scored reasonable points in the second round. Not quite so good in the third round, but we can all drop rounds. This will be a reasonable selection of points. And he's qualified well and he's raced well.
Don't forget Masiokas as well. He's had 2 third place, third at the first round, third at the second round, and a fourth at the third round. He's currently lying third. So
Mare's
and he's down the inside, of
whether
Rolfe.
he can hold it, and he can. He's got a good line there. He's not doing the thing a lot of them are doing, which is disappearing too wide and allowing themselves to be cut back. So Masiokas with the black helmet, the number 12, showing some nice little bits of racecraft. You get to the end of this weekend, and they've all really sussed this track out, especially because they've had consistent conditions the whole way through. They've not had to worry with rain or damp. Practice was all dry, then it rained. Then you had qualifying, which was all dry, and then it rained later. But I don't think they've had to run on wet tracks. Perhaps a little bit on Friday but they've really had this chance to really get to know this circuit in these very stock conditions.
There's a change
that
for
was
the
Buddy Hugo, wasn't it? Hugo passed his teammate.
The synergy drivers there swapping places. Buddy Hugo going into that third and final step of the podium position. We've got a Zipcart 1-2. We've got a Synergy 3 and 4. And they've just swapped around there. Buddy Hugo going ahead of Rolfe. Now that's not good for Rolfe's championship points haul.
No, his ambitions are being stifled by his own teammate at this point.
That's a different team altogether, man.
I thought they're both white.
Ambition.
No, because very. Oh, and now the 2 white carts.
Wheel banging, and he's gone back through because Buddy Hugo, who pulled alongside Masiokas,
what's he doing? He's taken off the track.
Yeah, they've just driven each other off the track, and he's driven his teammate off the track.
There's no point complaining. There's no one to complain to.
That's going to be an interesting team dinner.
Oh dear,
absolutely.
There. Was that Buddy Hugo who drifted off the track?
Well, it started with Masiokas being challenged by Buddy Hugo, and then Logan Rolfe decided to come through, and then Buddy Hugo just had nowhere to go. And here they come. They come out of the Iredales, and
what is the 32 doing? What is Rolfe doing there?
Driving his teammate off the track.
It can't be deliberate. It must have been some sort of error.
He seemed. Well, the problem
was he was looking at him. Actually.
The problem was he was looking to his right as he turned right. Yeah, you did. Did you see him? No. Well, what were you looking at?
It's very beautiful here. Very picturesque.
I saw a bird.
I saw Martin doing a beauty shot.
2.5 minutes remaining then, so it's getting down to the witching hour. All of these drivers leaning forward, getting behind the steering wheel, reducing the airflow. Alfie Mare's gone. He's 2.5 seconds up the road. Then we've got Benedictus Masiokas down the number 12. He's got 4/10 before Logan Rolfe, Lewis Kokori. Albie J. Stubbs coming into the play as well. Another Zipcart driver. Albie J. getting involved in 5th place as Buddy Hugo ended up in that 6th place, having that little excursion onto the grass down towards the stewardesses inside the final 2 minutes of the weekend. Through the McRae's hairpin, and it's again point and squirt, isn't it? Heavy on the brakes. Get through the corner, back on the throttle, accelerate down hard towards the stewardesses. And if anything, do you think they're catching that number 12 ahead of them?
I'm not sure, but there's a little move there, but Hugo moving through.
Ahead of LBJ Stubbs for 5th there.
So, minute and 23 to go. So, as they're coming up through, the leader sweeping round Paddock Bend now. So, you can get an idea how far ahead he is. He's just going to cross the line now. So, he's got that huge lead of 2 or 3 seconds, which is a big lead in Micromax. Benedictus not really breaking away from Rolf and Kilcully. Buddy Hugo now scored 5th, but everyone's got a little bit of a gap. It looks like Kilcully is weighing up a move on Rolf. And they've got 3 laps to go. Or this
one and 2 more. Yeah. I knew it. Alfie Mayer, Nick, he came into this round leading the championship. It's like, who can beat Alfie Mayer? The Zipcart driver has been the class of this field and has shown everyone how to drive a Micromax, that's for sure. Behind him, his teammate Benedictus Masiokas has had a good weekend. Masiokas second in the championship. He's not going to gather as much points, so Alfie Mayer is going to increase his points gap to Masiokas.
Yeah, Masiokas is going to need a massive fullback to get back, but that one's not decided because a really good fullback for Masiokas could put him in.
He's going to need Alfie Mayer not to turn up,
or it to be a matter of Alfie's dropped scores.
Yeah, we'll see. We're getting towards the final checkered flag of the weekend, everybody, and it's going to be Alfie Mayer's checkered flag if he can hold on to this lead. I know he's got a huge lead of 3 seconds. Masiokas dropping back towards Logan Rolfe, Lewis Kokori, Buddy Hugo and LBJ Stubbs, so second place isn't done yet as the leader comes through Sunny Corner and heads towards Paddock for the penultimate time. He will see the last lap board when he comes underneath the driver's lounge here. And we've got Buddy Hugo on Kokori nudging.
That's one word for it.
That rear wheel.
He's having a kind of a nibble.
Yeah, nibbling at the rear axle there was Buddy Hugo. Second place not done and dusted yet. That's Kokori and Buddy Hugo. But that's the second place squabble. It's not quite a squabble though, is it, Nick? There's plenty of gap there for Masiokas too.
Shall we move to our leader for his last few corners?
Yeah,
let's hardly see Alfie. Let's get Alfie in the lead, everyone.
Yeah, let's have a look at Alfie, who's just up ahead of these two. Alfie just
a bit ahead, I think.
Just coming out the stewardesses now for you, Lester.
There we are.
Well spotted, mate. Good spot. There he is, Alfie Mayer. Class of the Micromax field at number 15.
Yep.
Another victory for the Zipcart factory team as Alfie Mayer continues his championship winning ways and will head towards another kart championship as he takes the checkered flag and takes the win, with Benedictus Masiokas finishing 3.8 seconds behind. Logan Rolfe right on his tail for third. That's your podium for later on. Alfie Mayer, Benedictus Masiokas and Logan Rolfe. Behind them, we had Lewis Kokori, Buddy Hugo, LBJ Stubbs for 6th. Chloe McGill, Freddie Blackshaw finishes 8th. Jack Mellon, Xavier Ramsey finishes in 10th. And the rest of the order down there on the, or I should say on the TV screens. The final checkered flag of the day, everybody, which means that the 4th and penultimate round of the 2024 Kart Championship has come to a conclusion. And whereas the karts file in and make their way to the pits, it's down to us to close the broadcast, I suppose.
Yeah, thank you all very much.
Sadly.
We've enjoyed having your company. We've certainly enjoyed talking to you all in the paddock as well. And just remember that if you want your next fix of Karting Live TV, it's only 7 days away, or 6.5 days away, because we're back at Dunkerswell for the NKC. Thank you all of you who have been with us. Much appreciated, and we will see you back on the YouTube world very, very, very soon. So from me, from Lester, from Ash, from Martin, and most importantly from Birthday Boy Joe, it's goodbye.